Chapter 676, The Disappearance of the King Stoneworm. Shashwan remembered that the animals living in the area were usually weaker species. The king beast would never allow any other fearsome beasts on its turf in the mountain. Anything weaker was beneath the king stoneworm and not worth its attention, just like how lions would ignore ants but never a wolf in its territory. The flaming horns had lived in the area for 1,000 years. Generations of hunters had passed through here to get to hunting grounds on the other side of the mountain, rarely meeting any beasts they could not handle. Occasionally, when new, younger warriors joined, they just might be targeted by the animals in the cave, just like what happened to Shashwan. Shashwan had not been here in a long time but had a rough expectation of what animals he would encounter. However, when he entered the cave, he sensed many ores that should not appear here. Something is indeed off. Shashwan still remembered the paths in the mountain and did not need might to lead the way. He traveled ahead from memory. They were ambushed several times by fearsome beasts hiding in the darkness along the way, though they were all dealt with by Shashwan. They were not particularly strong, or Mai would have brought attention to the situation here already. All the stronger fearsome beasts should know there was a king stoneworm inside, therefore avoiding this place. Even if the king stoneworm seemed to be missing, they would still avoid this place temporarily. The tip of his sword pierced a six-legged bug towards the cave wall, creating a dent. Near the dent were scratches made by other weapons. They were marks from Mai's previous hunts. They had not disappeared yet. Within the cave, Shashwan expanded his senses to check if the king stoneworm was still here. Shashwan could sense the fire seed in everyone within range. Even people who had not merged with the fire seed would carry a little of its aura. He could sense fire seeds of other tribes during the expedition downstream using the same ability. It was a sensing ability stemming from his ancestral power. Compared to totemic power, it was more of spiritual intuition. The stronger one's ancestral power was, the more powerful their sensing ability would be. Shashwan could sense fire seeds far away due to the strengthening of his internal ancestral powers. At the 1,000-grain gold field, he had been able to sense the bat leader's location. He had the same ability while they were digging for fire crystals, but at the time, his abilities were still sketchy. That night, his senses were much sharper. The bat leader had hidden itself extremely well. Any other fearsome beast of the same level should have been discovered by Ao and the rest already. However, Ao's ancestral power was not as strong as his totemic power, so he was not as sensitive as Shashwan. There was one thing Shashwan did not tell them. When he sensed the bat leader, within his spiritual mind, he saw a dot of light that looked like a fire seed. The bright dot was the bat. Why would a beast have an aura resembling a fire seed? What shocked Shashwan more was that the fire seed-like energy on the bat was similar to the flaming horn's fire seed. Just a little, approximately 10% similar to the tribe's fire seed. Another 10% was similar to the other kind of energy that Shashwan had in his body. Within his spiritual mind, there was not just the flaming horn totemic flames but also the light shell around the flames. The bat's energy was similar to the energy from the shell. Perhaps that was why the bat leader did not kill the flaming horns during their last encounter. Maybe it saw the flaming horns as its kind. Shashwan believed that the bat leader saw the flaming horns as its little brothers, but just the small similarity was shocking. The only thing connecting both the bat and the flaming horns was that before it stood out as the leader of the bats, it had absorbed energy from the fire crystals. Shashwan had burned the fire crystals himself. He could not figure out the reason, but this was not the time to think. He used his sensing abilities to search beneath the mountain for the elusive king stoneworm. When he had the close encounter with the king stoneworm, he had not seen it with his own eyes, but he definitely could distinguish it by its aura. Shashwan could clearly remember the sensation of almost being turned to stone. Ao and the rest walked behind Shashwan. When he slowed down, they did not hurry him but remain guarded. If only Shashwan can find out the reason from his not divination, thought Ao. Shashwan searched in every direction. Since he was surrounded by rock, his abilities were greatly limited compared to sensing for tribe fire seeds over a large area. However, he shrank his search area based on where he remembered the king stoneworm had appeared before. As long as the worm was still here, he should be able to feel it. Nothing, Still nothing. Shashwan continued to walk forward. Sensing the area, he carried on until he exited the tunnel on the other side of the mountain and still did not find the King Stoneworm. Indeed, the King Stoneworm is no longer here, said Shashwan. This was not good news to the Flaming Horns. They did not care for changes in fearsome beast territories, but this was a king beast. King beasts did not change their territories easily. For example, on the other side of the ocean, the salt beast guarded its salt cave faithfully and had no intentions to leave although it was disturbed. The King Stoneworm that had not moved territories in 1,000 years had left its home. In reality, the King Stoneworm's territory was not small. The salt beast's territory was horizontal, and could be calculated like a piece of flat land. However, the King Stoneworm's influence extended throughout this large mountain with a base area of unimaginable size, its peak reaching the clouds. Even few birds would fly over this mountain. No one understood why it would abandon a territory like this. Shashwan found the cave where he carried the ancestral remains out, then entered it. He found animals that previously did not dare approach the place inside, even bones of small animals. For a mountain that could swallow anything inside, small bones like this should not be able to last long. Yet now, leftovers left behind by another animal were here. The King Stoneworm has been gone for a while, Shashwan told Ao and the rest. Maybe it left during last year's disaster. If the King Stoneworm left for somewhere else like deeper into the forest, it did not concern the Flaming Horns. However, what if it was headed towards Flaming Horn? The bat leader's behavior was too sudden and inexplicable, causing a great deal of discomfort. As for this king beast, if nothing had happened recently, everyone guessed it must have found a new nest deeper into the forest. For a beast of that level, finding a new home was easy since it could defeat any other animal as long as it was not a fellow king beast. What should we do next? Ao felt as if a boulder was pressing on his chest as he thought about the bat leader visiting their crop field every night. Even breathing felt difficult, for one mistake could result in a disaster. As long as we do not attack it, the bat will not attack us. This might be due to the similarities in the fire seed. If it wanted to, the bat should have attacked a long time ago. However, there had been no recent reports of missing persons. Tell the wanderers to stay put. The bat might not attack Flaming Horns, but I am not sure about them, said Shashwan. Although Ao did not understand why, he nodded. He too felt like the bat would not attack Flaming Horns for the moment. It had many opportunities to kill them, but it had not. But we still cannot let this continue. Even if the bat did not attack them, they still could not sleep well with this looming threat. Shashwan thought for a moment. You all wait for Mai and the rest here, I'll go to Bat Mountain again. Alright. Shashwan had Cha-Cha bring him towards Bat Mountain. He had previously roughly circled around the mountain, but this time, he planned to search the area. He had a few guesses about the bat leader's behavior. One was that the King Stoneworm's movements might have affected it. A powerful beast like the bat leader should not be easily affected by the activity of any weaker animal. Shashwan had to look for other clues around the mountain to check for reasons that forced the bat to abandon its mountain. The reason wasn't that it liked Flaming Horn's village. If that was the case, why would it wait until now to visit? Shashwan looked down across the forest as he rode on the eagle's back. Cha-Cha flew at a medium height so they could see objects beneath them while still avoiding the ancient trees and potential threats in them. Cha-Cha had been attacked before due to flying too low. Mai's hunting routes did not pass through the areas around the mountain. Shashwan also rarely came here, hence he was unfamiliar with this place. Cha-Cha's flight path was an outward spiral from the mountain. There were huge temperature differences between different regions of the forest. Sometimes, this part of the mountain was cold as autumn while the other was humid as a hot summer. However, in general, at this time of the year, the place was mainly green. The ancient trees determined the color palette of the forest. Their only competitor was the mountains. Vegetation became sparser up the mountain, the green quickly fading at high altitudes into green-gray boulders, until the white snow on the peaks. The peaks stood out clearly against the blue sky and its green surroundings. Shashwan was used to these colors, but as they flew, he noticed something unusual. There was a hill a distance from the mountain. Regular hills had grass even if there were no trees. However, there were just gray-white rocks on it. The closer they flew, the clearer he saw that the hill was barren. "Let's go down to check it out." When Cha-Cha descended, Shashwan leapt off and landed near the hill. Crack, crack, crack. When Shashwan stepped on the grassy ground, the sound did not resemble a footstep on soft grass. He looked down. Some of the green grass had turned gray-white. Some of the trees around him had also turned into the color of stone. The changes grew more obvious when he approached the hill. Around the hill were rocks that looked like tree trunks. Those used to be trunks, though their upper halves had broken off to leave a stump. Even the lines on the tree bark could be clearly discerned. "They've turned to stone." Shashwan had his guesses now. The only beast that could do this was the king stoneworm. Why wasn't it at its home? Why was it here? Shashwan walked up the hill. He could sense that the king stoneworm was not close by, so he was not worried that he might be turned to stone. The hill was completely bare. The rocks looked new. The stoneworm was only recently here. As he walked up to the top of the short hill, he saw a round hole 2 meters wide. He squatted at its edge and looked down. Based on its inner curvature, the worm must have emerged out of the ground from here. However, it had not exited completely, merely poking its head out and then going back underground. The hill was actually a mound caused by the king stoneworm's movements. Even the plants nearby were all turned to stone. The hole became narrower, deeper down as the king stoneworm retreated back inside. Once it was completely hardened, the hole maintained this current shape. In the past, the flaming horns felt like the king stoneworm must be about the size of the tunnels in the mountain. However, Shashwan had a feeling it must be larger than those tunnels because they might have contracted after the worm left before hardening. However, they were just speculations because he had not seen the king stoneworm with his eyes. Standing on the hill, he looked towards Bat Mountain. They were not too close or they would have noticed this place the first time they came here. However, they were still not too far away, perhaps near enough for the Bat Leader to sense the king stoneworm's movements. Did the Bat Leader really abandon the mountain and escape to Flaming Horn because of the king stoneworm? Well, to the Bat Leader, the Flaming Horns were its little brothers. Unable to confirm this, Shashwan had Cha-Cha bring him up into the sky to continue searching for other mounds like this one, especially in the direction of the Flaming Horn tribe. If he found anything in that direction, then they had another headache coming. No one wanted to fight a king beast even though they knew the king stoneworm had a more placid temperament. If it were not for its non-aggressiveness, they would not have a hunting route near it. It had never attacked them for 1,000 years. However, they could not be sure in the event of an actual fight. At least Shashwan did not find any more hills like this one in the direction of the tribe. However, he was still not completely convinced. Where did it go? Shashwan returned to the hill. After Shashwan told Ao and the rest about it, they too came over. "Perhaps I should go down and check," said Shashwan. The king stoneworm left behind a tunnel everywhere it went. They would know where it went by following the tunnels. Chapter 677, The King Stoneworm is Here. Following the tunnels underground was the best way to figure out where the King Stoneworm went, but also the most dangerous. After some discussion, only Shashwan, Ao and Ta would go underground. Not too many together or it would be difficult to move. A rope was lowered into the hole in the short hill. The rope slid downwards. It was not very long. Instead was pieces of short straw rope tied together. It only touched the ground after almost 100 meters. That meant the king stoneworm moved upwards, peeked its head out, retreated back down this tunnel, then changed direction. Which direction should we head towards? I looked at the two tunnels, unable to make a decision. One was the tunnel made by the king stoneworm traveling towards this direction. The other was made when it left. Shashwan studied the patterns on the stone walls and touched it. He pointed in one direction. It traveled this way, but let's take the other path. He wanted to check if the king stoneworm had come from its mountain or it had passed through Bat Mountain first. If it did, then there was a reasonable explanation to the Bat Leader's sudden appearance. Understanding his thought process, Ao and Ta did not object, walking down the tunnel made by the worm coming towards them. Although they were underground, Shashwan had memorized the entrance and carried a universal eye in his hand. It can still pinpoint directions without the sun or moon? Ta was surprised. Yeah, said Shashwan. When he spoke to the Ya tribe, they said they used it underground too. However, only leaders of the tribe had a universal eye. It was rare and the Jing tribe rarely gave them out as gifts. As if to prove his words, under the glow of the water moonstone, the universal eye opened a slit like the eye of a beast. As the slit grew, the direction it pointed at grew clearer. Ao and Ta had a strong sense of direction. As long as they knew the rough direction of the sun and had an estimate of the time, they could confirm the direction of Bat Mountain. They continued ahead. It came from that way, confirmed Ta. They grew more sure as they traveled. This tunnel extended from Bat Mountain. They accelerated and soon arrived at Bat Mountain. How did they know they were at Bat Mountain, other than based on their own estimates? There was a tunnel extending upwards. However, the tunnel did not break through the surface, merely extending 20 meters up. Do you think the king stoneworm noticed the bat leader's presence when it came here? Hence it decided to head upwards, but then the bat leader reacted so quickly that it ran the moment the king stoneworm approached. Do you think it's possible? Ao told them his guesses. That is indeed possible, agreed Ta. Bat Mountain should be above us. Even if we are not directly underneath the mountain. We are very close though. But why did the king stoneworm leave its nest? Even if it's because of the natural disaster, after leaving its nest, it should return after the disaster subsided, wondered Shashwan aloud. Maybe the king stoneworm wants to change its nest location? Let's go check it out. The three of them traveled towards where the king stoneworm came from in a tunnel 100 meters deep underground. The air was thin here as they traveled farther from the short hill. Since they were not close to the king stoneworm's nest, there were not enough tunnels for ventilation. At least all three were more resistant towards thinning air. Any low or middle-ranked totemic warriors might not be able to bear it for long. Ao and Ta also wanted to know why the king stoneworm left the nest. However, they quickly found the reason why the king stoneworm never returned. There was a dead end not far from Bat Mountain. The tunnel had been cut off here. Then, there were signs of the king stoneworm changing direction. This must have happened some time ago. The natural disaster is the only event that can cause such a major change underground, said Ao. So this means that the king stoneworm was startled last year during the natural disaster and left its nest, heading in this direction amidst the chaos. But then due to the underground movements, it could not find the tunnel it came from. So Ta was not sure whether to laugh or not. Even if the king stoneworm can't trace its original path, it can always take another route. Why would it continue to stay away from its nest? What if it can't sense directions? Offered Shashwan. Ao and Ta fell silent. A king beast with no sense of direction? Weren't high-level beasts all very smart? I guess that's a possibility. That was all Ao could say. Shashwan sensed the area. The stone walls here are much thicker than other places. Maybe the king stoneworm stopped here for a long time. The longer the worm stopped in a place, the thicker the solidification of its surroundings. Shashwan could sense that the tunnels were made of the special rock caused by the king stoneworm and were not the naturally occurring kind. Maybe the king stoneworm left its nest and ran here to escape the natural disaster. It stopped for a long time. Maybe it fell asleep. When it woke up, its original path had been cut off due to the ground movements, so it decided to continue moving somewhere else. Shashwan did not want to make the king stoneworm seem so stupid either, but this might be the most likely explanation. If that was true, all three of them had one thought: its intelligence was just. No matter what, let's continue searching the area. Since this path had been cut off, then they had to travel along the path where the king stoneworm left. They prayed it was not traveling towards the Flaming Horn tribe. They returned to the short hill and told the rest what they found. After some rest and a meal, all three went underground again. 100 meters below ground, three people ran along the tunnels. In the middle, the three of them found another short hill similar to the previous one, proving that the king stoneworm had broken through the surface here. This happened during these past 2 days. Shashwan looked at the trees in the area, whose roots had turned to rock but crowns remained bright green. The branches had not shriveled up yet. This meant the stoneworm had been here not more than 2 days ago. Let's carry on. I had become increasingly anxious. Although they were not heading directly to Flaming Horn, they were not too far off. Please, not Flaming Horn, not Flaming Horn, out-chanted in his heart. However, the mood grew solemn the more they walked. Shashwan looked at the universal eye to confirm their location. We're at Flaming River? How is that possible? Gasped Hao and Ta in unison. They were already at Flaming River, but how is that possible? Shouldn't there be water? But that's not right either. The river might have been more than 100 meters deep before the natural disaster, but it had turned shallower afterwards, at most tens of meters. Of course, some parts of the river might be deeper, but it was not the time to think. Ao pointed upwards and asked Shashwan, "Are you sure Flaming River is above us?" "Mostly sure. There are no hard rocks above us. I think it's mud, and there is water flowing further up." Shashwan could not give specific distances but could feel that above him was mud and water. Compared to rocks, they did not limit his senses as much. Additionally, based on the direction they were traveling in, they must be close to the Flaming River now, upstream of the Flaming Horn tribe. Shashwan had scouted that area before. "So this means the King Stoneworm has crossed the river already?" asked Ah. "That's right. If the King Stoneworm crossed the river, then it was not heading towards the tribe." They relaxed slightly. However, the Flaming River trading point was also there, and any damage caused to that area would also result in major losses to the tribe. "Let's carry on." Ta was so frustrated he wanted to pull his hair out. The tribe had been on guard against people from the other side of the ocean, who hadn't even arrived yet, then against the robbers who had been giving them headaches, then the bat leader. He could not believe that there was now an even larger threat. If they did not have the mental strength, they would have been panicking already. The three of them must continue looking, no matter where it went. "Any signs of danger and we'll run back immediately," said Shashwan. While tracking the worm was crucial, their lives were more important. They must not die here. That's a king beast. Plus they were now 100 meters underground, which was advantageous towards the King Stoneworm. In the event of a fight, all three would be killed. Meanwhile, at a patch of forest outside Flaming River trading point. This location was a little far from the trading area. After Flaming Horn decided to expand their patrolling area, anyone who wanted to steal or rob was forced to retreat their hunting grounds back. They wanted to rob the visitors but did not want to face the Flaming Horns. "Why can't the Flaming Horns mind their own business? Us robbing the other people doesn't even concern them," said a person fiddling with a dagger made from beast bone as he sat on a tree. "Who knows? I don't like them at all and I'll never enter the trading area," replied a man with hair so disheveled his features could not be seen. He was covered in bulging muscles and his face in sideburns. A voice came from the thick bushes nearby. "The last time I went there, the guards at the entrance stared at me so hard they almost bore holes into my brain." "TSK, you think I want the stuff inside you're selling? I'll never step foot in there even if they send me an invitation." "Yeah, I'll never go there. We'll rob the rest outside instead." "Haha, then we won't have to face the stupid Flaming Horns, haha," laughed the guy on the tree, slapping his thigh. They were a group of thieves outside the Flaming River trading area. More than 20 people were hiding here. They had about 50 members but all scattered in different areas, only sending a message if they found prey. They only chose to take advantage of traveling parties with fewer and weaker people, never taking risks to rob anyone who looked intimidating. They must be smart about this or they would get killed. The guy who had been targeted by the Flaming Horn guards had previously bumped into a few patrol guards outside the trading area. The guards had even killed a few of their members, though he ran fast enough. They were new to the area at the time, thinking of entering the trading point to identify the people with great hauls. Then they would attack these people once they left the trading point. The Flaming Horn guards at the entrance thought they seemed familiar, therefore kept staring at them. They grew so nervous they almost ran off. Since that day, They did not set foot into the trading area in fear of being caught. They hated the flaming horns who interfered with their robbing activities deeply. They were heavily insulting the flaming horns when someone suddenly squinted. What was that? The air suddenly grew tense, but he could not determine where the feeling came from. He looked around, unable to see anyone else. The flaming horn patrol guards would not come here either. Who's there? Everyone stopped talking and grew alert. The forest was eerily quiet. They suddenly had a feeling that something terrifying had happened to the area. They could previously hear a lot of bird calls, but they weren't paying attention to their surroundings, so they did not notice the abrupt silence. The first person who noticed the eeriness had sweat dripping down his temples. He still could not find the source of the terrifying aura. He felt like it came from every direction. The feeling was growing more intense. Even the slowest member of the group felt a chill so cold his scalp was about to explode, the hand holding a knife trembling uncontrollably. Usually, they would hide quietly in the face of a threat to observe. However, they could not keep their calm this time. Where are you? Everyone held their breaths to observe the area. Every insect would be noticed. Nothing, still nothing. Where is the terrifying aura coming from? There was not a single person around, not even a bird. Even the insects seemed to have disappeared. Even the air was frozen. Crack, 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 crack. Faint crackling sounds triggered their nerves. It came from beneath their feet. When they finally looked down, everyone felt their souls leave their bodies. Chapter 678. You're stupid if you don't run. The green grass on the ground turned gray-white from the bottom to top, losing their suppleness and turning into rock. They stood motionless, no longer trembling in the breeze. No, not just the grass. Every plant and the soil all had similar changes. The brown tree bark, green leaves, yellow soil all turned the same color and hardened. What is going on? What could cause something so terrifying? Was it human? No, they did not know anyone who could cause such a large-scale change. No matter what, this horrifying scene was beyond their imagination. As they watched the scenery change, a chilling cold pierced their souls and then throughout their bodies as if they were encased in ice. The cold stung their nerves. We can't stay. Run. The faster ones sprinted as fast as they could. There was no need to hide anymore, and their totemic energies were released to its maximum. However, the bit of aura radiating from their bodies was like a wisp of smoke in the face of a storm. It disappeared before anyone could sense them. They were so tiny, so insignificant. The ones who were initially hiding in the trees started swinging from tree to tree like monkeys, running for their lives. They screamed in terror, fear consuming their minds. In their peripheral vision, they saw the land turning from a forest teeming with life to a gray-white piece of barren land. No plant, no insect hiding among the leaves were spared. They felt changes occurring to their bodies but forcefully subdued the effects with stubborn totemic energy. However, the oppressive energy was eventually too much for them to handle. The trees around them had turned gray like an invisible hand was smearing gray paint across the land. That hand was currently moving towards them. Quick, hurry. Ah! A scream of agony rang. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, feeling even chillier. The more focused ones did not hesitate even for a moment, letting out a roar as they ran even faster. This person did not dare look back, worried he might lose the bit of courage he had left to run. He might completely break down if he turned around. But some people did turn around. They turned around towards the person who screamed. They knew who it was. Before the incident, this person had been hiding among the bushes. When they turned, they saw a man collapsing to the ground, his legs gray-white. The two hands he used to support himself off the ground were quickly turning gray too, as well as parts of his torso. The gray quickly spread across his entire body. The ones who could no longer run looked up towards their partners, eyes filled with pain, terror and hopelessness. Then, death, and finally a layer of gray until their entire body turned gray like a human stone sculpture. A tree that had turned gray snapped in half, its crown falling on the human sculpture. Thud. The human sculpture broke in half, the crack extending from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Within the cross-section was a little bit of red in the center. It looked like blood, but the drop never got to touch the ground. Even the drop of blood eventually turned gray. Everything happened within seconds. The ones who witnessed this felt as if their head had exploded. The wind knocked out of their chests. They forgot how to breathe. Then their knees gave out as their totemic energy went haywire. Amongst the chaos, they forgot about the tree branches in front of them. Two people stumbled and fell off the tree. The ones on trees had a small chance to escape, but after touching the ground, chances were too slim. It felt like they were falling onto solid rock instead of what was supposed to be grass. If they had not turned to look, would they have fallen? Ignoring the pain, they sprinted like mad. There was no time for regrets. They would never come to Flaming River Trading Point again. However, they felt strength quickly draining from their thighs, becoming heavier and eventually losing their senses and control. Slam! They collapsed on the ground, unable to carry on. No, save me. They felt the same feelings as their friend who had turned into stone. But no one slowed down. The frontmost person had already disappeared from sight. Anyone slower met the same fate as them. Very soon, this patch of forest descended into eerie silence. All that was left was an expanding patch of gray-white. Meanwhile, Zheng Luo at the Flaming River Trading Point was deep in thought. He had already received a message about Shashuan and the rest finding the Bat Leader and the King Stoneworm. His greatest concerns were not the ill-intentioned intruders but the unpredictable beast. They had put in a lot of effort building this trading area with great potential. One king beast was enough to destroy everything they built. Boss, some of the people you mentioned went looking for Yi Si, informed Duo Kang. Zheng Luo had noticed some people he suspected were from the other side of the ocean infiltrating the trading area. He'd instructed Duo Kang to keep an eye on them and only assigned stronger warriors to this task. These people's disguises had fooled many weaker warriors already, but Zheng Luo and Duo Kang were experienced enough to spot them. However, before finding out their true intentions, they did not want to expose these people. They already had many things to worry about. Might as well avoid this trouble while they still could. When he heard Duo Kang, he rubbed his face, frustrated. What did they do? They don't seem to be doing anything, just sitting around to talk. This one guy seems to know I'm watching him but did not intentionally avoid me. Duo Kang wasn't sure what they were here for either. Leave them be. Stay on guard, watch our surroundings. Boss, the King Stoneworm won't come over here, right? Duo Kang was worried too. I don't know, we'll have to wait for their news. Shashuan and the rest have already gone to track it down. The forest is huge, don't think it will come here. Oh. Duo Kang scratched his ear, feeling antsy. He had faced a king beast before and that had been a nightmare. He did not want to do it again. After sitting for a while, Duo Kang left. Might as well spend his time watching those suspicious people. The person targeted by Duo Kang and Zheng Luo was currently sitting in Yi Si's house. This visitor wore a furless, sleeveless leather top with coarse burlap trousers. A colorful snakeskin belt was cinched around his waist with a few pouches hanging from it. Bone ornaments hung around his neck, and patterns were drawn on his exposed shoulders using dark green pigment. His disheveled but coarse hair was casually tied up with some straw rope, but since it was short, after tying it, his ponytail pointed upwards. He looked like a tribesman from any other tribe that frequented the trading area. This person surveyed Yi Si's house with a look of contempt. He pursed his lips, making a judgment. This place is better than your house on the other side. Of course. Why do you think I came here? Yi Si poured some water into a cup and handed it to him. He had made the ceramic cup himself and drew the patterns on it. It was the same as the kind he had on the other side of the ocean. He preferred using something that looked more familiar. The guest chugged the cup of water. One more cup. I was out all morning. I'm parched. But this Flaming Horns trading area indeed should not be underestimated. This place suits my taste. Don't tell me you're here to take this place from the Flaming Horns? Asked Yi Si. How is that possible? This is a large place. It'll take too much effort. But I do want to cause a bit of trouble. I want to see how much they can stand. You guys really like to entertain yourselves, huh? But the Flaming Horns are short-tempered. If you anger them, "You'll be in deep trouble," said Yi Si. The other person pursed his lips, ignoring Yi Si. "Do you think us Chingle people are scared of angry flaming horns? It's only fun when they're angry anyway." "Wu He, since you lent me your long-winged bird, I feel obligated to warn you," advised Yi Si patiently. "Speak." The other person shook his foot wrapped in a broken shoe, looking nonchalant. "Don't provoke the flaming horns. If you really want to challenge them, now is not the time." "Yo, I thought you couldn't do the Yi family's divination readings." "How would you know that?" Wu He ignored him. He was a member of Chingle. This name might not be known here, but it was a famous name on the other side. Chingle was not a tribe. They were a unique organization formed by people of different backgrounds. The members loved taking risks and were a curious bunch. To them, everything else was boring, and all they wanted was to rely on their sharp eyes to get themselves an opportunity for entertainment. In simpler terms, they were a bunch of very curious adventurers. Also the first batch of people from the other side of the ocean. As for why they had not appeared much, that was because most had not mastered the language here. If they could not even speak the language, how would they seek entertainment? They could not even ask for directions. If people on this side unanimously hated the robbers, then on the other side, both slave masters and tribesmen found Chingle people revolting. This bunch of madmen would go around provoking other people when they were bored, finding joy in causing others pain. After knowing that the Chingle people had crossed the ocean, people on the other side heaved a sigh of relief, as if the fly buzzing annoyingly in their ears had disappeared. No one knew that the Chingle's first target was the Flaming Horn tribe. They were currently regrouping in a secret spot, waiting for the rest of their members to arrive and learning the local language to receive intel. Trickery required skills too. Wu He was one of the first of them to master the local language. Yi Si was not upset at the mocking tone. "It's up to you to listen. You lent me 2 long-winged birds, so I'll return you the favor by warning you once again. It's best you leave here as soon as possible. Something huge is happening." "Aha. Something huge. That's even better. More the reason for me to stay." Wu He had just finished speaking when he paused and turned. Yi Si looked at the sky outside the window and at Grasshopper, who had been cowering in a corner. "It's here." "What is here? What do you mean?" Wu He looked at Grasshopper. Due to the beast blood inside Grasshopper, his control over his totemic energy was not as sophisticated and could not completely retract his totemic patterns. However, the totemic patterns on him were clear as ever now, like animal stripes. His coarse hair stood up like needles. Huff. Short cone-shaped pricks appeared on his back as his sunken eyes were filled with terror. Grasshopper kept retreating into the corner. This was a huge muscle man who could touch the roof of the house if he jumped, yet now he was trying hard to make himself disappear. What's making him so scared? Wu He raised an eyebrow and looked outside where the unusual aura was coming from. Since he was far away, the feeling was faint. However, it was enough to make him uneasy. Not just them, Eva Chingluo and the rest inside the Flaming River Castle and anyone more sensitive in the trading area sensed it. What was happening? At the entrance of the trading area, Copw and the rest of the guys watched every person cautiously. Chingluo mentioned there had been suspicious people in the area, but they were not able to pinpoint who. This meant the disguises were impressive. Suddenly, a shrill and urgent whistle could be heard from the patrol team. It was a warning call. Someone's coming. Copw's eyes were locked ahead. Very soon, they saw 7 people scrambling out of the forest. These 7 people looked usually with different portions of their body covered in gray-white layer. It looked like color pigment, but upon closer inspection it looked more like rock. They looked hysterically, as if they had just witnessed something terrifying, continuously letting out hoarse screams as they sprinted. When they saw Copw and the rest, their eyes lit up and they screamed, "Help!" They had just been talking about how they would never set foot into the trading area yet during the escape. They had divided into 2 groups. One group ran off to another direction, but these 7 felt like a place with more people was safer, and there were more people to share the burden with. The only place with more people was Flaming Horn, hence why they ran over here. Copw obviously would not let them into the area just like that. He tied them all up, though they kept struggling and screamed their heads off. It's coming, behind, behind. Copw did not know what they were talking about. He initially wanted to knock them out but thought that while they were hysterical, perhaps they had some information, so he sent them to Zhengluo. When they struggled, the gray rock-like parts of their bodies seemed to chip off together with some flesh as they wriggled and tugged. Yet these 7 people ignored their bleeding wounds and continued to scream. "Boss, what did they see?" Duo King's voice shook. Copw might not know what was going on, but Duo King had his guesses. He refused to believe it. How could this be? How could they be so unlucky? No. It's not what he thinks. Duo King brainwashed himself. Zhengluo dashed his hopes in the next moment. Clutching his knife so tight his fingers turned white, he said in a strained voice, "Inform everyone there's a king beast nearby." Thud. Copw's hand slipped and the tied-up person collapsed on the ground. King beast? Copw felt a chill rushing down his body. The person struggled even harder after hearing Zhengluo, his throat extremely hoarse. "Let me go. I want to leave. I want to leave." Duo King ignored them. He walked up to the top of the tower, took a deep breath, then let out a huge roar. "There's a king beast nearby. Be careful everyone." With his advanced level totemic power, his scream could be heard by everyone in the vicinity. The bustling trading area fell silent as everyone digested this piece of information. Very soon, the simmering pot boiled over. "A king beast is here." Like a bomb tossed into water, it raised sky-high waves. "A king beast is here. What do we do? Run." Of course, the other option was to die here. Wu He, who was drinking water in Yi Si's house, spat out his water with a pfffft, tossed his cup aside and leapt out of the window. "Why are you running? Didn't you want to stay and watch? To entertain yourself?" yelled Yi Si at the running Wu He. "I'm looking for entertainment, not death. You can stay there on your own." No wonder I felt the chills. "It's a king beast." Wu He sprinted out of the trading area immediately. To the people who rarely met regular fearsome beasts, king beasts were legendary figures. This did not prevent them from fearing its name. From the stories passed down by their ancestors, they knew that king beasts were indomitable. High casualties were certain during every encounter with one. Of course, there were some odd ones out. "Ha ha ha, I've waited for years, it's finally here." "I'm not running, I want to see the king beast," someone yelled with 2 fists high in the air, his face red. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. "You'll die if you don't run," his friend advised. "It's fine if I die. I just want to see what a king beast looks like. I'm staying. No one can stop me. He can't be saved." Everyone gave up on the stubborn man. There was no time to hesitate. They packed up and ran immediately. Any stupid idiots who wanted to stay could suit themselves. Chapter 679, True Warriors. With Duo King's shout, all the traders within Flaming River Trading Point and its resident sellers packed up their stalls and left. They closed the windows and doors. Then the crowd flooded out of the 3 exits, bringing everything with them. Some people did not have a clear sense of what a king beast was but sensed the urgency on everyone's terrified faces. The Flaming Horn Patrol and entrance guards were all called to the square within Flaming River Castle for Zhengluo to give instructions. Even with Zhengluo and Duo King in charge here, everyone was terrified. "Boss, what do we do now?" Duo King asked Zhengluo urgently. Zhengluo could not make a decision in time either. Who knew this would happen? "Let's see if we receive any news from the tribe." Zhengluo had already sent someone to send a message to the tribe. They would send people over immediately. No matter what, panicking now is useless. "We must guard the place to prevent anyone from taking advantage of us." Duo King directed his men to clear the trading area. Most people would definitely leave. The ones who stayed must know what to expect. The Flaming Horns couldn't let them run around unsupervised during critical moments either. Hence they were restricted to an area. Very soon, He arrived with his men. He almost flipped his table when he heard the news. The thing they were most worried about had happened. "Where's Shashwan and the rest?" Duo King had been waiting for him. The year they encountered the salt beast at the salt mines, Shashwan was the one who helped them survive. The most trustworthy person was not the current chief, He, nor the former chief, Zhengwo, Grand Elder Shashwan was who they needed. Everyone with the same experience also looked at Guihe for news of Shashwan's whereabouts. There. Not back yet. Guihe did not have any experience against a king beast and he could not make reckless decisions now. We're now facing the king Stoneworm. The only person in the entire Flaming Horn tribe who has truly faced the king Stoneworm in close proximity is actually Ajuan alone. What do we do now? They're still in the forest and aren't back yet. If the king Stoneworm heads towards the trading area, should we fight or avoid it? Duo King was frustrated. They knew the consequences of fighting a king beast. Casualties would be high. If they dodged it, then they must give up on this trading area. They had put in too much effort into this trading area. No one wanted to abandon it just like that. Prepare for both, said Guihe. We'll have to stop it if we have to, and if we can't defend anymore, we'll give it up. They could not sacrifice too many lives just for this trading point. I hope the king Stoneworm is just passing by and will leave quickly. Please don't head in our direction, muttered Guan Yi. At this moment, someone said, if only we have the fire seed. He did not finish the sentence but everyone understood. A fire seed was still intimidating to king beasts. It would still be effective. Plus the Flaming Horn's fire seed was stronger than many small and medium-sized tribes. However, the primitive fire seed was gone. This was the price they paid. There was no perfect outcome to this. They had made the decision to merge. But didn't the Grand Elder say that the fire seed exists wherever we are? The fire seed aura can be strong if many of us group together. Maybe that will be useful? Offered Kuntu, who was standing nearby. You make sense. Zhengwo looked in the direction of where the king beast appeared. The aura was not heading in its direction but it was not leaving either. Its presence was getting stronger. Even less sensitive people could feel their stomachs churning. Whoosh! There was a shrill call. Guihe pointed in the sky. There, a white flash flew past them. It was Guihe's snow falcon. Without Cha-Cha, they had to send this falcon up. It was safer for it to keep watch from the air and observe the king Stoneworm's movements. As they discussed, the crowd running out of the trading area ran in the opposite direction from where the king beast appeared. Of course, there were also people who took advantage of this to start robbing traders. Everyone was carrying more stuff with them and it was very tempting. Can't believe they're still robbing people at a moment like this. In the air, Wu-He watched the panicked crowds while riding his long-winged bird. However, anyone who could make it here was not weak either. They could even fight fearsome beasts in a rage. When someone tried to rob them, they showed no mercy. Are you trying to take my stuff? HMMPH, I'm going to rip your arm off. Wu-He patted the long-winged bird and gestured for it to fly towards the king beast. Although he was not bold enough to stay in the Flaming River trading point, he wanted to check the king beast out from the sky. COO. The bird cooed unwillingly. It did not want to fly there. No animal wanted to get closer to a king beast. They could barely run in time. Why would they head towards it? You'd die. Not so near. We'll just watch from afar. I'm sure you want to see what this king beast looks like, right? On the other side, Wu-He used to trek deep into the forest with other Qing'e people when he was young. He had felt the aura of one king beast before. Although he never saw it, he remembered the feeling felt, as if his soul was about to jump out of his body. He remembered how the old man with him warned to stay as far as possible from king beasts unless he wanted to die. Regardless, anyone who would head towards a king beast was a true warrior. That was no compliment. A true warrior had the same meaning as brainless idiot. Now, Wu-He encountered one more after just arriving on this side. He sighed at this luck. He did not want to die nor did he want to be a true warrior, so he left the trading area. Unlike Yi Si, on his bird, Wu-He, like all other Qing'e people, was a very curious person, yet at the same time timid. That was why he would not approach danger but peek at it from afar to satisfy his curiosity, then go brag about it to the other Qing'e people next time. Flaming Horn has a bird too. Wu-He saw the flash of white flying from the Flaming River Castle towards where the king beast appeared. Wu-He patted the long-winged bird's neck and looked down. Did you see that? That small bird isn't even afraid. So what are you afraid of? Coo, the long-winged bird cooed resentfully. Other people might not understand, but Wu He knew what it meant. The long-winged bird was trying to say that the bird from Flaming River Castle might be small, but it was much quicker than them. Although the long-winged bird was unwilling, it had to obey its master, so it flapped its wings to head towards the king beast. They could see a cleared path passing through the forest. There was not a single person in sight. Not even a bird or animal. The king beast was indeed the top of the food chain. Every animal had run in the opposite direction. What kind of king beast is it? Wu He looked down curiously until he saw a patch of gray forest. Yep, it was gray-white. The long-winged bird was already shivering. Even if it was not going to encounter the king beast from high up in the air, it felt suffocated by the king beast's aura. It did not dare approach. Instead, circling the area, everything in front was completely gray-white. They've turned to rock? Wu He was shocked. This large patch of forest had turned to rock. As they flew around the rock forest, Wu He finally saw the king beast who had caused all this commotion. This king beast looked like a giant wriggling worm. It was not gray-white like the forest, but instead resembled molten rock. Wu He had been to a volcano before. That volcanic mouth had molten rock flowing out all year long. Not the bright red lava seen during an eruption, but a kind of molten gray. That was what the worm's color resembled. This place was not as scorching as the volcanic mouth though. While the weather was supposed to be warm, he felt an eerie chill as he approached the area, giving him goosebumps. Wu He did not approach, merely watching from afar. As the king beast wriggled across the ground, there was a huge rumbling. All the solidified objects, including trees and soils, were flattened into a smooth stone trail. There were even ridges on the path left behind by the wriggling movement. It seemed to move without hindrance at all. It went wherever it wanted. Could the flaming horns really stop it if it wanted to head towards Flaming River Trading Point? But Wu He was just here for fun. He just wanted to watch the show. He was even looking forward to the action if they fought. But the king beast did not seem like it was going to head towards the trading point. It wriggled around in circles, sometimes lifting half its body off the ground and spewing out stone powder. It had already flattened a huge area of the forest by now. The gray-white area expanded as it continued to move around. The forest was turning to stone at a rate fast enough to be detected by the naked eye. Wu He shuddered while the bird's flapping rhythm turned irregular. What is it even doing? Wu He could not discern the king beast's intentions. The long-winged bird cooed worriedly, though softly, as if it was afraid of being heard. It wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wait a little longer. I want to watch. Wu He was even more curious. There must be a reason for this king beast's sudden appearance, right? Was it looking for food, or something else? Wu He scanned the area around flattened forest and saw a short hill jutting out of the ground with a large hope on top. The beast must have come out from there. It came from under the ground, so that's why it appeared so suddenly. Wu He was muttering to himself when he suddenly saw 3 people running out of the black hole at the top of the mound. Yep, those are definitely people. Even though he was far away and could not see their faces, he was sure they were human. Who would be reckless enough to do this? He did not even dare get any closer, yet these people just came out of the tunnels. He came to a conclusion. They're definitely true warriors. This was his first time meeting anyone this bold. However, these people ran off as soon as they arrived, not even looking once at the king beast. The leader running in front paused for a moment when the wriggling king beast turned its head at the 3 people. But that was it. The king beast continued to wriggle around and the deafening rumbling continued. Changes happened to the 3 people as they ran off. He could not identify them by their clothing either because all 3 were covered in a layer of white stone dust. Was that what happened to anyone close to the king beast? True warriors indeed. He reiterated. Any slower, or if the king beast was closer to the hole, these 3 would not have escaped. The hardening of their bodies would have severely restricted their movement. Follow them. Wu He patted his long-winged bird. Coo. It sounded happy. We're finally leaving. Wu He watched as the 3 of them ran like the wind for a distance. Then, they turned around and ran in a different direction towards the trading point. The leader looked up at the sky. Wu He knew that he had been found out but did not feel guilty at all. even grinning at him. He was not sure if the leader saw him, but so what if they saw him? He was up in the sky. He felt so pleased with himself to be up in the sky looking down at them. They could not touch him. It felt good. He had his bird fly lower. He wanted to speak to the three dusty people. Before he spoke, the leader put a curved finger in his mouth and whistled. He raised an eyebrow. What was this about? Reinforcement? I'm not afraid of you. Before he finished, the long-winged bird cried loudly and turned around. Hey, what are you doing? Bad bird, you're flying in the wrong direction. He wanted the bird to continue following them but had a bad feeling and turned around. An eagle double his long-winged bird size was flying higher up in the sky in their direction. Run, run, urged Kuhi. He looked at the eagle coming after them and thought about the information he had previously received. Was this the Flaming Horn's giant mountain eagle? Chapter 680, King Beast Fire Seed. When Shashwan, Ao and Ta arrived at the Flaming River trading point, the place was already empty. The patrol team clearing the crowd almost attacked them, mistaking them for opportunistic thieves. Grand Elder and the rest are back, yelled Kuntu excitedly as he ran towards the Flaming River Castle. Duo King heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Shashwan had returned, no matter what happened, he felt more at peace with Shashwan around. Duo King, Zhengluo and the rest were shocked to see the three men's states. What happened to you all? Asked Zhengluo hurriedly. Let's not talk about it. It's all because of that King Stoneworm. Ta collapsed into a chair, chugging down water handed to him. This was his first time in such close proximity to a king beast. The worst fearsome beasts he met in the forest were far from this king beast. All three had a layer of dust on them. There were even patches of gray-white skin, and their clothes had turned gray too. These parts had all turned to stone. Everyone's chests tightened when they saw Ta shaking off a layer of stone from his arm. A patch of skin on his arm had turned to stone. At least it was not a large patch and had not extended into his flesh. The wound was not serious, but they were deeply uncomfortable watching blood flow from the places he shook off stone chips. If their hunt leader was injured, how long could they stand? Ta had the most severe injuries out of the rest. While Ta applied herbal medicine, Ao explained everything they learned and the conclusions they came to. They had sensed the King Stoneworm's location not long after reaching Flaming River. That tunnel had directly broken through the surface, but they were faced with a dilemma. With the King Stoneworm right outside the hole, should they retreat back or exit the hole? Ta and Ao wanted to rush out, but Shashwan stopped them. Thank goodness Ajwan stopped us. If we had rushed out then, we might not have returned in one piece, sighed Ao. They were not familiar with the King Stoneworm, hence they did not have a grasp of its abilities. While they knew that it was powerful, Ao and Ta were confident in their abilities to escape. Plus the King Stoneworm was not directly outside the hole. If it did not notice them, they would be able to leave quickly. After Shashwan stopped them, they found another opportunity to escape. That was when they realized how naive they were. Even if the King Stoneworm did not notice them, it could still turn them into stone. You mean we can't even get close to the King Stoneworm? Zhengluo furrowed his brows. If they could not even approach the worm, how could they fight it? Would they all turn to stone, like the trees in the forest? Let's not do anything first. I'll rest for a while and then head over to check again, said Shashwan. No one objected. He told him their initial plan. Ajwan, you mentioned we have the fire seed aura with us. We have quite many flaming horns in the trading area. If we all group together, we must produce a reasonable fire seed aura already. Do you think it'll at least intimidate the King Stoneworm? Asked He. Please don't, cried Shashwan immediately without even drinking his water. What? He did not understand. They all looked at him quizzically. He made sense. Wouldn't the fire seed intimidate the king beast? Shashwan thought for a moment. There is something like a fire seed on the King Stoneworm. How is that possible? The crowd gasped. The king beast was a beast. How could it have a fire seed? Then why hadn't they sensed it? Yes, but it's different from a tribe fire seed. More like animals have another kind of fire seed. I sensed it on the bat leader too, but the fire seed aura on the bat leader was definitely not as powerful as the King Stoneworm. explained Shashwan. He had already noticed this during their encounter with the Bat Leader at the 1,000-grain gold field. He finally understood what it was when he met the king beast. The unique fire seed aura on the animals was different from a tribe's fire seed. The fire seed belonged to themselves and it was not in its primitive form, rather merged into their blood. Based on his analysis of the Bat Leader and King Stoneworm, Shashwan guessed that the unique fire seed aura was shaped by the animal themselves. Did the ability of concentrating a fire seed's energy the reason for the formation of a king beast? Why were king beasts so much more powerful than other fearsome beasts? Who said fire seeds could not live within animals? That it was only restricted to humans? No one had known about it. Even past Shashwan had been in close contact with the Bat Leader, the king Stoneworm, and even fought the salt beast. However, he had not been able to tell the difference. After bringing Zhengluo and the rest across the ocean and merging with the fire seed, his abilities improved a lot, especially the shell of light around the totemic flames in his mind. He was more experienced in wielding the other special power in his body. Shashwan also knew that he could withstand strong repulsion from other tribal fire seeds and sense things other people could not likely due to this special power. He did not know what it was, but it was real. There was indeed a fire seed within the king Stoneworm. It was the king belonging to animals. This fire seed could disperse and concentrate. Any fearsome beast who could concentrate this power became kings. The Bat Leader did not have an obvious fire seed aura, rather a faint similar kind. That was why it was counted only as a half-king, ranked above fearsome beasts but beneath the king beast. If it could truly solidify the fire seed energy within it one day, that would be the day it became king. Although Al and the rest did not understand why Shashwan would say that, he did not look like he was joking, and he would not speak recklessly on this subject either. If there really is a fire seed within the king Stoneworm, then with us radiating our own fire seed aura, will it provoke the king Stoneworm? Asked Duo Kang. Most fire seeds repelled each other. If this could anger the king Stoneworm, then it was not a good idea. We'll talk about this after I go check the place again. Shashwan had regained his breath. He did not shake off the layer of stone powder on his skin, leaving just like that towards the king Stoneworm again. Zhengluo and Gui he followed a distance away from Shashwan so they could save him if needed. Another was to see how the king Stoneworm looked like. He approached the king Stoneworm. In truth, he had not told them everything. When he sensed the king Stoneworm's fire seed aura, he could also read its feelings. Just like the totemic flames in Shashwan's mind, it changed according to the warrior's own emotions. The king Stoneworm did not have totemic flames, but the fluctuations in its aura were in accordance with its emotions. Other people might be able to sense its fire seed but not return in one piece due to the repulsion between both fire seeds. However, Shashwan had a different type of energy within him. When he escaped out of the hill with Ta and Ao, he had paused because he sensed the change in the king Stoneworm's aura. Their fire seeds had not repelled each other. The three of them had done their best to hide and repress their totemic energies and flaming horn auras while escaping from the king Stoneworm. Although this affected their speed, it was safer. At the time, the king Stoneworm had lifted half its body off the ground. It might not have sensed the three people, instead it could have sensed the other kind of power in Shashwan because Shashwan did not feel any repulsion due to the fire seeds. Instead, its emotions seemed to have fluctuated like the happy kind of excitement. However, after Shashwan completely suppressed his energy, the king Stoneworm paid them no attention. To confirm this guess, Shashwan had Zhengluo and Gui he stay far away before he approached the king Stoneworm. He hid at a spot not in the direction of the trading point. That way, if the king Stoneworm was triggered and he had to run, the king Stoneworm would not chase him in the direction of the trading point. Standing behind a still green tree, Shashwan looked towards the spot where the rumbling sound came from. The king Stoneworm was wriggling around aimlessly. The gray area had expanded substantially since the three of them left. When its back was towards Shashwan, he repressed his totemic powers to minimize any aura from his flaming horn fire seed. At the same time, He tried to activate the other kind of energy within him. This was a skill he learned while practicing to wield the ancestral bone ornaments. The two kinds of energies within him did not repel each other. Instead, this special energy even supported the totemic energy in his bloodstream. His unique totemic power awakening process, the successful carving, the ability to wield the ancestral bone ornaments, the ability to absorb fire crystals before merging with the fire seed were all due to this special energy. Being able to control this power had greatly improved his abilities. Calming his mind, he slowly activated this other power. Within his consciousness, the totemic flames did not change, but the outer light shell started to brighten. It flashed, and with every blink, it brightened. Guihe and Xingluo did not know what Shashwan was doing. All they saw was Shashwan standing behind a tree, unmoving and with his eyes closed. Why was he closing his eyes at a moment like this instead of watching the king stoneworm? Very soon, the deafening rumbling stopped abruptly. The wriggling worm raised half its body in the air. The king stoneworm was gigantic and had no legs, its body in segmented rings. It had no hard armor or scary spines, looking absolutely harmless. However, this beast could send chills down your spine and make you lose all courage to fight. Then it turned towards them. Guihe and Xingluo did not see any eyes on its head. It had only lifted half its body slightly, but its head was already above the tallest tree in this part of the forest. In the sky, the long-winged bird that had finally shaken Cha-Cha off stopped. Wu-He looked over. He was too far for a clear view but could still see the shape of the worm. What's going on? Why did the king stoneworm stop? And it looked like it was looking around. Wu-He could not stand it any longer. He looked around, then upon confirming that the eagle was not there, he patted the long-winged bird. Go there. Coo. The bird cooed softly, obviously unwilling. We just escaped and now we're going back? That eagle is still nearby. It'll come kill us. Just go. Be careful though. Something must have happened. His intuition told him that something had happened. Was the king beast actually going towards the flaming horns? Wu-He did not want to miss this show. No matter how unwilling the bird was, it still obeyed its master and carefully flew towards it. At the stone forest, the king stoneworm slowly circled its head around, scanning its surroundings and finally confirming where Shashwan was. Rumble. The gigantic body moved once again, now with more urgency and much faster. When Xingluo and Guihe, who were in hiding, saw that it was heading towards Shashwan, they panicked and whistled a few times to remind him. Shashwan did not open his eyes but gestured at them, implying he knew that the king stoneworm was coming. The gray-white area expanded in Shashwan's direction. As it approached him, Shashwan moved in the direction opposite to the trading area. If anything happened, it would not disturb the trading area. As Shashwan moved, the king stoneworm followed, this time even faster. Although it was gigantic and was surrounded by boulders and forests, nothing could stop it. Even Shashwan had to avoid obstacles as he ran, while this worm merely traveled in a straight line. What is he doing? Wu-He was very confused as he watched the situation unfold. He naturally recognized the person running in front of the king stoneworm. That was the person who called the eagle over. He was a flaming horn. However, this person had escaped, so why did he return? And why is the king stoneworm following him? Chapter 681, Petrified Water. If they could not defeat the king stoneworm, directing it away was a good solution. However, they must lead it far enough away. One person was baiting it away while the rest weren't moving. Were the flaming horns sacrificing one guy to protect the rest? Wu-He speculated as he watched from above. At this moment, Shashwan twisted and turned in the forest, his full focus on the king stoneworm behind. It followed him wherever he went. However, it merely followed Shashwan's location in a straight line. Even if there was a mountain in front, it would have rammed right through it. The king stoneworm left behind a ridged stone trail wherever it went while surrounding trees turned gray. It left a pencil-straight tunnel when passing through mountains like the tunnels in its old nest. Moving around here was as easy as a beast walking through a meadow. The rumbling became softer when it trickled through an entire mountain compared to moving on the ground. Shashwan observed the fire seed aura from the king stoneworm and its fluctuations to guess its emotions. He realized that the fluctuations were not huge and could be described as simple, other than joy and a little excitement. He did not sense anything else. Shashwan was not sure if it was due to his own limitations or this king stoneworm just did not experience complex emotions. He believed it was the latter. Not having complex emotions was not good news either. Shashwan had no way of guessing what it wanted to do, what it desired and what its goals were. All he could do was experiment and guess. At least the king stoneworm had not shown signs of negative emotion yet. There was even a hint of friendliness there in its excitement. This did not mean the king stoneworm would not attack Shashwan. It just meant it might treat Shashwan as someone of the same species, just like how the bat leader treated Shashwan as one of its own. The difference was that while the bat leader did not attack Shashwan, this worm could not control its powers. If they got closer to each other, Shashwan would be turned to stone. Zhengluo and Gui he guessed that Shashwan was leading the worm away, but how far did he have to lead it to consider it a safe distance, and how would he shake the king stoneworm off afterwards? Cha-Cha's here too. Gui he looked up and was more at peace to see Cha-Cha following them. That's good, that's good. Zhengluo was less stressed too. They just had to lure the king stoneworm away, then Cha-Cha could bring Shashwan back. The worm could not fly, what could it do? After that, Gui he took out a strip of cloth and a stick of pigment to write a note. Then, he called his snow falcon over and had it bring the note back to the trading point. The white bird flew off towards the trading point, ignoring the long-winged bird in the sky. Duo King and the rest were waiting anxiously at the trading point. It had been a long time since Shashwan left and the king beast did not seem to be close by. All they could do was pace around, unable to sit. Alas, they saw the snow falcon flying over. Ow, who was resting on the floor, leapt to take the note tied to its leg. What does it say? Duo King and Ta rushed over. It's Gui he says that Shashwan has lured the king beast away. I'll read the note aloud. Lured the king beast away? Duo King was confused. Can you lure a king beast away just like that? If it is that easy, why is everyone so afraid? At the salt mines, the salt beast acted completely according to its own whims and ignored everything else. The king stoneworm should not be lured away this easily. However, this was Shashwan. It was possible. Luring it away is a good thing, said Ta. After the encounter with the king stoneworm, he did not want to fight it. Fighting a king beast would require huge effort and the outcome might not even be good. Very soon, news of their grand elder luring the king beast away spread across the trading area. There were not many people anyway, so it was reasonable. Lured it away? The Flaming Horn tribesmen cheered. The other people who stayed looked disappointed. They were prepared to die gloriously, even promising the Flaming Horns that they would help fight the beast when it arrived. But now it wasn't coming anymore. What was the point of staying behind then? The future was dark. No way. I'm leaving. Someone suddenly broke out of the crowd. The patrol team had just started to relax upon receiving news. Although the 3 gates were closed, the fences were not useful against a person good at climbing. This person was agile enough to climb over. Since it was unreasonable for the patrol team to chase after one person in this situation, they let him be. A few more people escaped too. The rest thought about leaving too, complaining that they wanted to see the king beast. They were beaten up by the guards. The Flaming Horns did not want a riot just because of a few people. Duo King furrowed his brows, worried these people who escaped might disturb Shashwan. He then chased after them with a group of guards. If he found them interfering with Shashwan's work, he would kill them immediately. Master, is the king beast really gone? Asked Grasshopper carefully, looking in a direction anxiously. Wouldn't you feel it if it truly was lured far away? So, not yet. Yeezy looked at the row of spines on Grasshopper's back. When he was afraid, the spines on his back would stand up. Most of it had already retracted, but the row of spines along his backbone were still standing. Grasshopper might not be bright, but he had beast blood in him, so he had sharp senses. Even if his brain could not process the situation, He had an animal-like instinct. Grasshopper touched the spines on his back, then dumbly grunted. He was extremely afraid of this king beast compared to the rest, almost wetting himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shashwan was indeed intending to lure the king Stoneworm away. Since the worm was following him, his guesses were also confirmed. But where should he lead it to? Upstream, downstream, or towards the central plains? If he led it there, Flaming Horn would make too many enemies. Many people knew about this incident and they would not be able to cover this up. It was not a good choice. Theoretically, leading it somewhere with fewer people was the best. There were fewer people upstream. Rain Tribe was a little upstream from Flaming Horn, so he must lure it away from the few small tribes in the area. Shashwan saw a river ahead, which was a stream leading to the Flaming River. It was not large and 2 green boulders on the riverbed could be seen during the driest seasons. These 2 boulders were currently submerged. Shashwan wanted to travel along this river but thought about it and gave up. He snapped a tree as thick as 3 people in half, then tossed the trunk into the river. He bent his knees and sprang outwards, landing on the floating tree trunks. He then leapt again and landed on the other side of the river. This river was only about 10 meters wide. With his abilities and the tree trunk, he crossed it easily. However, the king Stoneworm would not be able to replicate this. Shashwan knew if could pass through physical obstacles. What about a river? Would it swim through or dig underground to cross the river? Shashwan ran a distance forward and then turned around. The king Stoneworm had stopped by the river. It looked at the water, then at Shashwan, thinking of a way to cross. Shashwan did not feel a large fluctuation in its emotion. Perhaps this minor inconvenience was nothing. Just as he made a guess about how it would cross, the king Stoneworm started to move. It did not go underground, instead traveling forward as if the river did not exist. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks that sounded like water turning into ice sounded. Shashwan watched as the river water turned as solid around the king Stoneworm, expanding outwards, but it was not ice, rather a gray-white color like the rest of the forest. The water was turning to stone. The king Stoneworm wriggled ahead as usual, but beneath it was a stone trail like continuous tracks laid out for this insistent train. All it had to do was charge forward. Taking a deep breath, Shashwan turned to run when it was about to cross the river. This time, he turned in the shape of a U and then returned to the same river. Using the same method with the tree trunk, he crossed it. The king Stoneworm crossed the river like before, leaving behind a stone trail. Shashwan had an idea. The group of people following behind, clamoring to catch a glimpse of the king beast, were shocked to see Shashwan leading the king beast back. Chapter 682. The Flaming Horn Tribe's intentions. What's going on? Why is he turning back? What are they doing? The people who rushed over to see the king beast finally caught a glimpse and felt like running away was best. No one dared get any closer. Although they were not in the danger zone, they could feel the terrifying, oppressive aura. They had been shaken to the core seeing the petrified forests along the way. One glimpse was enough. All they wanted was to keep a safe distance. When they saw the king beast that was supposed to be lured away heading towards them, they ran instantly. When Shashwan was running back, he called Guihi over for a few quick words, then brought the king beast in a circle to buy Guihi time to inform the people at the Flaming River Castle. No one knew what they spoke about as they were too far away. They did not know what was going to happen. Shashwan continued leading the king beast around while Guihi quickly headed towards the Flaming River Castle. Shashwan wanted Guihi to tell the people at the castle that he would be bringing the king beast towards Flaming River and might get close to the Flaming River Castle. He wanted them to prepare themselves and suppress their fire sea doors to avoid detection. In the event of accidentally triggering the king beast, if it headed towards the castle, everyone must retreat. They could always rebuild the castle. Fighting a king beast was not ideal. Plus Shashwan now understood the king Stoneworm a little more after leading it around. Although it was just a surface level understanding, he was sure this king Stoneworm was as strong as the salt beast. Perhaps the salt beast might even lose to it if they met each other. Luring this king beast away was merely a temporary solution. No one knew when it would return. The only long-term solution was to bring it back to its nest. Perhaps it could not find its way back. That was Shashwan's guess, but what if he was wrong, and the king stoneworm had no intentions to return to its nest? Then luring it to the forest filled with fearsome beasts might be a solution, better than leaving it near the flaming river. There were many tribes here and none had the confidence to kill it. Could they hope for all the tribes to work together to defeat the king stoneworm? This was likely to backfire, ending with everyone blaming Flaming Horn for the outcome. If the king stoneworm did not fear water, why not lead it to the place it should be? That was Shashwan's conclusion. He sent his message to the trading area, even getting the Snow Falcon to bring a note to the main village so both sides were on guard just in case. They must be absolutely prepared in the face of a king beast. After running in a few circles, Shashwan looked up to see his Snow Falcon pass by and understood that they were prepared. He turned and no longer turned, instead heading to Flaming River. The king stoneworm seemed dumb enough too. Shashwan was obviously bringing it in circles and it had followed him consistently without much emotional fluctuation. The salt beast would have raged already. It looked like not every king beast had the same intelligence. Nature was all about balance. If this animal could become a king beast, yet it was not intelligence, then it must be very naturally talented. Just like the beastman slave Yisi had, Grasshopper was not intelligent but still a terrifying figure just from his strength. Admittedly, this worm was extremely powerful. Letting it loose here would just wreak havoc. Within the Flaming River Castle, the Flaming Horns were briefed by their leaders about their next plan. Sensing the change in the Flaming Horns' mood, Yisi was puzzled. Even though he could calculate the probability of something happening based on detailed observation, he had too little information here. He saw that the Flaming Horns must have a solution but did not know what it was. Then, he heard a chattering sound. He turned to see Grasshopper curled in a ball, his teeth chattering. All the spines previously retracted were now standing straight on his back. This meant the king beast was approaching. Didn't they lure it away just now? Why would it be approaching? Very soon, not just Grasshopper sensed the king beast. Everyone in the castle could sense its location. What is it? Is the king beast here? The people who were blocked from leaving craned their necks excitedly. When the houses in front were blocking their view, they leapt to the roof of the tallest house to look beyond the walls around the trading point. However, their view was still blocked by the forest outside, so they focused their attention on the two towers by one of the gates. All the Flaming Horns wanted was for this rowdy bunch to quiet down, but they were curious too. Ta, who was well rested, brought a group up the tower by the gates for a better view. The trading point had 3 gates but Shashwan was only going to pass by one. Rumble. Dash. Ta's face changed. It's here. That was the sound made by the wriggling king stoneworm. Although the sound was faint, his muscles tensed up involuntarily and sweat sprouted from his forehead. He remembered the helplessness when the beast was nearby, the feeling of turning into stone. How could he calm down? Everyone grew anxious when they saw Ta's state. The outsiders complaining about seeing the king beast quietened down, their eyes locked in one direction. Unblinking, they clenched their sweaty palms. They heard the rumbling too. They might want to see the beast but they were also afraid. The brazen courage from before was replaced with uncontrollable fear. The smell of stone dust lingered in the air. The forest was dead silent, as if every living thing had been strangled. The rumbling sound grew closer. The people on the tower by the gate and on the castle could see a gray line approaching from far in the forest, towards the Flaming River. That's the king beast? Whispered someone. They did not need to be reminded to keep quiet. Although the king beast was far away, they instinctively lowered their voices. That's where the king stoneworm is. Everything around it turns to stone, including trees and even people. Everything turns to stone. Ta's tone was flat but they saw the fear and caution in his eyes as he looked out at the king stoneworm. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Even if they were far away, the Flaming Horns had painted them a good picture. Someone gulped and stuttered. TT, that's impressive. Nonsense, it's TT the king beast. How could it not be? Another guy forced himself to look calm but his stuttering exposed his anxiety. These people rarely met regular fearsome beasts. Their terror was unimaginable in the face of a king beast. Very soon, their attention turned from the king beast to the flaming horns. "Wasn't it lured away already? Why are you luring it back?" asked Yi Si. He was the calmest non-flaming horn now. Ta eyed him. "We have our reasons." He did not elaborate. In reality, he was not confident in this plan either. Shashwan's plan was insane. He would not have done it if it were up to him. But after a lot of thought, he realized this might be the best plan. "Just wait and see," said Ta dryly, who was in the mood for conversation now. Although the king beast was not heading directly towards them, its route passed through a forest not far away. Everyone could see the green trees turning to gray stone. The ones who previously could not clearly imagine the king beasts felt their knees give out, their backs drenched in sweat, their lips moving but no words came out. All they could do was stare with widened eyes, their faces twitching pathetically. Rumble. The deafening rumbling shook them to their core. Everyone seemed to hold their breaths. They could not see Shashwan or the King Stoneworm, for it was all a blur amongst the gray stone forest, but they would never forget the large, expanding patch of gray in front of them. So this was a king beast. Those who complained about wanting to see the beast felt like they had been too naive, but no one would mock them now. All eyes fixated on the expanding gray patch until the rumbling slowly faded. They only snapped back to reality when the king Stoneworm had passed by and headed towards Flaming River. "You all stay here, I'll go check." Ta ran down the tower and ran towards the river. Now that the trading area was temporarily safe, he had to go check the other side. Chapter 683, The Bridge Connecting Two Lands. At this moment, other than the people at the Flaming River trading point, a portion of the travelers who were supposed to leave was also keeping an eye on the king beast's movements. How many of these people who left first truly planned to leave anyway? How many planned to hide and then rob the trading area and it was vulnerable? The Flaming Horns had a lot of good stuff and they were jealous. Usually, they did not dare steal anything in fear of the Flaming Horns. Wasn't this a great opportunity? They must take advantage of this situation, or how would they ever live with themselves? Although it was risky, this risk was necessary for great reward. However, the situation did not go as imagined and they still could not attack. The travel groups who truly left the trading point also sent scouts to keep an eye on the surroundings. Although there was a delay in the information chain, they still knew the general situation at the trading point. Meanwhile, Shashwan had no time to care about everyone's feelings. His focus was on the king Stoneworm behind, confirming that it was still following him. After passing through the forest, Flaming River was just ahead. Perhaps sensing the king beast's presence, the usually active piranhas in the river had disappeared far away. Still running, Shashwan took a deep breath and whistled. Cha-cha, who had been following them in the air, dove immediately. Shashwan grabbed one talon and was brought away from the riverbank across the river. This was the most important part of the plan. The king Stoneworm's next move determined the success of this plan. Within the forest, Guihi and the rest of the people watched anxiously, not daring to breathe as they prayed silently. "May the ancestors protect us." This was not the small stream from before. The Flaming River was hundreds of meters wide, almost 1,000. How was the king Stoneworm going to cross this gigantic river? Actually, Shashwan also had other plans if this did not work. They could take another route. It was not a must to follow this route. However, it was best if the Stoneworm could cross the river. It did not matter how the king Stoneworm crossed the river. Would it cross directly on the surface or dig underground? Or, Shashwan looked at the king Stoneworm that stopped by the river bank, one arm grabbing Cha-Cha's talon. Come quick, this way!" Shashwan screamed in his heart. Within his consciousness, the light shell around the Flaming Horn's totemic flames shone brighter. The king Stoneworm lifted the front half of its body, as if wanting to survey the situation in front of it. The people hiding in the forest only had a partial view. They only saw its gigantic head that was already far taller than the tallest tree here. No one could miss it. To the king Stoneworm, in the face of such foreign surroundings, it naturally wanted to follow this energy similar to its own fire seed aura. However, the riverbank caused it to halt for a moment. Just a moment. Soon, the river surface around it turned gray and it lowered its head, wriggling ahead once more. All the water where it touched turned to stone with clear lines that resemble flowing water, maintaining the ripples on the surface formed from the gentle breeze blowing. However, as the king stoneworm wriggled along, the ripples were flattened and replaced with the iconic ridges. Crack crack crack, stone extended across the river surface, with the king stoneworm as the origin point. However, compared to the large-scale petrification at the forest, the petrification was more concentrated to the space on both sides of the king stoneworm. Its entire body was now on the river surface. Shashwan took a deep breath, happy with this outcome. His plan was going smoothly. The king stoneworm did not sink, nor did it burrow underground. It was crossing mightily across the river. Nothing could stop it. Nothing, even a 1,000-meter-wide river could not. Something humans could never achieve was done so effortlessly by a worm. This was the power of a king beast. It lived up to its name indeed, king. As it ambled forward, Shashwan had Cha-Cha bring him to the other side of the river. They controlled their speed and direction, never straying away from the route and maintaining a fixed distance. This was the only beginning. A pencil-straight bridge materialized right before everyone's eyes as the gigantic worm inched forward. In the air, Wu was still watching. He almost fell off his long-winged bird when he watched the worm cross the river. He. Indeed, so that's what he is trying to do. They're making a king beast do their dirty work for them. How did he even come up with this idea? A bunch of madmen. Not just Wu's jaw dropped. Other outsiders and flaming horns, including Duo Kang, were stunned as they rubbed their eyes and slapped their heads. They had to make sure they were not hallucinating from fatigue. Although they knew of Shashwan's plans, they did not expect this. A stone bridge was slowly forming across the flaming river. It could even turn water to stone. At the same time, they wondered how this heavy king beast could travel across the surface. Even if it could petrify water, the rock layer might not be able to support its weight, unless the stone layer had already reached the riverbed, forming a stone bridge cutting the river in half. That's not possible. The flaming river is very deep. How could it be cut off that easily? And the currents did not look like they had been cut off either. So is the bridge floating then? But how was it supporting such a large beast? But how can stone float? Everything was against logic, driving everyone insane. This is unbelievable. They thought the flaming horns would lure the king beast away, but now it was back and crossing the river. They finally understood why. These flaming horns were cunning. If the flaming horns knew what they thought, they would say it was all the Grand Elder's idea. They were just following instructions. They were as shocked as everyone else. At the top of Flaming River Tower, Ao and a group of flaming horns watched the king stoneworm. However, as Shashwan flew further, they faded from view. Ao held a telescope, watching the flaming river with the occasional comment, How is that possible? I can't believe this. So Ajuan was planning to do this. Everyone scratched their heads, fixing their gaze on Ao as they thought to themselves, Elder Ao, can you describe the situation or something? Or at least pass the telescope around. If their former chief was this shocked, then the situation must have exceeded his expectation. Everyone could not wait to run to the river on their own, but they must guard this place, especially the castle. They must not let anyone steal from them during this critical time. Unfortunately, Ao was too distracted and did not realize how everyone felt. He did not intend to share the telescope at all. The rock forming on both sides of the king stoneworm was at least 7 to 8 meters, adding the worm's own width. The stone bridge was on average at least 20 meters wide. If they wanted to build this bridge across the river, even if they had technology more advanced than what they had right now, it still would not be an easy task. This bridge did not have any piers. It looked very stable too. The king stoneworm continued to wriggle forward at a constant speed. Very good. The risk was worth it. Shashwan watched the gray bridge form with excitement. He could not wait to go check its sturdiness. He let out a long exhale. There was time. He could check after everything was settled. Shashwan had made preparations, but everything was going perfectly along the best route. He had underestimated the king stoneworm, although it was a little dumb. Its mighty abilities were undeniable. 1/5, 1/3, half, 2/3. The miraculous bridge was almost finished. Everyone stared at the surface of the river, not daring to blink so they would not miss anything important. They were grateful for coming To be able to witness such a miracle, a strong gust of wind blew. Waves crashed into the long stone bridge behind the king stoneworm. Crash! The waves turned into splashes. Despite the waves, the stone bridge above the surface of the water did not move, as if proving to the world its sturdiness. Chapter 684. The king worm's return to his mountain. The people at the Flaming Horn headquarters were also aware of the situation there, and many soldiers on patrol also hid around the area as they waited for Guihe's orders. They stayed a safe distance away from where the king stoneworm was returning. If they were too close, they would risk turning into stone. Everyone kept their breaths shallow and tried their best to stay as non-existent as they could. All they needed to do now was to stay alert and not make any careless moves or reveal themselves earlier than they were told. On the other side, Copw had already brought Shashwan down onto the river bank. After they descended, they noticed that the king stoneworm was still following tightly behind them, so they didn't stay there. They lifted off once again and set off for the forest. The king stoneworm finally hesitated for a moment after it reached the other side, but not long after, it continued to chase after Shashwan. The long stone bridge that extended across the flaming river and continued to lengthen as the king worm moved. A road of stone trailed behind as it moved. Along the river bank, trees, flowers, and grass in the area all turned into a grayish-white color. After it landed on the shore, the stoneworm king worm moved the same way as before, the way it was accustomed to travel on land. The rumbling noises continued, but it didn't turn around even once to glance at the long bridge behind it. It did not care at all about the terrifying damage it had done to its surroundings. Perhaps this was insignificant to it. It was merely following Shashwan's tracks. The patrolling soldiers who were hiding in the forest at the Flaming Horn headquarters also saw the worm leave. They only heaved a sigh of relief after he had left. They were all terrified when they saw what happened to the surface of the river. They left? Yes, it already left with our Grand Elder. It probably won't turn back. What was that on the river's surface? The thing that the stoneworm king worm made. That. It's probably a bridge. I heard the Grand Elder and other people mention it, but the Grand Elder said our ability was limited, so we never built one, someone said. So we have a bridge now? That one? Another person pointed on the grayish-white bridge on the surface of the flaming river. Probably. Should we try walking across it? Let's not. We should wait till the Grand Elder and Chief are back. Wei tried to stop the people who were trying to go there. Hey, leader, look over there. Someone's coming. The person behind Wei shouted while pointing at the other shore. Wei looked over. There were indeed people who stepped onto the long grayish-white bridge. It looks like Hunt Leader Duo Kang. Oh, Hunt Leader Ta is there too. Elder Zhengluo and the chief are all there. Filled with curiosity, Duo Kang had brought a few other people across the new bridge on the flaming river. They followed tightly behind Guihe and Zhengluo, and also Ta, who had just arrived from the trading point. The king stoneworm hesitated at a location while it was crossing the river, so where it hesitated, the stone bridge was slightly wider. Guihe stepped on the hardened grass beneath him. The petrified grass here was a little harder than the ones in the forest. He could still hear a crisp cracking sound when he stepped on the ones in the forest, but here, the stones were harder to crush and it required more strength to break apart even a single tuft. Should we go take a look? Zhengluo suggested. We can try. Ta was a little expectant as well. Then let's go. Guihe was the current chief, so he walked in front and led the team across the stone bridge. Even the king stoneworm could travel steadily across this bridge. Their combined weight was lighter than the king stoneworm, so they reckoned there wouldn't be a problem. Guihe, Zhengluo, Duo Kang, and Ta stepped onto the newly formed bridge. Behind them, Duo Kang also led a team of Flaming Horn warriors across. To them, this was an entirely new experience. After Guihe stepped on the bridge, he tried to put some more pressure on his toes to test the quality of the bridge. It was much harder than he anticipated. It was hard and very sturdy. If it could hold the weight of a king stoneworm, it wouldn't easily be trampled broken. After the first step, the second and third step felt much easier. At first, they were all nervous and doubtful, but after they walked for about 10 meters, they became much more relaxed. It works. They could actually walk on water. The people who were on the stone bridge felt the sturdy stone bridge underneath them, and also the waves that were lapping from both sides. They inhaled deeply. Water splattered onto them as the waves came into contact with the bridge from both sides. The waves washed away a layer of powdered stone that trailed behind the stone worm. The stone powder was the dust that the king stone worm dragged along as it squirmed across the river. Its body was not at all suffering from petrification. Thus, as the waves splashed, the powder mixed in with the stones. The faces of the people who were walking across were splashed with grayish-white mud brightened. They just wiped away the mud and let laughter take over them. To the flaming horns, this bridge made their lives more convenient. After all, there were still problems ships could not solve, and they didn't have enough giant mountain eagles to carry things across. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as convenient. Now that they had a long bridge that extended across the river, then all their work would become so much easier. They could transport items across the river any time they wished between the trading point and their headquarters. They no longer had to care about anything that stood in their way. With both sides of the flaming river connected, people who couldn't embark on ships across the flaming river could now easily come across from the other side. This bridge connected both shores of the flaming river. Less than 30 flaming horns crossed this bridge, yet they caught the attention of more than 100 pairs of eyes. Wu-He, who was still in the sky, the people from other tribes who were still hiding in the forest behind them, as well as the patrolling soldiers at the flaming horn headquarters, were all observing them from where they were. They watched with amazement as these people walked across the bridge from one end to the other. They crossed it. Someone from another tribe's expedition team said as he saw the situation. His tone was filled with surprise as he watched the team of flaming horns walk across the stone bridge. I want to walk across it too, but that's the flaming horns' territory. Another person stared unblinkingly at Wu-He's group from behind a tree. Some bolder people walked out from the forest and approached the stone bridge, but they still didn't dare step on it. In their view, this was made by the flaming horns, so it definitely belonged to them. If they didn't have the flaming horns' approval and stepped onto the bridge, it would be considered as trespassing and provocation. They were also scared after the king beasts incident. It was better to stay cautious. However, they couldn't hold back their curiosity when they saw the bridge so close to them. Some people ran over quickly and stepped on the bridge, and then dashed away to hide in the woods. At least their curiosity was sated. The others also saw those people who quickly disappeared into the woods, and looked over again at the bridge near them, gritting their teeth. They also took a few steps forward and stepped on the bridge. They hurried and ran away as soon as they landed a step on the bridge. In the sky, Wu-He, who was sitting on the back of the long-winged bird, looked at the group of flaming horns as they successfully walked from one end of the bridge to the other. He knew that if he came across any other Changlas in the future, he would certainly brag about it to them. It was not easy for him to witness a miracle like this. He made the bold decision to stay at a crucial moment. If he had decided to leave back then and heard it later from another's mouth, he would certainly regret his decision. Regardless of what everyone else was thinking, Shashwan kept luring the king Stoneworm, leading him back into the forest. The king Stoneworm never bothered to rest while it chased after Shashwan. As long as it was still following him, he could not stop. He had to keep heading towards the king worm's cave. However, the king Stoneworm slowed down quite a lot after it reached this side of the river. It probably used up too much energy from crossing the river. To the worm, squirming on the ground was much harder compared to underground. Stoneworms ate stones, but Shashwan was not sure what the king Stoneworm ate. Regardless whether it was stone or earth, or even some stone that no one knew about deep underground, they were all underground. It was used to moving underground, so that was why it didn't feel as comfortable traveling above ground. That was why the king worm drilled into the ground as soon as it reached the other shore. Of course, it was still following Shashwan, so it didn't drill down too deep. It still stayed close to the surface as it followed Shashwan. This allowed the worm to detect Shashwan's presence. After the king worm drilled into the ground, not all of the grass and wood became petrified. If they shoveled away a layer of grass on the surface, Then they could see the petrified soil. This was probably because the king worm used up most of its energy when it crossed the river and also when it traveled across the entire area. Its petrification power had weakened greatly. Shashwan could sense where the king worm was, so he didn't stop to rest. He led the king worm into the forest, and his plan was working as expected. So this was a good sign. Even though the king worm no longer petrified everything on land, its energy was enough to scare away all types of beasts nearby. All of the fearsome beasts hurriedly left the area when they sensed that the king beast was approaching, and this also made Shashwan's travel a lot more convenient. Without any fearsome beasts in his way, Shashwan could smoothly head toward his destination. This was not a short route, and it was already close to sunset when they crossed the river. Even as the sunset and the night descended on them, Shashwan was still quite far from the king worm's nest. He had to continue his travel in the night time. Luckily, he still had his special vision so he could travel at the same speed even during the night time. Usually when a hunting team is in the forest, they would consider their members' ability and the fearsome beasts that were in the area and decide whether they should go around a place or keep going straight. However, Shashwan was the only one here and there was also a king beast behind him, so no other fearsome beasts dared to attack Shashwan. That was why Shashwan boldly chose the shortest route. Shashwan could finally see the high mountain when the daylight dawned upon them. The king worm suddenly increased its speed and appeared to be overly excited because it was familiar with the scent all around it. It couldn't hold back its energy, and as it moved, everything on land around it turned into stone and the area widened. The king stoneworm was still traveling underground. It didn't emerge but drilled down even deeper. Shashwan could feel the king worm drifting away from him. The gray area on ground no longer widened, so Shashwan also retrieved his energy. He was already finished with his duty. Roar, roar, dash, chirp, dash. In the high mountain, all types of fierce beasts roared continuously. All the beasts that had moved into the king worm's nest during the time it had left suddenly felt terrified by the beast's return. All of them were trying to escape the cave. The king of the mountain had returned. How could they still have the guts to stay in the mountain? Chapter 685, The Giant Bridge of the Flaming River. After Shashwan rested beside the king stoneworm's nest for about an hour, he hunted a fearsome beast and shared the food with Cha-Cha. Most of the other fearsome beasts had departed because the king worm returned. For now, most of them wouldn't stay close to the area, so Shashwan wouldn't encounter any problems here. Not long after the king worm returned to his cave, the worst had passed. Everything returned to its initial peaceful state. No one saw the king worm leave its cave again. Shashwan could feel the king worm's presence under the mountain. He could also tell that it was feeling quite well. Its emotions were still the same as before, free from unpredictable fluctuations, but Shashwan could guess that he was quite excited to be back. Was he really lost? A fool with no sense of direction. It couldn't even tell the direction and didn't know how to return to its cave, so it could only follow its gut feeling. Who would have thought that he would run so far away? How foolish. Even though this worm was so stupid, its mere strength was enough to scare away countless humans and beasts. If Shashwan didn't lead it back to its cave, it would have caused quite a big trouble in the area. It didn't care which area would suffer from its petrification. It only stayed wherever it felt like staying. With its IQ, it wouldn't consider too many factors and it didn't have many complicated thoughts. It was purely because of this that people could not predict what this worm would do if it decided to act recklessly. But the good thing was, everything was over. The leader bat that was staying at the Flaming Horn headquarters probably also returned to his cave. Shashwan suddenly felt a burning curiosity as he recalled the newly built bridge across the Flaming River. A bridge, one that was over hundreds of meters long. He wondered if the bridge met the standards of his expectations. As he thought about this, he couldn't wait any longer. His body recovered after he finished eating the fearsome beast meat. Watching the colorful clouds appear in the sky, Shashwan stood up and put out the pile of fire. He cleaned up his traces and prepared to return. On his way back, he met Duo King and the others who followed him over. After the bridge was built, Duo King brought a group of people and followed Shashwan's tracks. They thought Shashwan needed help, so they went to help. but Shashwan was already finished with the business. The King's Stoneworm already returned? Duo King asked. He returned to his cave. He probably won't come out anymore unless there is another disaster, Shashwan said. Good to hear, good to hear. Duo King expressed his feelings of approval. They didn't want to face any king beasts. The King's Stoneworm seemed even stronger than the salt beast they had encountered before. It was so powerful that it could even turn water into stone. They wouldn't even stand a chance if they had to battle it. Everyone finally felt at ease when they found out that the king beast was no longer a threat to their tribe. In the meantime, Duo King told Shashwan about how they crossed the bridge. It actually works. We all walked across that, bridge. Yes, we walked across that bridge. It didn't sink downward at all and was as sturdy as land. Duo King spoke enthusiastically. The bridges he knew were all made from giant pieces of wood. Back when they were on the other side of the sea, there was also a bridge made from a giant tree trunk on the human-made river in the outer region of their tribe. But now, seeing this bridge, he finally understood that a bridge could mean something even bigger. So, a bridge could actually look like this. It turns out a bridge could actually be built across such a long distance. This was a breakthrough in their thinking. Back in the days of the disaster, when the tribes came over here on wooden rafts, Shashwan had also mentioned about building a bridge, but not everyone agreed to his idea. They thought that it was unnecessary and impossible. But now it actually became a reality. They just didn't use any manpower to build it. Instead, they leveraged the strength of the King's Stoneworm. Duo King couldn't help feeling proud of their achievement. This bridge belonged to the Flaming Horn tribe. Duo King thought the same way as the other foreign tribe members. The bridge belonged to the Flaming Horn tribe because Shashwan was the reason behind the formation of this bridge. So if anyone dared to take over their property, they would fight to protect it. Does the central region have such a long bridge? Do the proud slave masters on the other side of the sea have such a long bridge? No, none of them. Only the Flaming Horns. Up till now, this was the longest bridge that existed. Did you see those people's reactions? Their eyes were so wide and they're still surrounding the bridge. They don't even want to leave. All of them want to walk across it. Duo King spoke a smile that reached his ears. Shashwan was also happy when he heard this. Indeed, many people would think of building ships when they saw a river. Rarely would they ever think of building a bridge across the river, not to mention how wide the flaming river was. But this time they succeeded. However, they shouldn't be excited so soon. They were still unsure how sturdy this bridge was and whether it could still stand strong against the strong currents of the flaming river. They still needed time to make sure. After Shashwan returned to the tribe, he also brought back news of the King's Stoneworm returning to his cave. This also marked the end of this crisis. Everyone was excited at the Flaming River trading point. The people who were guarding the trading point were waiting for people to take over for the next shift. They couldn't wait to see the bridge that the King Beast created. Miracle! What a miracle! Yeezy exclaimed as he observed the miraculous stone bridge in front of him. Grasshopper was still feeling tense. The sharp spikes on his back were all still erect. Even though the king beast had left, some of the beast's energy was still left on the bridge, so even if it didn't affect most of the other people, it affected Grasshopper severely because fearsome beast blood flowed through his veins. Even the slightest bit of the king beast's energy would make him nervous. More and more people crowded around the stone bridge. They only stopped coming over to satisfy their curiosity after He sent soldiers here to surround the area. However, even if they couldn't walk across the bridge, the people who were watching gained a general understanding of the bridge just by watching the flaming horns walk on it. There were still many unsafe factors in the Flaming River. The expedition teams from other tribes had felt it themselves. There were still countless fierce beasts and violent fishes in the river, and that was why the Flaming Horns still crossed the river on their ships. The Flaming Horns already put away the wooden rafts they used to return here. After the disaster, a lot more fearsome beasts and fishes became active in the area, so they could no longer travel by their rafts. They would be at a disadvantage if they fought standing on a raft against river beasts. Now, with a long and wide bridge like this, most of these problems were solved. Very soon, the bridge was named the Giant Bridge of the Flaming River, and stone plates bearing its name were erected on both ends of the bridge. The flaming horn totem sign and the 4 characters bearing the bridge's name were carved into the stone plates and were painted in red. They appeared extremely striking in contrast to the color of the gray stone plate. There were many people from foreign tribes who were observing the flaming horns as they put up the signs around the bridge. Even though these people were forced to stay away from the bridge, it didn't at all stop them from being curious. The giant bridge of the flaming river? Someone read out the words on the stone plate. Giant bridge? Well, this name suits the bridge quite well. It is a really big. This was a bridge that extended across the flaming river, and it could even withstand the weight of a king beast as it moved across. It remained unmoved even as the flaming horns carried their giant stone plates across. If this was not giant, what was? But someone else also thought, is giant merely referring to its size? Could it just be a name? Don't tell me there's going to be a second bridge, a third bridge? Someone asked in a whisper. No one gave him a direct answer, but many people thought about it too. The king beast was still here, so who could be so sure? Shashwan also came by to look at the bridge. He also asked some people from the drumming tribe to come help and check the situation underwater. The drumming tribe's people could use their intuition to feel the situation underwater, so with their help, they could find out more about the situation underneath. The part of the bridge that was underwater was triangular shaped, and the longest part reached down over 20 meters. This bridge had no piers and extended across from one shore to the other. If it didn't connect to land on both sides of the river, it would literally be floating. Was a bridge like this sturdy enough? They could only wait and see. After he checked the stone bridge, Shashwan also recalled parts of a smaller stream that the stoneworm kingworm petrified when it crossed it. Even though the river was not flowing fast in that area, it stopped flowing where it was turned into stone. Another part was also split when Shashwan led the stoneworm back from the other side of the river, so there were 2 bridges here in the small stream stopping it from flowing. Not many dangerous fishes lived in the small river. At most, there were some piranhas living near the parts around the flaming river region, but because of the 2 bridges made by the king worm, there wouldn't be many fishes living near that area in the meantime. Shashwan instructed some people to pull a net across the river around the 2 bridges, so no fish swam here from downstream. After they set up the nets, some flaming horn and drumming warriors went underwater to drill holes in the bridges. They were reluctant when it came to the giant bridge, but they were fine with drilling holes in the 2 smaller bridges. Clang! A hammer on the stone bridge merely left a small dent on its surface. It's so hard. Really? Let me try. Clang! Damn! This is probably better than upper-grade stones. Wasn't this bridge made from water? How can it be so hard? You don't understand the strength of a king beast. Quick, let's dig a giant hole here, and use the stone to make weapons. Yes, let's finish this quickly. The people who were digging dug even faster because they were curious about the stone's quality. The chisels they used were made from the new green bronze, so it wasn't that hard to chisel. If they merely wanted to let the river flow smoothly, they didn't need to dig holes under it. They could just dig another waterway around the bridges. The reason they drilled holes under the bridge was that they wanted to study the quality of the stones. It took some time to drill holes in the bridge. Some people even exclaimed when they dug out a stone the size of a watermelon, "Wow! This is so light." The expedition teams from other tribes who were observing them thought to themselves, "You think we can believe this?" One of the flaming horns lies. The stones are very light. What nonsense. Shashwan didn't stay there the whole time to watch them drill holes in the bridge. Duo King was there, so he didn't need to be there. Shashwan was called away by Ao to keep watch that night over the 1,000-grain gold. Since the stoneworm kingworm had already left, they probably wouldn't see the bat leader anymore, right? However, as the night descended upon them, the bat still returned. Shashwan was silent as he stared at the bat leader that had appeared once again. "Why are you still here? Your brothers are waiting for you on the mountain." Chapter 686. The flaming horns are famous again. The king's stoneworm had already left, but the trouble that was not much worse than the stoneworm still remained on the flaming horn farms. This beast didn't break anything within the flaming horn tribe, and it also didn't come out to scare anyone. It only creeped out at the same time every night to peel away a single grain from the 1,000-grain gold plantation. It would hang upside down from the narrow leaves above and quietly observe the guards who were guarding the traps. No one knew how the beast hung so gently and firmly from the leaf with its heavy weight. The leaf didn't even move much when the beast hung onto it. After the bat leader left, Ao wiped away the sweat on his forehead and questioned Shashwan helplessly. Even though he had already encountered the bat leader a few times, he still couldn't stay calm. He perspired heavily after every encounter and was always anxious. Shashwan could sense where the bat leader was heading. Even though Shashwan couldn't confirm where the bat leader landed, he could sense that it wasn't far away from the Flaming Horn tribe. It did not return to the mountains and forest far away. A few more days passed. The 1,000-grain gold in the plantations were slowly ripening, and they weren't as green as before. They weren't sure which factors affected the plants, but they ripened earlier than back then when they were on the other side of the sea. Was it the weather this year or the improved fertilization? Perhaps these plants preferred the soil here more than the other side. Judging by the current situation, the 1,000-grain gold would probably ripen in around 10 days. After he heard Ao's question, Shashwan thought about it and said, "As long as it doesn't trouble us, it would not be a big problem." You probably also noticed that less pests appeared after it came here. A lot of grains were ripening around this season, and this was usually the time they suffered from widespread infestation. A lot of strange insects would fly in from the forests, the ground, or places farther away. These insects ate leaves and fruits, so the people who were looking after the farms had to kill many of these insects every day. Most of the edible insects were transported to the trading point, and the people at the headquarters were already tired of eating the same grilled insects every day. The green ducks also couldn't eat too much, so they couldn't finish eating all the insects. The insects that were not edible were used to make fertilizer. At least it was better in the daytime. They could at least see what was happening and it would be much more convenient to clean. At night, there were many problems to consider. Since the grains in the farm were ripening, many of the insects were attracted to the food. Their desire for the food was much stronger than their natural instinctive attraction to light, so it was a lot harder to catch them with the water moonstone traps. However, since the bat leader appeared, almost no flying insects appeared during the night time, and it was a lot quieter than before. Many farmlands around the 1,000-grain gold plantation also experienced this issue, so it saved them from a lot of problems. No one was sure whether the bat leader's sudden appearance was a disaster or a blessing in disguise. Of course, the bat leader didn't come here to help the Flaming Horns scare away the insects. Shashwan felt like it was probably waiting for the 1,000-grain gold to fully ripen. Many beasts didn't need anyone to teach them to know what was beneficial to them. The bat leader probably felt that the 1,000-grain gold was beneficial to it. On the Flaming Horns' special farmland, besides the 1,000-grain gold, there were also other seeds they got from Jiju's place. Some of these grains were also high-quality grains, but the bat leader didn't get close to any of those plants. Its eyes were focused on the 1,000-grain gold. "Let's see what happens when the 1,000-grain gold ripens," Shashwan said. Ao nodded. "That's the only thing we can do for now. As long as the bat leader didn't cause any trouble or cause the Flaming Horns to suffer a huge loss, they could afford to lose a small portion of their harvest." They considered it as payment for the bat leader's service. As they predicted the ripening time of the 1,000-grain gold, the tribe had already begun their plan for the harvest. Back when they were on the other side of the sea, every harvest of the 1,000-grain gold bustled with excitement. They planted a lot more crops here compared to their previous harvests, so they had to plan for a larger scale and consider everything carefully. Even though the harvest on the other plantations weren't as impressive as the 1,000-grain gold, they still had to plan carefully. The problems about the harvest and the issue at the Great Bridge kept Shashwan so busy that he didn't even have the time to keep studying the strange creature in the underground basement of the Flaming River Castle. The Flaming River trading point didn't get any quieter after the King Stoneworm crisis. Instead, more people came and the trading point was filled with excitement. The duration of the entire crisis didn't even last long. or at least the time when it affected the trading point. The teams that left in a hurry didn't even go far. Although some of them already walked far, they were merely waiting for news at a resting place. They were all waiting for news of the Flaming River trading point's destruction. Who would have thought that a miracle would happen on the river? Back then, when the king beast emerged from the ground, all around, the forest turned into stone. So many people died. All of them turned into stone. The king beast was heading straight for the trading point. All of the flaming horn leaders were there, with their soldiers. They went right at the king beast. Blah blah blah. The person continued to blabber on about how he saw everything with his own eyes. Those who went to inquire about the situation came back and told stories with such vivid descriptions that left everyone in the team with surprised and stunned expressions. The person who told the story stood on a giant rock. Droplets of saliva flew in the air as he spoke. A blade was attached to his side, and one of his hands pointed to the sky as he said, "I only heard the Grand Elder of the Flaming Horn tribe shout at the king beast. He said, 'Follow me.'" "And then, what happened next?" the others asked curiously. "What?" "The king beast followed him." Of course, the team was suddenly booed. They didn't believe it. That was a king beast. There was no way it listened to a human's orders and followed him. They just couldn't believe it. The person on the rock looked around him, seeing how no one believed in his words. He was nervous. "If you don't believe me, just go look for yourselves." Wherever the king beast walked, everything was turned into stone. The forest outside the Flaming River trading point was all turned into stone. The marks were still on the ground. You can see the stone trail left by the king beast. It extended from the forest to the Flaming River and even went across the river to the other side. "Really? Why would I lie to you? Come. Let's go. I'll bring you guys there to look." The king beast already left anyway. There's no threat there. I'm guessing that it was all planned by the Flaming Horns. It's all been planned. When these expedition teams arrived near the Flaming River trading point and saw all the petrified forests and stone trails, they finally believed what the person said. Even though some parts were exaggerated, some of it was true. Many of these expedition team members beat their chests and stomped their feet. Why didn't they stay a little longer at the Flaming River trading point back then? As members of the expedition team, especially those with lots of experience, they were very curious about many things, especially terrifying facts. Too bad they missed this opportunity. However, even though they missed the opportunity to see the king beast, they still saw the trails the beast left behind, so they didn't feel as regretful. That was why many expedition teams stopped by to look at the area where the king Stoneworm passed by, whether it be where the Flaming Horns put up their signs, or the giant bridge that extended across the Flaming River. The people who left also spread this news across the entire continent. The Flaming Horns were famous once again. Not just famous, they were even more famous compared to the time the trading point was first built. The terms Flaming Horn, Flaming River Trading Point, and the giant bridge of the Flaming River were all spread across the continent. Now, everyone in the other trading points, as long as there were places for expedition teams to rest, people were talking about how the Flaming Horns used a king beast to build the giant bridge. Trading points existed in many places, so not many people were really interested in the Flaming Horns trading point. However, they were all curious about how a king beast created a long stone bridge that extended across a giant river, so all of them set up their teams and prepared to set off for the Flaming River. Many teams rushed to the Flaming River trading point as soon as they heard the news of the Flaming Horn tribe using a king beast to their advantage. They were all curious about the miraculous bridge that the king beast built, so more people gathered around to witness the incident. People were all influenced by herd mentality. Even though some of the smaller tribes were worried when they heard about the king beast, when they saw people crowding around the place, they also went to join the excitement. Before, when there was no trading point beside the Flaming River, they would only stay within their own tribe or the forests nearby the area. However, since they heard about the trading point, they fell in love with the excitement and gossip, not to mention all the goods that were available there. This was also the main reason behind all the excitement these few days. 7 long-winged birds flew above the forest nearby the Flaming River trading point. There was a person riding on each bird, and they were all observing the long gray stone bridge in front of them. Everyone's face was shocked, except Wu-He. Too bad you guys weren't here to watch it happen. What a pity. Wu-He looked pitifully at his friends who had just arrived at the Flaming River trading point. He almost said, "How could you guys be called Changlas?" One of them lifted his eyebrow, as if he wanted to say something ironic. They were indeed quite unhappy that they couldn't see the king beast build such a majestic bridge. This was really something they regretted. It was rare for them to encounter such an interesting event. "Let's not talk about this anymore, Wu-He. What are your plans?" The other person was already tired of Wu-He's despicable character and how he liked to show off. They had just arrived, so there were still many things they didn't know about. Seeing how Wu-He was the first among them to arrive, he must know some things that they didn't, and they desperately needed another topic to distract them from their current regret. "My target is not the trading point. Let's go to the Flaming Horn headquarters. Their farm should have quite some treasures by now." Wu-He smiled as he rubbed his hands together. His eyes were full of hope. Recently, Wu-He discovered that while many people's attention was focused on the Flaming River trading point, the giant bridge, and the new area that the Flaming Horns claimed, something else was happening at the Flaming Horn headquarters. With his sharp intuition, he could tell that the Flaming Horns were planning something else, and it was not related to the other issues at the trading point or the giant bridge. He finally came to the conclusion that there were some treasures growing in the farms at the headquarters. Some treasures? The eyes of the other few all brightened. After all, this was the season of harvest. Splendid. We finally have something to do. Regardless of whether there was actually a treasure there, they had to go take a look and see for themselves. They didn't want to just sit around. "So we're going there now? Let's just go look around for now." Wu-He patted the bird he was riding on and pointed at the farms in the Flaming Horn headquarters. "Go." They didn't dare to barge right into the central region of the Flaming Horn headquarters, but they could still approach the farms from the side. The farms at the Flaming Horn headquarters were massive. Even if the Flaming Horns noticed them, not many of the Flaming Horns could actually chase them away. But, after he gave his order, he waited for a while. The bird he was riding on didn't move a single inch. It stayed at the same spot. It wasn't just Wu-He's bird, but all 6 other birds behaved the same way. "Go. Are you disobeying me?" Wu-He continued to press on, and even slapped the bird on its back. After a loud cry, the bird flew a short distance slowly and flapped its wings forcefully. It looked like it was not at all willing to fly there, and behaved even more scared than when it approached the king beast. "What's wrong?" someone asked. "Coo." The long-winged bird that Wu-He was riding on cried out loud. This made Wu-He even more perplexed. He frowned until his eyebrows were tightly arched. "There's something there that this bird is afraid of." Wu-He looked at the direction he planned to travel with a serious expression. After he encountered the king beast's incident, anything strange made him feel uneasy. Even though they wanted to find something fun to do, they still had to be cautious. "Is it the giant eagle you mentioned before, the one the Flaming Horns tamed?" one of them speculated. "No, it's not him." Wu-He shook his head firmly. "Even though this bird is afraid of that eagle, there's no reason for it to be this scared." Wu-He patted the bird's neck. The bird's feathers were already on their ends, an expression of anxiety. He looked over at the other birds. They were all acting the same way. "Have you discovered any of the Flaming Horn's secrets during your time here?" someone beside Wu-He asked. Wu-He moved his mouth. "The headquarters are too strict. It's very different over there compared to the trading point. I haven't even been here that long. How much can I know?" "Don't tell me it's another king beast?" someone asked. "Not very likely." Wu-He shook his head. They were silent for a moment. Someone laughed. "Then we should really go and take a look." Everyone else laughed when they heard this. This was the Changla people's character. The more they didn't know about something, the more curious they were. They wouldn't rest if they didn't find an answer to their doubts. The long-winged bird's reactions didn't even make them forfeit their plan. Instead, It made them even more curious and excited. They thought to themselves, if they didn't see any king beasts, would it mean that something even more interesting was about to happen? Was it a secret the Flaming Horns kept? They could sell these information to other tribes for a high price. As they thought about these, all they felt was pure joy. Chapter 687. Prepare to harvest. It was getting close to the time of harvest, one of the busiest times, so Shashwan didn't go to the Flaming River trading point. Instead, he stayed at the headquarters and didn't leave the house by the farmland even once. He ate and slept there. Shashwan was aware of those people who were secretly observing them from the sky. The Flaming Horns had always been tight about their air defenses, but their air force was still a little weak. They only had 2 birds that were capable of aerial surveillance. One of them was Guihi's falcon. The other bird was Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha was not at the headquarters because the bat leader was still nearby. He went to the trading point, and only the snow falcon was here, but he stayed at the center of the headquarters, atop the mountain where everyone lived. In the Flaming Horn tribe, besides these 2 birds, there were also other birds that could fly, like the green ducks, but they wouldn't even listen to commands or go to battle. Even if they did listen and went to battle, their strength was not good. They were already growing fat from eating the insects in the farm. They were not at all scrawny like they were when they first migrated here. Now, their movements were not as nimble as before. They didn't have as many giant mountain eagles as the Hua tribe, nor did they have as many tamed birds as the Feather tribe. They couldn't let the birds attack anyone who looked suspicious. Shashwan ordered the soldiers on the Whistle Tower to observe the people in the sky with his binoculars. If they made any sudden moves or flew toward the Flaming Horn tribe, they were to be immediately shot at with arrows. If they had proper business, they could just walk in from the giant bridge of the Flaming River. Why fly in from the skies so furtively? With just a simple glance anyone could tell that they were up to no good. They were no different from the robbers. In the Flaming Horn tribe, everyone was anxious. There was not at all any happiness like the usual harvests. "How is everything?" Shashwan asked How as he ran over with his forehead covered in sweat. "Everything is going according to plan." The wanderers had already informed everyone to stay inside their homes for the next 2 days. They were told not to come out, and even Chi-Chi's group who took care of the farms no longer needed to come. "We already set strict rules on this entire farm." Out took out the water bottle that hung from his side and took huge gulps. He had been busy the whole day, so his throat was feeling dry. As the 1,000-grain gold ripened, the Flaming Horns had their full attention on that plantation, but during the past 2 days, they noticed that other crops were also ripening in the other plantations. These were all crops that were brought over from the other side of the sea. This was the first time they planted these, and they didn't know if the quality of the crop would be affected if they didn't pick it in time. Some crops had to be harvested at a certain time, and if that time passed, the quality would degrade immensely. The Flaming Horns didn't have enough people on both of their territories. The trading point needed manpower and they needed it here too. It was getting close to the peak harvest time, so they would become a lot busier. This year was special too. They didn't dare to let the younger and weaker warriors harvest the plants, so these warriors were all dispatched to the farms around their boundary lines. They hired a few hundred people from the drumming tribe to come help with the harvest. Although they looked fierce, their character wasn't bad, so they could still be trusted. They didn't need to worry about anyone stealing from them during the busy harvest. Many people of the drumming tribe didn't have much to do during the day anyway. Since the Flaming Horns needed manpower, and they would also get paid, of course they were happy. Shashwan had told them about all these before. There were definitely risks they had to consider during the harvest, and they might encounter dangers, so they knew to be prepared and not fret if anything went wrong. The drumming tribesmen were not afraid of the dangers. Every year during their harvest of the water moonstones, they would also encounter dangers, so these people weren't worried at all. Fan Mu was leading this team, so if anything happened, they could deal with it calmly. Of course, the Flaming Horns were still focused on the 1,000-grain gold plantation. That was still their main focus. "Is it here?" Ao asked Shashwan in a low voice. They didn't tell everyone about the Bat Leader. Ao only told a few of the guards around the 1,000-grain gold plantation. The soldiers who were dispatched here could be trusted. They wouldn't talk too much. Shashwan knew what Ao was referring to when he said it. It's here in our territory, over there in the mountains. Shashwan pointed with his finger as he said this. Ao looked over. That was the stone mountain where the warriors trained. There were not many plants there, so it looked bland, but there was a natural cave there. The Bat Leader was probably waiting in the cave. Recently, the warriors were all occupied with their tasks, so they didn't have time to practice hitting the rocks on that mountain. As a result, the scent of humans faded in that area, so sometimes even birds flew there to build their nests. Now, even the Bat Leader was there. The Bat Leader didn't stay far since the 1,000-grain gold was ripening. It remained on that mountain and would still fly around the plantation at the same time every night. No wonder the patrolling soldiers said there weren't as many flying squirrels as before. That's why, Ao remarked. It wasn't just the squirrels though. All around Flaming Horn's headquarters, there were fewer wild beasts than before. Even though there were not many wild beasts where people lived, the Flaming Horn's territory covered a wide area and there were a few mountains here, so there were definitely some smaller beasts and flying stone squirrels nearby the small hill where the wanderers resided. These beasts would steal stuff from them and sometimes even try to outsmart the wanderers. However, they rarely appear these days. Even if the Bat Leader wasn't their natural predator, it was a beast of a higher rank, so it would definitely affect them. The Bat Leader even affected the beasts that had been marked by the Flaming Horns. They all departed for the giant mountain where they lived and dared not approach the farms. The wanderers had been warned to stay at home for 2 days, so they wondered whether the Flaming Horns were being defensive towards them or worried that they might steal the grains. Some of them complained, but very soon, they noticed that it wasn't just them, but all the people who usually cared for the plantations. All of them were sent away. Besides a few of the Flaming Horn warriors who looked fierce with murderous intent, not many others were seen on the fields. I saw some of the Flaming Horns on patrol pass by just now. They all looked so stern, like they're about to head to battle. Someone who went out to urinate came back and told a few others, something must have happened. Isn't it because of the grains? An old man asked confusedly. Of course not. Have you ever seen a tribe harvesting with such a stern expression? They looked cold as stone, the young man replied. After some thought, they noticed that the Flaming Horns were indeed a little stern these days. They didn't even smile as often as before. Could it be the king beast? The woman who was tanning the beast hide was so shocked that her hands trembled. It can't be. Can it? Now everyone was worried sick. After all, this place was similar to the fearsome beast forest. It was even more dangerous here compared to the forest. At least they didn't encounter any king beasts at the fearsome beast forest. Who said that they wouldn't encounter another king beast just because one came recently? Probably not. If it was, the Flaming Horns would have told all the children in the tribe to hide. According to what I know, the Flaming Horns didn't do anything of the sort. They just increased the guards around the plantation. A middle-aged man who was calmer than most of them said as he tapped his fingers. As he said this, they heard footsteps outside. The people in the cave were immediately silent. Lieutenant what's the rush? The calm middle-aged man hurriedly welcomed the person who returned. It was Her. Her was close friends with Jiawu and a few other Flaming Horns. After they were told to come here, 3 people were put in charge of the group. Her was the second in command, so everyone was calling him Lieutenant Her. Her didn't waste any time. He was serious and didn't smile at all when he gave out the order. I just received news from the Flaming Horns. They told us to keep a lookout for any warnings. If you hear 2 sharp whistles, immediately shut the cave entrance. The middle-aged man handed a bowl of warm soup to Her, and asked him in a low voice, Lieutenant is something wrong? We're all quite worried, and as you know, the King Worm's crisis had just passed not long ago. Her accepted the kind gesture. He gulped down the bowl of soup in giant gulps. He was already exhausted after informing all the households. After he drank the soup, he also became more relaxed. After some thought, he said, I'm not sure what happened, but it's definitely not the king beast. As for the previous notice, it came from the Grand Elder Shashwan. As soon as they heard that it was Shashwan, everyone's expression changed. Shashwan was the one and only Grand Elder of the Flaming Horn tribe. His rank in the tribe was higher than their chief and shaman. He was the founder of the Flaming River Trading Point and also the one who manipulated the king beast to build the giant bridge. Could his words be false? The people who were resenting and complaining no longer complained. They followed as they were told. They knew that the Grand Elder couldn't be wrong. Right, when you guys hear the whistle, make sure to shut the windows tightly too. Just leave a small hole for fresh air. Don't unblock the entrance no matter what unless you hear the whistle again. Herr instructed them once more before he left. Alright, we got it. The middle-aged person answered immediately. Herr continued going from one household to the next, informing the others about the news. There were many wanderers and many caves here. He had to deliver the news as quickly as possible. Even though the people in the cave didn't know what exactly was happening, they did as they were told. The Flaming Horn tribe's people were also busy preparing on the mountain they resided. There were many traps set in front of Oldk's house. I heard a lot of birds are coming. Let's make sure they don't leave. Caesar was also helping on the side. Occasionally he looked over where the bat leader was with watchful eyes. 2 days went by. Early that morning, Shashwan already told Ao and the others, get ready. The 1,000-grain gold is ripening today. Around this afternoon, the atmosphere in the Flaming Horn tribe was growing tense. Shashwan stood beside the 1,000-grain gold plantation. He looked at the golden grains. They were even taller than back when they were on the other side of the sea. There were more grains now too. The grains swayed heavily in the wind, shining golden in the sun. The shadow of the wooden stick that stood erect on the ground shortened gradually. Far away, some birds were already flying over from the forest. It was close to the 1,000-grain gold's ripening hour. There were fewer insects because their natural predator was here. Some birds were omnivores. They ate both insects and grains, so since they were here, the insects had to leave. The insects didn't have to fret if it was only 2 or 3 birds. But what if it was a flock? Shashwan blew the whistle. 2 sharp and loud sounds rang into the distance. The people who heard the signal immediately reacted. The wanderers who were told to stay quietly at home heard the noises of wings flapping outside. Some of them looked out their doors. Birds of different sizes were all waiting at their door, and judging by the sounds, more birds were coming. Some of them wanted to catch a bird, but after they heard the whistle, they immediately shut the door tightly and locked it. They also shut all of their windows and left only small openings to see what was going on outside. More birds were descending. The birds were even fighting outside their door. High up in the air, Wu He and the other 6 all observed from afar. They rode on the backs of their long-winged birds. What happened? Why is this happening? So many of them. It was exactly because they were flying high in the sky that they saw a clearer and wider picture. They saw that flocks of birds were flying to the Flaming Horn tribe from the forest. To be exact, they were all heading for the Flaming Horn's farms. Perhaps their target was the golden glittering patch of land that the Flaming Horns were guarding tightly. The long-winged birds that they enslaved were all carnivores and didn't eat any vegetables. They never ate any grains, so they weren't interested in the grains in the Flaming Horn farms. Perhaps they also figured that these grains were special, but they didn't react as wildly as the birds that were flying over. It's definitely something valuable there. Someone exclaimed passionately. His eyes were burning with desire. I heard that the Flaming Horns went to the Golden Grains field once, and Jeju also gifted them some presents. Wu He said. Wu He went there once personally to inquire, and he even found some shocking news, or else why would the Flaming Horns be his first target after he came here? The eyes of the other 6 gleamed with curiosity as they heard this. Could it be that those are grown from the seeds that came from the Golden Grains field? It might really be those secretly grown grains in the Golden Grains field. Nice. Luckily we came this time. The 7 Changla people couldn't let such an opportunity slip away from their hands. What was the status of the Golden Grains field? That was the land that belonged to the famous Jeju. All of the crops that came from there mattered greatly to the aristocrats. All the guards there were carefully chosen. They could not be compared to the normal guards in the king's city. Those fields outside the king's city were the hardest to enter. If anyone dared to sneak in or barge in, they would not be able to make it out. Not even a carcass would be left behind. What was left of them would be made into fertilizer. However, it was different here. This was the Flaming Horn tribe, not at all strict as the Golden Grains field. What a chance. Ha ha ha, can't believe we found something like this. Do you see those birds? Wu pointed at the flock that was approaching the Flaming Horn tribe. Let's make a move when these birds are giving them trouble. Does that even need to be said? If they flew in with this flock, they wouldn't be easily noticed, and they could even grab some of the grains if they get the chance. In stark contrast to the excited Changlas, the 7 long-winged birds that they were riding on were all anxious. They were even looking pitifully at the birds that were flying to the Flaming Horn tribe. On the 1,000-grain gold plantation, Shashwan was fully focused on the glittering land in front of him. All around the farm, warriors held swords and tools for harvesting as they waited for Shashwan's command. Chapter 688. The flock of birds exploded. 2 in 1 chapter. The wind carried with it a scent of mixed herbs. People with keen senses were sure to notice how the scent was growing richer as time slowly passed. More birds flew in from all around, and some had already started to dine in the farms nearby, but quickly they were killed by the guards that were there. The soldiers who came from the other side of the sea who once enjoyed reaping the harvest were already mentally prepared. But the others weren't. Even though they had already been informed a few days ago, they never expected it to be this intense, especially the drumming tribespeople who came to help. Before they were still feeling bored. It was only some crops in a field. How could it possibly cause anything? Now, they were all stunned by the massive flock of birds that were flying in from all directions. Luckily we didn't plant any crops. The drumming tribespeople all thought. The wanderers in the caves and the Flaming Horns on the hill at the headquarters all saw the birds flying in and crashing into their houses. Although most of them weren't fearsome beasts, the number itself was enough to terrify them. They were everywhere. Old Kurd the trap he set in front of his house clicked with loud noises that followed with birds' cries. Caesar and the other beasts were all busy working in other places. Soon their mouths would be full of bird feathers. However, the strange thing was, the birds were merely flocking around the farm, and never got close to the 1,000-grain gold plantation in the center. This was very obvious if seen from above. Guys, why aren't the birds flying there? Wu asked his partners as he observed the situation below. They know that that place is the most dangerous. After all, the Flaming Horns who are guarding that piece of land are the strongest. I even heard that the Flaming Horns hunt fearsome beasts frequently, so they're probably full of murderous energy. Perhaps the birds also noticed it. One of them guessed. I think there might be something there that the birds are afraid of. Someone else voiced his opinion. Something dangerous? The person who spoke previously laughed. You mean the king beast? If there was indeed a king beast, there wouldn't be that many Flaming Horns. It's definitely not the king beast. Wu agreed. He was there when the king beast appeared. He also knew that the truth wasn't as exaggerated as the rumors. The Flaming Horns wouldn't dispatch this many people if there was indeed a king beast. Then, what's the reason? They were all confused. Perhaps the Flaming Horns have some repellents that are keeping the birds away? Someone suggested. The others all hesitated. This might really be true. Speaking of which, none of the fearsome beasts that the Flaming Horns tamed are here. Wu said after he scanned the area. He already discovered that the giant mountain eagle that chased after him from before was flying to and from the forest and the trading point. At most, it only flew to the mountain where the Flaming Horns resided. It never once approached the farms. That must be it. Now that they thought about it, all of them felt that this was closest to the truth. They knew that the slave masters also used some repellents to drive some birds and insects away from their farms, but this repellent was never revealed to the public. It had always been kept in the hands of very few amongst the slave masters. They thought that since the Flaming Horns could get the seeds from Jeju, perhaps they also received some repellent? No wonder the long-winged birds are staying away from there. Wu nodded in agreement. Luckily these long-winged birds were their slaves. Even if they didn't want to, they had to follow as they were told if they forcefully wished for them to do it. They just had to be careful when they got there. The repellents were targeting insects and birds. It probably didn't have much effect on humans. Here, take this medicine first. Someone took out a small wooden bottle and shared the pills with the others. This pill was not specifically made to counter any repellents, but it can alleviate the symptoms, so even if they were poisoned and didn't get treatment in time, it wouldn't be a big problem. They were just going to steal some grains. They weren't going to eat the poison, so there wouldn't be much problems. Hurry, get ready. I feel like the flaming horns are making a move soon. Wu said. The others also stopped thinking about other matters and focused on the situation below them. On the 1,000-grain gold plantation, Szechuan's eyes glanced quickly to his left. It seemed peaceful there, but no one dared to approach the area, not even an insect. But there was a giant bat there. It was still resting on the mountain 2 days ago, but since last night, the bat leader already set foot on the ground. Even if it was broad daylight, a time it despised, it didn't leave this land. However, it was no longer hanging upside down from the leaves up above. Instead, it was clinging on to the leaves closest to the grains. Since every grain was large and the leaves opened upwards, with their long shape, they covered most of the sunlight and provided it with shade. The bat leader was hiding under this shade. If they didn't look in that direction, they wouldn't notice it at all. At least the guards outside the 1,000-grain gold plantation didn't notice it yet. Blop, blop. On the heavy grains, every seed the size of grapes shook and bumped into each other. On the surface, nothing much had changed in its external appearance, but the grains were slowly ripening on the inside. Szechuan's eyes flashed and immediately he sounded his wooden whistle. The sound of the whistle was long but it wasn't loud or sharp. It was a calm tune. After this whistle, tension spread through the air. Everyone was getting nervous. This was to inform the others to get ready. Bip! A sharp and quick whistle followed the first. It was like a gunshot, and everyone from all around dashed at the speed of an arrow to their assigned posts on the farm. This was very similar to a battle, one in which every minute was precious. The sharp blades made from polished beast bones easily sliced away the tall 1,000-grain gold. The people who followed tightly behind the blades quickly collected the harvest with their giant beast hide bags. There were too many grains this year, so the success of this harvest was a lot higher than the first time they planted it. Plus, they didn't have the time to individually pick out each of the seeds this time, so they cut out the grains by the strand. They planned to pick the seeds out later at a certain location to prevent the birds from eating them now. All of their assigned regions had been planned out beforehand so none of their assigned routes overlapped. They would not bump into each other during the harvest, and the same route wouldn't be taken twice. All of this was planned to save time, except for one place. Szechuan did not let anyone near the area where the bat leader was. They could not guarantee what would happen if people went there, and they must not provoke the beast. They still had to successfully harvest the crops. If someone accidentally went over and caused a huge trouble, it would be more problematic than the flock of birds attacking them all at the same time. Meanwhile, the birds that initially didn't dare approach suddenly went berserk and flocked towards the farm. From above, they could see a wide circle of birds that were encircling the area heading towards the plantation that was most tightly guarded. Now's the chance. Wu and his gang of 7 were suddenly excited. Boiling blood surged through their veins. The long-winged birds flew down forcefully under their master's command. They cried out unwillingly but still flew down slowly. As the flock of birds approached, the bat leader that was hiding in the shade under the 1,000-grain gold also opened its bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! Its wings that initially covered its body opened gently. There was too much commotion around so the sound of its wings opening couldn't really be heard by anyone. However, at the instant it unfolded its wings, all of the birds that were flying over paused, as if someone pressed a pause button, freezing time in its place. A strong murderous intent spread through the air from the 1,000-grain gold plantation. especially in the sky. This murderous vibe was specifically targeting the birds that were approaching the area. The flaming horn warriors who were busy harvesting the 1,000-grain gold almost dropped their blades when they felt this sudden change in the atmosphere. Fearsome beast. They had been on enough hunts to be able to tell whether their opponent was human or beast. No, this was no ordinary fearsome beast. This was way stronger than all the ones they had felt before. They felt like they smelled blood even though they didn't see a single drop of blood anywhere, nor did their noses actually pick up the smell of blood. At that instant, all sorts of sounds, bird cries, roars, and clangs from all types of weapons, all ceased in that instant. SSSSS. It sounded like a rapidly flowing air current. It wasn't loud, but everyone on the plantation could hear it. This sound made all of their hairs stand on ends. It was like a beast was moving its bloody fangs, waiting to kill. It was a bright afternoon, but the plantation had been deprived of its sunlight. It was not at all warm. Rather, an unusual coldness spread through the air, making everyone shiver helplessly. Even though Wu-He and his group of 7 were quite far away, they all felt the strange energy. Wu-He shivered and almost fell from his long-winged bird. It wasn't just the 7 of them. All 7 of their birds, along with the flock of birds, all stopped flying. If their masters didn't force them to fly in, they would have already escaped. Their wings flapped without any rhythm, shaking from side to side. The people who were riding on their backs almost lost their balance and fell. What was that? Someone said stutteringly. Even if they couldn't discern energies as well as the flaming horns, they experienced enough to know that something dangerous was nearby, but they didn't know if it was human or beast. Why do I feel like something bad's about to happen? Someone asked. What is it? Human or beast? Could it really be the king beast? No way. Wu-He immediately disagreed, but continued with a tone of uncertainty. Probably not. At least not the one that appeared before. If it wasn't the king beast, what was that strong energy? What secret were the flaming horns hiding? The flaming horns are indeed very cunning, someone said through gritted teeth. The others all felt the same way. The flaming horns really had a lot of secrets, but they didn't dare to investigate right now. What should we do? The other 6 looked at Wu-He. Even though they didn't like Wu-He's despicable and arrogant character, they still had to ask and confirm. At a time like this, they trusted Wu-He's decision. Wu-He looked seriously below him and said, "Let's wait and see. These birds won't give up that easily. If those birds are still here, that means whatever the flaming horns are hiding can't be a king beast. Even if there were delicious temptations, most wild beasts and fearsome beasts wouldn't get close to a place with a king beast." However, the flock of birds continued to move in a second wave after hesitating for a moment. They were getting ready for a second shot. Right, it can't be a king beast. The person beside Wu-He smiled to them. As long as it wasn't the king beast, it was worth the risk. If it was the king beast, they would immediately escape without any questions. Who cares what the flaming horns were hiding? Who cares what treasures are planted in their land? We don't want any of it. Leave immediately. It was similar to how Wu-He dropped his cup and ran away immediately when the king Stoneworm first appeared at the trading point. They were making the same decision. But this was not any king beast. How risky could this be? There was a saying that the Changla people took more risks than the number of grains they ate. The 7 of them observed the situation below them as they stopped worrying. They were observing the flock of birds and waiting for the next chance to make a move. In the 1,000-grain gold plantation, the warriors who hesitated when they sensed the sudden change in atmosphere, but very soon, they continued their task after Shashwan called them back into reality. No matter how dangerous it was, there definitely wouldn't be any problems with the Grand Elder here. After the crisis of the King Beast, the Flaming Horns had complete trust in Shashwan. Even if something went wrong, they wouldn't resent or blame him. They all knew that Shashwan was thinking for the sake of their tribe. Shashwan, the birds are flying over again. Ao aimed his bow and arrow at the sky. There were too many birds in the sky. Even a skilled archer could not face such a huge flock calmly. Wait, don't shoot at them first. Look over there. Shashwan jutted his chin towards the bat leader's direction. The bat leader was growing mad. But that was just a warning. After all, this was broad daylight. It didn't like to go out in broad daylight. Beasts that flew in the sky never liked arrows. It was fine if they shot at them on the other plantations, but they definitely shouldn't make any careless moves on the 1,000-grain gold plantation. After all, the bat leader could fly out any time, and if someone accidentally shot at it and provoked it, the tribe wouldn't be able to successfully finish collecting their harvest in time. After some thought, Ao set down his bow and paid close attention to where the bat leader was. Both him and Szechuan did not participate in the harvest. They were both looking at the bat leader. No one knew what the bat leader was planning. If something happened, they would be the first ones to take action. In a time of danger, they were the ones expected to face it. They were stronger after all. A bloody stench spread through the air and was growing thicker. If they weren't surrounded by grains, the people there might even think that they're on a battlefield. Some warriors trembled in fear as they cut with their blades. It wasn't because they were timid. It was a natural reaction of anxiety to the strong energy. They were already quite impressive. They could even continue harvesting normally under such a threatening vibe. The birds slowed down as they approached the land. Some of the birds retreated while others hesitated. Some bolder birds dared to get closer and flew straight into the land of golden grains, even though the birds were already so close to the 1,000-grain gold plantations. They didn't fly down immediately. However, they were such a huge flock that they covered the entire sky, blocking out the sunlight. As the birds in the center finally decided to fly down, the birds all around also widened their wings and prepared to fly in. Whoosh! A black shadow flew out from within the shadows. It brushed across the golden grains and flew upwards. As it soared upward, it released a silent and invisible wave of energy. Bang, bang, bang. The birds that were closest to it exploded into a bloody shower. They didn't even have the time to give one last cry. As the figure flew towards the most concentrated part of the flock, a bloody mist rained from the sky as sounds of explosions went off. The flock of birds that initially blocked out the sun was replaced with a layer of bloody mist that was slowly spreading. It rained down on the plantation under it. If the strong energy from before was enough to terrify people with an imaginary bloody stench, it was actually coming true now. The stench of blood was everywhere. Everyone present, including the people who were harvesting, the people on the 1,000-grain gold plantation or other farms nearby, the drumming tribe members who came to help, and the warriors on the whistle tower, all of them witnessed the terrifying scene. The bat leader's attack was targeted at those birds, but everyone who was harvesting also felt the impact. They had to stop whatever they were doing and cover their ears. It was like their brains were tortured by 1,000 needles. The people who were farther away were luckier. Those closest to the 1,000-grain gold plantation were the ones who suffered the most, but they were also the strongest amongst all of them. As long as the bat leader's attack was not targeted at them, they could still withstand it. It just didn't feel too good, that's all. Ao held his bow tightly in his hands and looked up. He didn't care about the bloody mist that was raining down. Instead, he was directly watching the battle in the sky. No, it wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided murder between a flock of birds that came here tempted by the food and a half-king beast that was provoked. It was clear who was stronger. There were some heavy grains above Szechuan's head. The bloody mist that was falling from the sky covered all the grains with a red coating. Szechuan picked out a seed from the grain. He wiped away the blood from the seed. The golden color of the husk covering the seed. The golden husk of the 1,000-grain gold glittered with a brilliance that was brighter than before. Szechuan thought about back all the fertilizer needed to plant and nourish the 1,000-grain gold plants and looked again at the golden seed in his hand. Perhaps this was just the way it was. Maybe the 1,000-grain gold always had a bloody stench as it ripened. This was the birth of a golden light amidst the bloody stench. The loud explosions finally silenced in the sky, but the bat leader didn't stop chasing after the birds. It continued to kill them, but now it was using its claws and fangs. After the bloody mist fell, scraps of dead birds also fell from the sky. Some of these carcasses were so dry that not even a drop of blood came out. Some of these birds died with an incomplete corpse. so it was obvious how brutal the killing was in the sky. The flock of birds were all shocked. They screamed as they departed from all directions. Of course, there were still other birds that were out of their minds and recklessly bold. They went after the 1,000 gold grains as the bat leader went to kill the other birds. They thought they could get to their target, but too bad the flaming horns were already guarding there. They continued to harvest. Everyone was busy, both in the sky and on the ground. Meanwhile, Wu He and his group who went into hiding when they saw the bat leader's attack also saw the opportunity. The flaming horns and the scary bat weren't looking at them. Now, let's go. Hurry, there are still some grains left. Let's go get some. Chapter 689. Success. Success. Everyone on the flaming horn plantations were busy and anxious. But the other side of the flaming river was not affected at all. Even though people at the flaming river couldn't see what was going on at the flaming horn plantations, they could see what was happening in the sky. The flock of birds were indeed too eye-catching. Some of the people who came to see the giant bridge were arguing with the soldiers that were guarding at the bridge post. They came here all the way to walk on the bridge, but the flaming horns weren't letting them get close at all. If they weren't even allowed to get on the bridge, what was the point in coming all the way here? We had clearly instructed the team of flaming horn warriors there. No matter what they said or did, they already made a firm decision. No one other than the flaming horns were allowed to take a single step on or towards the bridge. Even though they were not participating in the harvest at the headquarters, they knew that no one was allowed to go over there and cause a disturbance. These people said they were coming to look at the bridge. How could they be sure that they wouldn't head over to the headquarters right away? Their chief had already passed an order earlier. No one besides the flaming horns were allowed to pass. More people from foreign tribes were crowding here. The person who was leading the expedition team to come join the excitement looked over again at the flaming horns who were guarding at the bridge post. Their numbers exceeded those of the guards. Why not just barge in? Once in a while people in the crowd murmured, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. You think you can stop us, just because you're not letting me see it? I want to see it even more. The crowd pushed forward and forced the people in front to move 2 steps forward. The flaming horn guards who were guarding there immediately took out their swords and spears and aimed at them. Most of these expedition team members were not nice people. They were already growing impatient because the flaming horns refused to let them go on the bridge. They did not believe in such exaggerated rumors. Besides coming here to confirm the rumors, they were also testing the flaming horns' patience. There was just one more step, and everything would be complete. The push from the crowd behind them was the trigger of the outbreak. They were almost about to witness an outbreak, but they suddenly heard noises coming from the sky above the headquarters. When they looked up, they saw bloody explosions in the sky. The bloody scene extinguished all the fury in their hearts and they immediately stopped whatever they were doing. Even the guards on the bridge turned their heads to look. They didn't know what happened, but judging by the looks, it was probably good news. After all, the creatures that exploded into a bloody mist were the flock of birds that came to steal the grains. What was that? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Not sure. I heard that's the Flaming Horn's territory. Something happened in the Flaming Horn tribe again? Somehow I feel like something terrifying is over there. The person who spoke even shuddered. It wasn't just him though. Everyone else felt the same way. After all, if they had the ability to join the expedition team and come all the way here, none of them were that weak. The crowd no longer complained about not being able to walk on the bridge. It seemed extremely dangerous on the other side. It was better to wait and observe the situation first. The guards at the bridge looked at their headquarters with worried glances. They could only see the mountain at the headquarters from here and all the forest around it. They couldn't see what was happening down at the plantation, but they couldn't walk away from their post, so they could only pray in their hearts and hope that everything was going well there. Behind the crowd, a few individuals looked at each other. Seeing how they were all thinking the same thing, they all changed their plans suddenly. They were similar to the Changlas and came from the other side of the sea. They were just not as fast as the Changlas. Initially they wanted to follow this curious crowd and barge into the Flaming Horn tribe, but it didn't seem too safe over there. I heard that the Changlas already sent someone here, someone said in a low voice. The others exchanged glances. Everyone knew what was going on. The Changlas were known for their interest in adventure and causing trouble. They loved to take advantage of people in their hardest moments. With the Changlas here, the Flaming Horns wouldn't be able to have peace. It was better for them to stay and wait here while observing the situation there. They did not wish to meet any of the Changlas. On the other side of the bridge, Ta was personally guarding at the post. If the people on the other side couldn't hold the crowd back, at least he was still here to stop them. They must not let those people come over. More people came these days because of the giant bridge of the Flaming River, and they were daring too. They even had the courage to test the Flaming Horn's patience. This was a problem. Their mission here was crucial. Ta was also worried about the situation over at the plantation. Maybe the others didn't know enough about it, but he was one of the 2 hunt leaders in the Flaming Horn tribe. He also knew about the king bat. That was why he was worried. Around this time, the bloody mist was already fading. Everywhere, exploded parts of birds including feathers and bones fell from the sky. Some of these birds were shot down, some were slaughtered brutally, and others even had the juices sucked out of their bodies before they were thrown down to the ground. The Flaming Horns were busy watching the birds that were stealing the grains, while the Bat King killed the flocks in the sky. While all this was happening, 2 figures were heading towards the Flaming Horn plantation. They were going for the 1,000-grain gold. "Watch out, be careful," the people who were shooting at the birds shouted as they noticed the trespassers. The Flaming Horn shot arrows in their direction, but the figures that flew over spun giant black oblong shields and blocked their attacks. The Changlas usually made their shields with rubber. Compared to metal and stone, this was a lighter material. Usually they would separate their shield into parts and only assemble it before they needed to use it. The people behind the shields transformed. Totemic lines appeared on their arms and faces. Their arms were more obvious. Their muscles flexed and green veins surged to the surface of their skin, marking distinct lines on their arms as they held onto the 2 shields tightly. The person with the shield had an inexpressible excitement in his heart. They felt this way on every mission. This feeling of anxiety and intensity, it made them so excited that they wanted to roar. Clang clang clang. Arrows that were shot at the 2 people were all blocked by the black shields. The arrowhead stuck into the shields but didn't go through. It was just stuck there. For the sake of saving arrowheads, the Flaming Horns usually only used wooden arrowheads. They only used stone arrowheads against larger birds. They would only use metal arrowheads against birds of the fearsome beast category. The Changla people came too suddenly. The archers were not even prepared to change their arrowheads. The first set of arrows were all wooden, so they were all stuck in the 2 giant rubber shields. Some of them were using stone arrowheads, those that were specifically designed to kill larger birds. They also shot at the Changla at that instant, but even these arrows couldn't break through the strange black shields. They were also stuck in the shield. None of them were deflected or succeeded in piercing through the shields. It was just a single encounter, but the 2 figures successfully avoided all of the arrows the Flaming Horns shot at them. In an instant, their shields looked like porcupines, but the people and the birds behind the shields were not at all harmed by the attacks. A also wanted to make a move, but he saw another figure coming in from another direction farther away. The Bat King was sucking the blood of a flying fearsome bird. If he made a single move, not only would he miss his target, he might even accidentally hit the King Bat. If he provoked the King Bat, it might turn around and attack the people on his side. However, because he hesitated, I lost the opportunity to shoot at his target. It was too challenging for him to shoot them now. Opportunities were often like this, easily missed. Just as the 2 figures behind the giant black shield celebrated their success in dodging the previous attack, a long green spear suddenly shot through the air at one of the figures. As the green spearhead came into contact with the shield, its sharp blade pierced through the shield. The impact caused the crack to widen as the entire shield cracked into 2 parts. Besides the arrowheads that were still stuck in the shield, the body and tail of the arrows exploded into shreds. They all fell to the ground after the impact. Even after it pierced through the shield, the spear did not stop advancing. Its powerful momentum drove it forward even more. breaking through the shield's body. At that instant, the person behind the shield felt as if time had frozen. His pupil shrunk suddenly from fright. He could even hear the screeching sounds made by the frictional impact between the spear and his shield body. The shield looked as if it had been scorched. If the shield was of a different color, they might even be able to see a burn mark around where the shield was pierced. He even smelled a burnt smell coming from his shield. The person behind the shield looked as the sharp green spearhead slowly pierced through his shield. It was getting closer to him, and he couldn't do anything in time to dodge it. It's too late, I never thought. Luckily, the spearhead only cut through from above his forehead. At this instant, both of his hands that were initially holding onto his black shield felt as they were attacked by a beast's sharp claws. It tore away the skin on his hands, and this cut extended up to his arms from his wrists. Fresh blood spurted from his wounds as he fell backward to the ground, off the long-winged bird's back. His hands also let go of the two round shields. The long-winged bird also lost its balance and tumbled backwards. After stumbling, it left frantically in escape. It didn't even stop after its butt suffered a shot from an arrow. At the next instant, the person who fell from the bird's back was immediately caught by his companion, who carried him onto the back of the bird he was riding. The person who was saved looked shockingly at his arm, and then looked again at the spear that fell along with his shields. He couldn't help gulping down his saliva. His arms almost broke away from the impact when he held on against the force of the spear. What terrifying strength! Just because he wanted to save his companion, the person who had planned to distract the flaming horns also came out earlier than expected. There's another person here. They're part of the same gang. However, as everyone shifted their attention to the two newly appeared individuals, two other figures dashed into the plantation. They didn't go into the center of the field right away, but stayed near the boundary. They passed by the guards there swiftly. As they flew by, the hands of the person riding on the long-winged bird trembled. His normal-sized arms shrunk in an instant and became as small as a child's. The wind blew across his sleeves, revealing the outline of his arms. He shook both of his arms gently. As the long-winged bird flew by rapidly, his 5 fingers transformed into the shape of a long hook and extended downwards. With a twist of his hand, his arms hooked away a bag full of 1,000 gold grains from one of the flaming horn warriors. The part of the bag the warrior was holding on was also cut off, and only a piece of the bag was left in his hands. The entire bag was stolen. After they got what they wanted, the extended hand pulled upwards, and the warrior didn't even have the time to react. He could only watch as the figure flew away with an open bag of golden grains. Some grains were still falling from the opening of the bag. Something else happened on the other side of the plantation. The trespasser also took away another bag full of 1,000 grain gold. This bag was full and was already tied up. They just didn't move it into the warehouse in time. Now it was stolen. The two individuals smirked after they got what they wanted. If the flaming horn's defenses were weaker, they could steal even more, but they didn't have any more chances, so they could only leave for now. Let's go. Coo! A bird's cry rang through the sky, warning all of these figures to escape. As they left, they were still screeching loudly like wild beasts celebrating a victory. All of these happened in between a few breaths. Ao's expression changed after all this happened. He still looked fierce even after it ended. He could tell these people had great teamwork and utilized each of their skills and covered each other's weaknesses. They were moving smoothly, and if it were not for the fact that they were still on the flaming horn grounds, they would have parted ways and flew in different directions. Once they left the flaming horn's territory, even if Szechuan was to chase after them with Cha-Cha, he wouldn't be able to catch up. After all, there were 7 of them. 7 birds too. Seeing how Ao wanted to chase after them, Szechuan shouted, "You stay here. I'll go after them." Between Ao and Szechuan, one of them had to stay behind. After all, the harvest was not yet complete, and some factors were still undetermined, so someone had to stay behind to ensure everything goes right. Hearing what Szechuan said, Ao could only stop and stay unwillingly. After all, He couldn't do anything even if he went. At least Shashwan has Cha-Cha with him. After he said this, Shashwan chased after the figures that flew away. Wu-He looked at the 2 bags they attained. His face was full of pride. How intense. Haha. Did you see the flaming horns' faces? I didn't see it, but they probably wouldn't look that well. Ha ha ha. I almost lost my arms, but at least we got what we wanted. I didn't see their faces, but I think their expressions wouldn't be much different if bird poop landed on their faces. Hee hee hee. Gosh, don't get so excited just yet. Someone's chasing us from below. Someone beside Wu-He interrupted their laughter. Wu-He looked down. There weren't many trees here, so he could still see the person who was passing through the forest. Seeing how he was running so fast in the forest and how he was getting closer to them, Wu-He looked surprised. But his smile had not faded. He continued to speak with a sudden interest. That's the Grand Elder of the Flaming Horn tribe. What? That's the brat? Isn't the Grand Elder an old guy? Someone asked in confusion. All the elders they had seen before were all middle-aged or elderly people. Just ignore him. The brat can't even fly, Wu-He said carelessly. Chapter 690. Can you even fly? After Shashwan went after the people who had left, the mood in the plantation became heavier. They were too careless. If they had been more careful, perhaps all of that would never have happened. At least those people wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. I was regretting it a lot now too, even though Shashwan had reminded them about how there were also others who were closely watching them and they were all cautious. They never thought those people would dare to come close after witnessing the bat leader's attack. Who would have thought? These people were so daring. They were literally out of their minds. What if the bat leader changed its target and focused on them instead? Wasn't the exploded flock of birds enough for a warning? But what happened had already happened. This was extreme humiliation to them. Everyone saw the 2 bags of 1,000-grain gold get stolen. This was a slap across the Flaming Horns' faces. A cruel slap. All of the Flaming Horns present were stunned by what happened. Even though the 2 bags of 1,000-grain gold were not even a tenth of their total harvest, this was a different case. If someone stole your prey, it was clearly a failure on your part. Not to mention how important this 1,000-grain gold was to them. Perhaps the Flaming Horns were too arrogant after everything that happened. The Flaming River trading point, the King Beast incident, and the giant bridge. They should have maintained their guard and vigilance. How careless. Even Ao had to admit that he was indeed not in the zone, especially just now when he hesitated in throwing out a spear at the trespasser. If he released his spear when Shashwan released it, perhaps the robbery would never have happened. At least they could have caught 1 or 2 of them. He looked again at the sky. The bat leader was becoming even more brutal than before. It probably noticed what happened below, but it didn't chase after those people. If it did chase after them, it had to abandon this important piece of land, so it chose to stay here. It was not a tamed beast, and unlike Cha-Cha, it didn't listen to anyone's commands. This bat had a different goal in mind. It would get mad if someone stole his things under his watch, but it wouldn't go after the people who stole the grains. It knew about trade-offs, so he stayed here. This place was more important. They relied on other forces too much. This wouldn't work, Ao regretted as he sighed. These people planned their timing too well. If they came a little earlier or later, they would have failed. Perhaps they also considered the bat leader's mentality. Those people were also too crazy. He initially thought that only the robbers could do something like this. He never expected there to be others. The robbers liked to come out in the night time, but these people were executing their mission at noon, under broad daylight, a time when everyone could see them. Ao felt that compared to the robbers' incident from before, the incident that had just happened was a harder slap across their faces. Of course, he knew that this was not the time to blame himself. It wasn't the time to reflect either. Keep your spirits high. It's not over yet, Ao yelled. So what if they were unhappy? They still had other matters to settle. They'll just take this as a lesson. Ao didn't think Shashwan could stop those people. Judging by how in sync those people were and how they behaved, he knew that they were experienced. With just Cha-Cha, it wouldn't be easy to stop all of them. On the side of the giant bridge, Ta turned around and looked up into the sky. The 7 figures flew above the forest not far away from them. They probably knew that people were keeping guard here, so they didn't get close. Instead, they flew above the forest beside the flaming river and continued upstream. Even though they were quite far away, Ta could see what they were carrying with his sharp vision. He saw the familiar beast hide bags and the grains that fell from it occasionally. Anger welled up within him. They stole the 1,000-grain gold. Ta also noticed Shashwan following those people. He was chasing after them. He shifted his feet. He wanted to chase after those people personally, but then he looked again at those people on the other side of the bridge. He hesitated and waved his hands as he signaled the others beside him. "You guys, follow them." The people who came from other tribes on the other side couldn't see clearly what was happening because they were far away. They were still discussing what had happened, but very soon, they saw what was happening. People were riding on birds and traveling upstream on the other side where the Flaming Horn's headquarters was. It looked like they were trying to cross the river. The few individuals who stood in the back of the crowd thought, "Aren't those the Changlas?" Judging by their looks, did they get something? The Changlas were indeed impressive if they could steal something from the Flaming Horn's headquarters. The Flaming Horns had to admit to this fact. In the sky, after Wu He's group of 7 successfully stole the 2 giant bags of grains, they couldn't fly up high because 2 of their birds suffered severe injuries and even had arrows stuck in their bodies. 2 other birds couldn't fly high because of how heavy the grains were. Flying high required greater energy. There was also another person among them who was severely injured. The bird who was carrying 2 people was even more tired than the others. Even though their entire mission didn't take long, it burned up a lot of their energy, especially the 7 long-winged birds. They were under immense stress. Even if the bat leader wasn't a king beast, it was a bigger threat compared to the king Stoneworm. The bat leader could fly. They finally accomplished their mission under such a huge mental burden. Now that they could finally relax, they felt extremely tired. To conserve their energy and to ensure they could work well as a team, the 7 birds didn't fly too high. Of course, they were comparing the height to how high they usually flew. Even if they weren't flying high, the fierce beasts on land could not reach them. They were flying above the forest, but they still kept a distance above the trees. This could save their energy and avoid all the threats on the trees. This was the level many experienced birds liked. Cha-Cha also flew at this height often. As long as they flew faster, the people on the ground wouldn't be able to shoot them, unless their skills were highly polished. The reason they chose to fly upstream towards the Flaming River was there were fewer people there. They definitely wouldn't head in the Flaming River's direction. What laid ahead there was a forest full of fearsome beasts, but they still had to cross the river. Different tribes were spread across the land on the other side of the river. At least this was the information Wu He discovered during his time here. He even knew that there were more tribes downstream who were familiar with the Flaming Horns. If they fly in that direction, they would be targeted by many people, but it was different upstream. If they cross the river and travel upstream, there would be less tribes so they wouldn't be targeted as much. This was the best way for them to escape. We're already out of the Flaming Horn's territory. If we go further we will arrive at the forest full of fearsome beasts. Let's cross the river, Wu He said. The others did not object. They gestured their long-winged birds to change direction and prepared to cross the river. After we cross the river, let's part ways. Wu He's eyelids jerked quickly and uncontrollably as he said this. What's wrong? The others saw his reaction and looked around anxiously. They didn't see any other strange flying creatures around them, nor did they see the bat leader. At first, they expected to see the giant mountain eagle, but it wasn't here either. The brat was still tightly following them from below. Is there something wrong? Wu He asked. Besides that brat who's still following us, I don't sense any other threat, the others replied in confirmation after scanning the area once more. It's all good then. Wu He felt that he was thinking too much due to the anxiety. He didn't underestimate Shashwan because he knew that someone who could take on the position of the Grand Elder in the Flaming Horn tribe who can bait the King Beast must have his unique skill. However, the only reason Wu He put him into consideration was that Shashwan couldn't fly. Even the King Beast that was causing trouble outside the trading point couldn't do anything to them now. They were too far up in the sky. Without the help of that great mountain eagle, What can this Grand Elder do? He was not a threat at all. Wu-He looked down at the person under them. He was not planning to give up. He looked over at the flaming river that was getting close and his smile grew wider. He was almost there, and there wasn't a bridge there. Without the eagle's help, what could he do? There were a lot of fierce giant fishes in the river. How can you follow us now? They were getting closer to the river. The 7 long-winged birds no longer focused on what was below. Among the 7 people, Wu-He was the only one who was still watching the person running after them. Just as the 7 birds flew above the river, the person who passed through the woods also jumped out and propelled himself from a tree. Seeing this scene, Wu-He couldn't help but laugh. You think you can fly just because you jump high? Can you even reach the sky? However, not long after, Wu-He stopped smiling. This was no longer funny. Whoosh! The sound of a breeze swept across them. A fiery energy was released from Szechuan's body. The energy surged upward within his body and with the wind's assistance, he dashed into the air. A flame body stretched out instantly and transformed into the shape of a giant. The strong suppressive energy welled from its body and repelled everything around it. The strong air current that was swirling around gave the flames a human shape. This strange look made the giant even scarier than it already was. The flames were like the fur of a fierce beast fluttering in the wind. The 7 Changlas were closest to the giant, so they could feel its strong energy clearly. They had never felt a force as suppressive as this. This powerful strength could crush anyone easily. They were flying at the flame giant's eye level, but they couldn't see its eye. There was a vague outline, and even though it had no eyes, Wu-He's group of 7 felt like the giant was looking straight at them. Wu-He felt the bones creaking in his body. The facial expressions of the other 6 were all changing: fear, terror, panic, helplessness. Their hands were trembling and they felt like they would die the next moment. The 7 long-winged birds suddenly forgot to flap their wings. Everything was beyond their control. This obstacle was unexpected. During that moment of hesitation, the flame giant moved. He lifted his hands and slapped it down like a fly swatter. The fiery air current was so powerful that they didn't even have the chance to react. They could only watch helplessly as the giant hand slapped down on them. The people who were watching from the other side of the bridge all inhaled deeply when they saw this. Their eyes and mouths opened wide in shock as their jaws dropped. What the heck is that? Exclamation mark. All of a sudden, a flame giant appeared out of nowhere and slapped the people in the air down with his bare hands. They were slapped to the ground, just like that. Chapter 691. Prisoners of War. The single slap slapped down 5 of the long-winged birds in the air. The other 2 didn't suffer a direct attack, but the giant's murderous energy made them stumble through the air. They only regained their balance before they almost crashed into a tree. Those 2 birds were lucky, but the other 5 suffered a different fate. Even though it was just flames, the force that it brought was undoubtedly powerful. As the flame giant's hands slapped down on them, it passed right through their bodies. The burning energy burned through them, and they felt like they were burning from the inside. A wave of burning pain. Those were not real flames, but flames originating from the totemic flame of the fire seed. Just like how some people's skin was covered with a layer of flames as they activated their totemic power. This was similar to it, except no one had been able to summon such a huge giant like Szechuan. They could not comprehend this at all. Only those who came for the Flaming River Grand Feast wouldn't be surprised by this. Most tribespeople were apprehensive towards foreign powers that were extremely powerful. They were all knocked out of their conscious minds for a while. They only recovered and felt the shivers from the fright after the flames slowly disappeared. The flaming horns who were guarding at the bridge post looked away from the scene. The others didn't know what that was, but they knew it clearly. They proudly expressed in their hearts, "Nice one, Grand Elder." Seeing how trouble was still laid out in front of them, the flaming horn guards over here became stern and looked at the crowd of foreign tribal members who gathered here. The Grand Elder's actions already gave them the mental support they needed. They didn't need to overthink. As long as they did what they needed to do, even if they couldn't hold these people back, the Grand Elder would be here to deal with these people. Seeing how the flaming horn guards at the bridge were looking at them with stern expressions, The person who was complaining the most suddenly stopped. He forced a smile and turned around to leave after a short ha-ha. They must be kidding. No one would want to suffer a blow from such a massive flame giant. They no longer thought about barging right across the bridge. What if the person who came by saw them? Seeing the change in the situation, they no longer thought about forcefully crossing the bridge. Even though the flaming horns were not exactly the same as they were described in the rumors, they were quite scary. They didn't want to start a conflict with the flaming horns. As for how they wanted to test the flaming horns' patience, whoever had the courage could try. They no longer wished to test their patience anymore. Let's go. We can go check if there are any goods worth trading at the trading point. We shouldn't go back empty-handed. But leader, aren't we going for a walk on the giant bridge? Someone asked. We can wait until the flaming horns finish with their matters. We can come back next time. The giant bridge of the flaming river was no longer their main focus. The most important thing was, they no longer viewed the flaming horns the same way as before. The flaming horns' ratings would definitely soar once again. Since those people who were causing a ruckus already left, the other people were also afraid and wouldn't stay here any longer. The people at the back of the crowd looked again where the flame giant appeared. Since the Changlas were already defeated, the flaming horns would definitely not let them escape. They might even kill them right away. The flaming horns definitely wouldn't let them live after they stole their goods. Luckily they didn't make any reckless moves. These individuals looked at each other and rejoiced. At least it wasn't them. For now, it was best to observe and wait a little longer. Change of plans. They no longer wanted to go to the flaming horn headquarters. On the other side, Shashwan was running towards the 5 individuals who had been slapped down from the sky. 2 others were escaping in the air. He did not chase after them. He also didn't summon the flame giant from the elder's bones anymore. All of them, human or bird, felt terrible after they suffered a blow from the giant's slap. Especially the bird and human who were already injured. Even if the person who was severely injured was protected by the long-winged bird's cushion, he also passed out and died immediately after suffering the strong blow. They finally fell to the ground after struggling through the branches. The Changla member was groaning in pain. He was so out of breath that his face turned red. He seemed ready to cough, but somehow he just couldn't cough. He tried his best to breathe in heavily. The muscles on his face were sore and twitching. He helped his companions up from the ground and observed Shashwan carefully as he approached them. His eyes were focused on the giant green sword in Shashwan's hand. The blade carried heavy murderous energy. Even if it hadn't killed any humans, it must have killed a lot of fearsome beasts. Now, this sharp blade was aimed directly at them. Some of them had broken bones in their legs and some immediately fainted after they suffered the slap. They couldn't escape together even if they wanted to. Whoosh! People were approaching from within the forest. Grand Elder. The people sent over arrived. Seeing the 5 strangers, anger flashed across their eyes. They carried a fierce murderous vidi as they walked over. But they didn't make a move right away. Instead, they looked at Shashwan and waited for him to speak. Tie them up, Shashwan said. Huh? The people who came already prepared axes in their hands and were ready to execute. They were stunned by what Shashwan said. They didn't understand what he meant, so they asked again, kill them and then tie them up? No. We need them alive. He and his companions heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Shashwan said. They were already injured when they went to steal the grains, but the force from the slap was an injury on their previous injury. Even who wasn't severely injured, couldn't summon even half of the energy he usually was able to summon. But it was a different case for the flaming horns. Shashwan had slapped them down from the sky, but they weren't sure what he was about to do next. More flaming horn warriors came to reinforce too, so it was too difficult for them to fight back even if they wanted to. This was the flaming horn's territory after all. He and his companions initially planned to fight to their death, but after hearing what Shashwan said, they were delighted. They no longer wanted to fight with all their strength. As long as they could stay alive, the 2 others who had escaped would definitely send reinforcements to rescue them. Why? The Flaming Horn warriors who came to help couldn't understand why the Grand Elder wanted to keep these thieves alive. Before they would have killed them immediately. They were no different from those robbers, they all deserved to die. Plus, these people weren't just stealing any grains, they stole the 1,000-grain gold. This was unforgivable. They should be killed and used to make fertilizer. If other people said this, they would have complained, but Shashwan was the one who said this, so even if they had other thoughts, they would still obey his orders. They wouldn't resent him at all. They believed that the Grand Elder must have had his reasons for such a decision. After knowing how Shashwan was not intending to kill them, Wu He and his companions also gave up on fighting back. They were worried that the Flaming Horns might get mad and change their decision if they fought back. If they died now, they wouldn't have any other chances. The most important matter now was to stay alive. This was the only way to escape. Very soon, Ta had also arrived with some people. He was also worried about the situation here, and after seeing the crowd dispersed and left on the other side, he came over with a group of people and left only a few of them there at the post. Ta also couldn't understand why Shashwan wanted to keep them alive. This was not the way Shashwan usually acted. They had never done this before during their previous encounters with other robbers. But this was not the time to ask questions. He ordered some people to tie the 5 strangers up with grass ropes. They even tied up the person who fell unconscious and the 5 long-winged birds. They picked up most of the 1,000-grain gold that had fallen. A small portion had been eaten by some birds and beasts in the forest. This maddened Ta even more. He wanted to twist the necks of the 5 people immediately and end their lives right there and then. When Shashwan returned, the matters at the plantation were already settled. Seeing how Shashwan brought back most of the grains that were stolen and even captured the 5 robbers, I was suddenly happier, but he couldn't understand why Shashwan brought them back alive. If it was him, he would have killed them immediately. He even heard that 2 of them escaped. Ao was a little worried and wanted to discuss future security planning afterwards. These people worked too well together and their timing was too well planned. They even came from the other side of the sea and had more companions. He had to increase security. We can keep them. People will pay for them to be ransomed, Shashwan said. What could they use to pay for the ransom? Ao asked carelessly. Money. The Flaming Horns didn't lack this at all. Food? They didn't lack this either. Metal? Unless they brought nuclear weapons, they wouldn't care for typical metal weapons. Their green bronze was better than most of the metal on the other side of the sea. Ao couldn't think of anything that could appease them. If it was just some money, why not just kill these people? This would help them release their anger and give them the excitement they needed. I need their help with something, Shashwan said. Even though Wu He was far away from them, he could tell what these people said from observing their lip movements. He could figure out what Shashwan and Dao were discussing purely by looking. He didn't even need to listen. He already knew that Shashwan was planning to use them by keeping them alive. He thought that Shashwan only wanted to exchange for some goods, but he never thought that Shashwan was going after something else. Not money. This guy had other intentions. He probably had his target set on the entire Changla, not just the 5 of them. After he thought carefully about what happened, Wu He's heart skipped a beat. Shashwan purposely slapped them down from the sky back then. He wanted to use them to show off his strength. With Shashwan's speed, he could have used the same method to slap them down from the sky anytime, but he only made a move when they were beside the river. At that time, there were many people watching from the other side. Initially, they wanted to let more people see how cunning they were and how they stole from the Flaming Horns, but they never thought it would end up like this. Those people who had witnessed this probably wouldn't dare to attempt anything of the like anytime soon. However, Wu He had no clue about what Shashwan wanted them to do. Lock them up first. Shashwan pointed at the 5 of them. Don't use the grass ropes. Use metal chains. It's too easy to escape from grass ropes. The people who were thinking about ways to break free from the grass ropes could only give up. The Flaming Horns even made tough metal chains with locks. After they let a few soldiers carry the 5 people away, the matters at the plantations were finally settled for the time being. Now, The higher-ups in the Flaming Horn tribe were ready to start a meeting to discuss this matter. Wu He had already told their history. Zheng Luo and the others had also heard about the Changlas. What else can the Changlas do besides causing trouble? Zheng Luo looked at Szechuan. Let them bring a letter to the other side of the sea. After all, we don't have enough people. Zheng Luo didn't get it at first, but very quickly, his eyes flashed with sudden interest as his clenched fists slammed down on the stone table beside him. Indeed, we don't have enough people. Chapter 692, A Letter to an Old Neighbor. Zheng Luo's and Szechuan's conversation was so implicit that Hao and the others couldn't understand what they meant. Only Duo King's expression changed after he heard what Zheng Luo said. So you guys mean we should let the Changla bring a letter to the Tai tribe? Are we persuading them to come over? Duo King asked happily. The others also understood after what Duo King said. Even though Ao's group had never seen the Tai tribe, they knew about them. Their brothers who came from the other side of the sea often mentioned them. Ao's deepest impression was that the Tai tribe was a good neighbor. The others also understood what Szechuan meant when he said they didn't have enough people. As more people arrived at the Flaming River trading point, the Flaming Horn tribe felt that they couldn't manage everything at hand. They searched for the cause and realized that it was because they didn't have enough manpower. There weren't enough helpers they could trust. Once more people from expedition teams came and sparked a conflict, it would turn into a fierce battle. Luckily Szechuan had shown them the might of the Flaming Horns during the King Beasts incident and the Changlas incident. These incidents made the people who had bad intentions hesitate, but the impacts wouldn't last too long. It was impossible to train a kid who had just learned to walk to become a warrior skilled in battle and hunting within a single year. Increasing their population wasn't a task that could be done in the short term, and as for helpers that they could trust, the only tribe the Flaming Horns could really trust was the Drumming tribe. Out of all the tribes in the Flaming River region, they could not even trust the Rain tribe. However, the Drumming tribe didn't have a large population either. After they calculated, they still lacked people. Szechuan's sudden suggestion caught the interest of everyone in the house. Even though the Tai people aren't that amiable at times, they can still be trusted. We had been neighbors with them on the other side for so many years, and it was our ancestors who picked them as our neighbors from the very beginning, Zheng Luo said. They indeed quarreled with the Tai people frequently, but those were just minor squabbles. If something big happened, they would still stick together, like the case with the salt mine. The salt mine had become deserted because of the salt beast. The salt beast was in the mine, so no one dared to go there. Without the Flaming Horns, the Tai people were probably not doing too well now. Back then, they were living comfortably because the Flaming Horns were there. An alliance between their tribes was enough to prevent other tribes from making a move on them, but after the Flaming Horns left, they were all alone, so they weren't as powerful as before. That's a good idea, but what if they don't want to come here? Ao asked. We need to tell them clearly about our situation here. They'll probably come. Of course, that's their decision to make. Zheng Luo felt that the chances were high. The Tai tribe had migrated a few times before, so they wouldn't feel too deeply about leaving their territory behind. They would certainly benefit if they moved here. Actually, after the disaster, when they noticed that the continents had drifted closer to each other, Zheng Luo had once thought about going back to visit the Tai people. He wanted to convince them to migrate here so they could keep being neighbors like before. But he also knew that the slave masters were tightly watching out for the Flaming Horns on the other side. The situation in the desert was also highly unpredictable, so they could only give up. After the construction of the Flaming River trading point, everyone was extremely busy. They had no time for expedition trips. Zheng Luo saw hope when he heard Szechuan's suggestion. The Changlas were their best option for delivering a letter. The people on the other side of the sea already labeled the Flaming Horns as their main target. If the Flaming Horns went over, they would definitely capture them right away. But what if it was the Changlas? These people were despised wherever they went. The people on the other side of the sea would probably stay as far away from them as they could. But what if the Changlas don't want to do it? How can you be so sure that they wouldn't try to do anything else? They couldn't help worrying about this notorious group of people. Even though the Changlas are as despicable as the robbers, they're a little different. They value their team, Shashwan said. The robbers often go on missions alone, but the Changlas aren't like that. They work very well as a team. Plus, when they appeared at the plantations, some of them were even willing to expose themselves when their teammate was injured. One of them even caught another member who fell from his bird. This is enough to show how much they cared for each other. Also, when I slapped down 5 of them, one of them was unconscious and severely injured. Another's legs were injured and he couldn't move at all. Among the other 3, only one had a fractured arm and the other 2 only had slight injuries. They could have escaped, and I was the only one there at the time. If they decided to part ways and leave separately, they would have succeeded, but they didn't. They stayed with their companions who couldn't leave, so I think the Changlas would definitely send people over regardless whether they are dead or alive. If we keep them alive, we can try to negotiate and come to terms with the Changlas. All of them nodded after hearing Shashwan's explanation. It was true indeed. I was initially defensive towards the Changlas, but now he only wished for them to return as soon as possible so they could proceed with Shashwan's plan. Then everyone can prepare a letter for the Tay tribe, Shashwan said. The others all knew that regardless of whether they were close to the Tay tribe, they had to write with the best attitude so the Tay people could see their sincerity. If only Zhengluo and Duo King signed the letter, the Tay people wouldn't believe them completely. After all, Zhengluo was no longer the chief, and Duo King was only a hunt leader. After the meeting, Ao called Shashwan back. The bat already left, but it took away a bag of grains. The bag wasn't big though, it was just a small one. After the harvest of the 1,000 grain gold, people immediately pulled out the seeds from the grains and stored them in other bags. The bags used to store the golden grains were all giant bags, but Shashwan also let them use a few smaller bags. However, when Ao went back that night to clean up, he noticed that one of the small bags was missing. The bag was the size of a person's brain. A window was left open in the warehouse, but there were many guards stationed outside. The bat leader was the only suspect capable of creeping inside and stealing the grains without anyone noticing. I don't see the bat here tonight. Is it still nearby? Ao asked. It's not here anymore. Shashwan did not sense the bat leader's presence nearby. It probably carried the bag of grains back to the bat cave in the forest. Could it be that the bat came to help us? It didn't take away a lot of grains. I'll suspect it. Shashwan glanced over at him. You're probably thinking too much. The bat thinks that these belong to him, and we're just his little brothers who are helping him search for food. Why would it protect our 1,000 grain gold plantation? It saw the 1,000 grain gold as one of its favorite foods, so it didn't let any other bird or beast get close. This is common animal behavior. As for why it only took away one small bag, I reckon it's because it's more convenient. It wouldn't be able to fly as naturally with a big bag. After all, the Bat Mountain is quite far away from here. Do you think it would come back for the other bags? Ao asked. That I'm not sure, we'll have to check. Will it get mad if we eat the 1,000 grain gold? Ao was still worried. What a pity. They had to ask for permission to eat what they planted for themselves. Probably not. If it doesn't want us to get close to the 1,000 grain gold, it would threaten us. Fierce beasts protect their food. They'd rather let their food rot than let other people or beasts take it from them. At least for now. It didn't seem like the bat leader regarded them as other people. Then I don't need to worry anymore. After he asked all his questions and got his doubts resolved, Ao could finally relax and prepare for the upcoming event. They had no clue when the Changlas would arrive. Wu He and his companions were locked inside a cave and weren't living too well. Their soup was cold and their meat was either burnt or cold. It tasted disgusting too. Besides dried grass, there was nothing on the ground, so they had no cushions whatsoever. Luckily it wasn't extremely cold, but it was a lot colder at night. They couldn't sleep well or eat well here. They were indeed being treated like prisoners of war. At least they still had something to eat. Wu He's group did not expect the Flaming Horns to treat them nicely at all. They were just waiting for people to come pay the ransom. Wu He looked at the Flaming Horns nearby across the stone pillars that separated them. Those people were keeping guard here and watching them, but at the moment, they were cooking meat soup. The thick and rich aromas drifted to their cave. Wu He inhaled deeply. He was feeling hungry. He looked away from the pot of soup and searched for something else to focus on. Those Flaming Horns were discussing something, but Wu He couldn't hear it clearly. He could only judge what they were saying by watching their lip movements. Hey, did you see their faces when the Grand Elder's flame giant slapped them down from the sky? It looked like bird poop fell on their faces. Ha ha ha. A Flaming Horn warrior was saying. Wu He read their lips. He was speechless. This sentence sounded very familiar. Wu He noticed that the Flaming Horn guards also mentioned the robbers. It sounded like a tribe's name. I feel like the Changlas are like the robbers. They're so despicable, people want to kill them right away. If the Grand Elder didn't stop us, we would have killed them. But then, I feel like the robbers are harder to catch. Up till now, we only caught one robber. But we already caught 5 Changlas in just one try. Another Flaming Horn warrior told his companion. This made Wu He very unhappy. Robber? What kind of joke is that? How can they even be compared to us Changlas? How come the Flaming Horns made them sound even more powerful than the Changlas? Could it possibly be their competitors? As Wu He waited for the other Changlas to come rescue him, he tried to find out more about the robbers from the guards who were talking outside. On the 5th day the 5 of them were captured. Someone finally came from the Changlas. However, they didn't come to the headquarters. Instead, they went to the Flaming River trading point. The Flaming Horns wouldn't let any Changlas into their headquarters. Shashwan placed a beast hide scroll full of written messages inside a bamboo tube after rolling it up. He then covered it up tightly. This was a letter they wrote after everyone organized their thoughts. It was a letter addressed to their old neighbor, the Tay tribe. It was nighttime, and Shashwan was heading to the Flaming River trading point. Wu He, whose hands and legs were chained, also followed along. He had to prove that they were still alive, so they had to bring one of them over. Amongst these prisoners, Wu He was the leader of the team and he was also mentally stable, so he was the best person to bring. Even though they brought shame to their gang after their failed mission, Wu He was still excited when he heard that someone came to rescue them. As he thought about how he was leaving the dungeon soon, he swept away his lingering negative emotions and went along expectantly. Chapter 693. I won't tell even if I starve. When Shashwan arrived at the Flaming River Castle, the trading point was already very quiet. They only saw light coming from a few houses that had water moonstones and other gemstones. When the guard outside the Beast Fang gate saw Shashwan, he made a hand gesture and told Shashwan how many Changlas were inside to get him mentally prepared. Shashwan nodded his head slightly and brought Wu He in. There were 2 strangers outside the guest house. They were probably the Changlas. They giggled after seeing Wu He. Their eyes were full of condescendence and ridicule. Not only did he fail in his mission, he was even caught. How embarrassing. Wu He was perturbed. He was not afraid of the 2 individuals at the door. It wasn't even a big deal. He could laugh back at them in the future if they got into similar trouble. It wasn't the first day they laughed at each other. The members of the Changla often ranked themselves according to their performance, and Wu He had always performed better than those 2 who were now laughing at him. He couldn't care less about those 2. What worried him was who was in the house, who came over this time. Shashwan opened the door after he knocked twice. Besides Zheng Luo and Duo Kang, there were 5 other strangers. These were probably the Changlas who came over after hearing the news. Zheng Luo had already discussed once with them before Shashwan arrived. It was very quiet in the house when he entered. Zheng Luo and Duo Kang were thinking about something, and the 5 strangers didn't seem like they had anything to say. They were all waiting quietly. Everyone on the inside looked at the entrance when Shashwan pulled the door open. At first, all 5 of the Changlas had their eyes on Wu He, then their eyes moved and looked at Shashwan with great interest. Amongst the 5 people, The first one Szechuan noticed was the only one who was sitting. He didn't seem strong, and wore what most of the people in the Flaming River region wore. He didn't look special either. Behind him stood a strong, bulky figure. The man had a bronze hammer in his hands and looked like a wall that blocked everything behind him. He didn't hide his fierce aura, so of course he was the most noticeable in the group. However, the most dangerous person here was the one who was sitting. He was skinny, but he looked like a blade that was still in its sheath. When Szechuan walked in, that person opened his closed eyes slowly. As he turned his head over and looked at him, his gaze felt like sharp daggers unsheathed. Szechuan was suddenly vigilant. This person probably held a very high position in the Changla's gang. Szechuan had just thought about it, but Wu He was already on all fours and howled when he saw him. He hurried over and knelt in front of that person. "Leader, why are you here? Did you come to rescue us? When can we leave?" That person glanced at Wu He, and then looked away expressionlessly. It was as if he didn't see him at all. He said to Zhengluo, "I have given you my word." "Where is the thing?" Szechuan looked at Zhengluo. Zhengluo nodded and took out the bamboo tube. "Don't worry, I promised not to look, so I won't look. Before it arrives at its destination, I won't show it to anyone else," that person said. He took the person and left immediately after he spoke. He did not like to speak too much. The more he spoke, the more he had to reveal. He didn't even look at Wu He once when he left. The two Changlas who were guarding outside laughed again at Wu He before they left. Their smiles were full of schadenfreude. 7 long-winged birds flew up from the Flaming River Castle and left the Flaming River trading point. Very soon they disappeared into the night. "Leader, we're just going to leave like this. Are we leaving Wu He and the others behind?" One of the Changlas asked their leader in a careful tone after observing his expression. If they stayed at the Flaming Horn tribe, they definitely wouldn't be treated well. "Didn't you see how energetic he was when he greeted me? It's clearly not a big problem. The others are probably doing fine too. Just let this be their punishment for failing their mission." If the Flaming Horns killed Wu He's group, he would immediately try to take revenge, but they didn't. Instead, they gave a strange condition. How unexpected. Actually, delivering a letter was not a difficult task at all. They just needed some time to get there. They couldn't help questioning the Flaming Horn's intention when they thought about the destination addressed in the letter. "The Flaming Horns really have great ambition," that person remarked. "What do you mean, ambition? I don't see them declaring a battle with anyone." Another Changla member was in doubt. "Some things can be attained without a battle." Wu He stared idly as the other Changla members left. Then they brought him back to the cave and locked him back up. "Oh number, did our leader give up on us?" another prisoner asked sadly. "Of course not. Our leader came to an agreement with the Flaming Horns. They'll definitely come back for us once the deal is finished," Wu He said. It wasn't that he didn't understand it, he just didn't want to stay locked up here. They had to fight with mosquitoes every day, not to mention those rough grains. The Flaming Horns planted so many grains, and yet they fed them these. Wu He complained about it once, but the Flaming Horns only said, "A prisoner of war should look like a prisoner of war. You stole from us and you're still bold enough to complain? Is there bird poop in your brain? I want meat. Hot, freshly roasted, fearsome beast meat. Oh, also meat soup." Wu He shouted while nobody cared. He never expected the Flaming Horns to really treat them with hospitality. He shouted merely to vent. He heard footsteps approaching. Someone had entered the cave. Wu He and the other 4 prisoners heard the guards address that person Grand Elder. The footsteps were getting closer. As he approached, there was also a smell of roasted meat. It smelled absolutely delicious. They knew immediately from the smell that they definitely put seasonings on the meat. They had a taste of this seasoned meat once in the trading point. It was also because of this that they salivated faster than usual. Wu He wiped away the saliva on the corner of his lips and looked at the person who came. "It's not impossible, you know, if you want to eat fresh hot fearsome beast meat." Szechuan was holding a bowl of meat. He uncovered the bowl before he entered the cave. The wind was blowing into the cave, carrying with it the aroma of the delicious meat. Wu He breathed in heavily twice. After he heard what Szechuan said, he crawled up and both of his eyes brightened. He looked like a wolf that had been starving. What are the conditions? He wasn't stupid. The flaming horns would never give these to them without asking for anything in return. Shashwan took out a black object and threw it to Wu He. How did you guys make this? Wu He could tell what it was as soon as he saw it. That was the black giant shield they carried when they stole the grains in the flaming horn plantations. Shashwan was only holding a small piece in his hand. What were Changlas most afraid of? Temptation. Their excessive curiosity made them vulnerable to temptations, regardless of whether these temptations were food or something else. But now, even if these delicacies were tempting, they didn't dare say another word about it. That was Changla's secret. They would never tell anyone, even if it meant they would starve to death. Chapter 694. Draw a picture. Shashwan knew that the material they used to make the giant black shields was somewhat similar to rubber, but it wasn't exactly the same. The flaming horns were quite familiar with rubber. They had been living in the forest for so many years. They knew from studying different plants that some types of tree sap could be used to make waterproof clothing and shoes so they wouldn't get wet in the rain. But the flaming horns had always felt that those were too troublesome and weren't comfortable. It even hindered their movements, so they rarely used this material. After all, they didn't have the proper skills to craft it back then and they had limited materials. Shashwan had also thought about giving these materials a try, but he set those ideas aside after he noticed how the other flaming horns were not too interested and rarely used it during their hunts. However, when the Changlas used this shield during their mission in the 1,000-grain goldfields, the giant black shield caught Shashwan's interest. It was not ordinary rubber. Shashwan couldn't figure out the processing it went through. This rubber was lighter than the type Shashwan usually used, but it could block most of the arrows. It even stood strong against the long spear that he threw. It didn't penetrate completely. A part of the spear's handle was still stuck on the shield. Wu He and the other 4 prisoners remained unswerved and didn't answer Shashwan's question. Their eyes were affixed on the bowl of meat, but they did not say a single word. Some of their faces reddened as they fought the temptation. They tried to hide their tempted expressions. Shashwan looked at the 5 of them seriously, and then said, "It's fine if you don't want to talk about this. Let's change the conditions." What is it? Wu He glared at Shashwan. How could they answer such a difficult question? Even if Shashwan changed the conditions, Wu He bet the question wouldn't be much easier. Still, he remained hopeful. As long as he didn't need to reveal any of Changla's secrets, he could tell him anything, even some of the slave master's secrets. "You guys probably go to many places, right?" Shashwan asked while he observed the 5 prisoners across the bars. The Changlas were always proud to speak when people asked them about the places they've been. Even the slave masters didn't go to as many places as they did. Wu He's group of 5 smiled as they heard the question. "Then draw a picture," Shashwan said. "Huh? What do you mean? You mean you want us to draw out the places we know about?" Wu He's fingers scratched at his ear. He emphasized every word to make sure he didn't hear it wrong. "We've been to too many places. How can we draw it all out? You can't even draw a map? Too bad then." Shashwan turned around and prepared to leave with the bowl of meat in his hands. "Wait." Wu He reached out from behind the stone pillars. "What's the rush? I never said I couldn't draw. Why didn't you say it was just a map earlier?" Shashwan stood still and didn't move at all. "You can draw it?" "Gosh, of course I can. Come back, come back." That. Wu He pointed at the bowl in Shashwan's hands. "Put that bowl down. We can discuss this nicely." They'd never reveal the secret behind the giant black shields, even if they starved to death. But if he only wanted a map, they could still draw it for him. Besides all the hideout spots the Changlas didn't want anyone else to know about, they were very willing to draw anything else, even the slave masters' cities. "After we draw it, will you feed us such high-quality meat every day? I want this kind that you're holding right now. Please stop feeding us meat that tastes like burnt wood." "Oh yeah, the grains too. We want the newly harvested grains. Those golden ones." "Hey, don't leave. Wait. We can talk more about it." Wu He was anxious when he saw Shashwan walk out. The 4 others in the cave desperately wished to beat him up. They were all worried about the food. It was such a rare opportunity for them to improve their living conditions. But Wu He almost ruined all of it. They were prisoners of war. Their demands were not as high as Wu He's. They'd be satisfied even with the slightest improvements. At least cover the ground with a thin cushion or a layer of dried grass. The ground here was not flat at all. Their fractured bones had just reconnected, but a night's sleep here almost broke them apart again. All right. I'll do as you wish. Where should we draw this map? I'll draw it real quick so we can eat as soon as possible. Gosh, I'm starving. Wu He sat on the ground as he pleaded. After Wu He finished speaking, he was kicked to the side. A skinny tall brat was looking at Szechuan with a wide flattering smile. He was totally different from the time he stole the grains. He's been starving, so he's a little out of his mind now. Just ignore him, Grand Elder. Okay. Let's talk about this. What do you want us to draw? Where do you want to know about? How detailed do you want this drawing to be? The tall skinny brat asked so many questions in a row that his mouth was bubbling up with saliva. Just draw a simple one for now. Try to draw a general map of the other continent, Szechuan said. The 5 prisoners thought, you call this simple? Wu He was just about to speak, but one of the prisoners covered his mouth and dragged him to the corner of the dungeon, far away from the entrance. The tall skinny prisoner was the only one left negotiating with Szechuan. We'll do our best. That's good then. I'll let some people bring in a drawing board and some drawing tools for you. As for the better hospitality that you wanted, I'll have to see how well you draw first. Szechuan's final sentence was a warning for them. Don't fabricate anything. If I notice something strange, get ready to be abused. All right, don't worry. The tall skinny person rubbed his hands as he eyed the bowl of meat. Szechuan passed the bowl to him. The tall skinny brat held it gratefully. They were afraid that Szechuan might change his mind, so all of them fought for the meat. Even Wu He, who was still resentful towards him, rushed over to seize the food. The Changlas were fond of enjoyment and never treated themselves badly. Even after they came to this new continent, they still kept the same mindset. All they thought about was how they could adventure, what there was to eat, where they could explore, and what they could do when they were bored, and so on. They didn't care much about anything else. Simply put, their mindset was, as long as you can provide enough for me to eat well and play well, I can give you whatever you want, without any objections. In the other Changla's eyes, the 5 of them would suffer the fate of prisoners in the Flaming Horn tribe since the Flaming Horns promised to keep them alive. Their deal was still ongoing after all. They were put in a dirty place and fed rotten grains. Every day, they were stuck in the same tiny place. These might be normal for some people, and maybe most people wouldn't care, but to the Changlas, this was torture. Life was meant to be enjoyed, not to be suffered. Taking away their enjoyment and freedom was driving them crazy. That was why the Changlas who left the Flaming River Castle felt that letting the 5 prisoners stay here in the Flaming Horn tribe was already the worst punishment they could receive. There was nothing left to be discussed. However, those people never knew that these 5 prisoners, whom they expected to be suffering, were trying to negotiate for a better treatment by helping the Flaming Horns draw a picture. Not long after Szechuan left the cave, some people carried in a stone drawing board that was almost as tall as a human. Wu He and his companions looked at the polished stone board. The muscles on their faces jerked twice. This drawing board is way too big. The Changlas definitely wouldn't reveal the secret behind the giant black shield. Szechuan already knew this was going to happen. But his main objective wasn't to discover the secret behind the shield. His map of the other continent was not complete, so if he could get the general picture of the continent, it would make his future work more convenient. That continent on the other side of the sea was different from here. There were people everywhere, caravans, adventurers, migrating tribes, and so on. They were constantly exploring the continent. As a result, more unknown places were being explored. On the other hand, most people on this continent rarely migrated because of their primitive fire seeds. They never strayed too far apart from each other. Even expedition teams only traveled on the same routes throughout a year. They never went to explore new territories. Now, those tribes in the central region had begun to take action. Perhaps in the future, this continent would also develop in the same fashion as the other continent, But this wasn't something that could be done in a year or two. The Changlas could provide a shortcut for them to understand the other continent. Shashwan would check on their mop-making progress every day. If he was satisfied, he would bring in some dried grass cushions and improve their food quality. However, Changla's expectations were still very high, so Wu He and his companions worked harder on their drawing. They believed that if they worked harder, the flaming horns would change their grass cushions to beast hides and also improve their food quality. Life was still beautiful, at least they could still enjoy their lives as prisoners of war. Besides checking on the prisoners' progress, Shashwan spent the rest of his time studying the mummy-looking monster in the secret underground room under the flaming river castle. Amidst the dense forest on the other side of the sea, it was the season of harvest once again. The Tay tribe's people were getting ready to harvest their medicinal herbs. They had to sundry the herbs that had to be sun-dried while the day was still clear. After all of these herbs underwent the necessary procedures, the expedition teams departed once again. Every time after an expedition team departed, they would take a short break. Even though they already knew that there wouldn't be a team of soldiers carrying giant bags of beast hides, they would still look in the same direction they had come before. The leader of their expedition team never asked them to look over there. Every one of them did it naturally without being asked. The two teams had such a strong connection with each other, one that was established for over 10 years. This habit wasn't an easy one to change. After the Flaming Horns left, they accepted the piece of land from them, but no one lived there. The first reason was the Tay tribe never had a large population to begin with. They could guard over their own territory, but they couldn't do it if they had to watch over two territories. The Flaming Horns land was not that fertile either. It could be used to cultivate normal grains, but it didn't meet the requirements for growing medicinal herbs. Even if they could be grown, the quality of the herbs wouldn't be that great. After all, the Tay tribe's farms had been enriched by generations of cultivators. After the Flaming Horn tribe left, the ducks had also left. The situation here was constantly changing. Some tribes came while others left. There had been more than 10 battles fought here, but it was still relatively safe and was suitable for living. It wasn't too far away from the city either, so this was very limited. Back when the Flaming Horns were still here, the Flaming Horns and the Tay tribe were allies, so people never dared to offend them. But after the Flaming Horns left, the other tribes in the forest no longer treated the Tay tribe as they used to. The Tay tribe also wanted to look for a new ally, but they couldn't find any as reliable and trustable as the Flaming Horn tribe. Even the Mountain Wind tribe, whom they worked with before, couldn't be their ally. They had a conflict not long ago and it didn't end well. Usually even when there was nobody to argue with, the hunt leader of the Tay tribe had a bad temper, so besides going on expedition trips, they never socialized with anyone from foreign tribes. Their shaman said that this was probably what they call loneliness. Chapter 695, We'll make sure you do fine here. After the Tay tribe's expedition departed, the shaman and the chief began to discuss their future plans. Recently they noticed other tribal people entering the forest. If they were all tribes that were migrating, then the Tay tribe wouldn't need to be so stressed. The problem was, all these people came from different tribes, not a single tribe, and they seemed to be looking for something. The expedition team will probably hear quite some news this time, the Tay shaman said. This was not a good sign. Ever since the disaster, the slave masters had been acting weirdly. It was like they were preparing for a huge movement, but it didn't matter to the Tay tribe if it didn't affect them. However, the changes happening in the forest were obviously related to the slave masters. Tribes like them who were located deep in the forest were always behind on news. They couldn't tell what was happening, so they could only guess by observing the changes in the forest. I wonder what's going to change next. The Tay tribe's chief was also worried. They weren't at their best at the moment, and ever since they grew accustomed to working with the Flaming Horns, they felt extremely stressed now that they had left. They could feel many greedy eyes watching them from within the forest. Fortunately they were still strong enough, or else their medicinal herbs would have been robbed. Not completely, but there was still a possibility that a third of their harvest could be robbed. This was also why their expedition teams departed immediately after their harvest this year. They would be too worried if all of those herbs were kept here. It was better to trade it for other goods first. I wish the flaming horns were still here. The Tay chief sighed. He had lost count of how many times he wished they were here. His partnership with Engwo lasted for decades, and if they count from their ancestors' time, it had been a few hundred years since both of their tribes became allies. The Tay shaman also sighed helplessly. No matter how stressed they were, they had to fight and live on. They couldn't look on and hope for others to help them. The Tay tribe were not weak people. The Tay tribe's shaman and chief had been discussing their plans for a few days now. The more news they received from the people who entered the forest, the more worried they got. It hadn't even been 10 days. The number of people who entered the forest had already doubled. Most of these people were strangers. What shocked the Tay chief the most was that even the Black Bear trading party was here. Although they know their leader, the Tay tribe was not familiar with this group. They had only come into contact with them a few times. However, the Tay tribe's connection with the Black Bear Party could not at all be compared to the Flaming Horn's connection with them. Caravans like these always put their own benefit first. The Tay tribe might not necessarily be able to provide them with what the Flaming Horns can. As the leader of this tribe, the Tay chief had been rolling in his bed while pondering this problem. He had a feeling something big was about to happen. Sometimes he couldn't even figure out what was about to happen after thinking about it overnight. The Tay chief was growing impatient, but suddenly the soldiers on patrol ran over hurriedly and looked for him. "Chief, someone's here." When he heard this, the Tay chief's first reaction was, "Finally." At first he thought that these were newcomers to the forest, so he asked, "Which tribe are they from?" The patrolling soldier looked at him with a weird expression. He said hesitantly, "He said he's from the Changlas." "Who?" The Tay chief thought he heard it wrong. He thought of many people, but he never thought about this name. "Changla," the warrior repeated. "Bring him in." "No, never mind, I'll go out." The Tay chief did not want a Changla in the central region of his tribe. The Changlas were notorious for what they did. If they didn't come looking for them, no one in the Tay tribe would want to approach any Changlas. The person who came was a young man. He was the only one there. They didn't see any other Changlas, but the Tay chief did not let his guard down. He knew that the Changlas rarely traveled alone. Seeing how this person was alone, he could only wonder how many others were hiding in the dark around them. After the person arrived at the Tay tribe, he had been constantly observing their tribe. Even though the Tay tribe was known for planting medicinal herbs, nothing here really caught his interest. His eyes scanned the entire place, looking for something that might interest him. As he grew impatient, he noticed someone walking towards him. "You're the chief of the Tay tribe?" The young man looked at the person who was leading the team. "Indeed I am." The Tay chief frowned. He was wondering why a Changla would appear here and wanted to inquire, but the young man suddenly threw a bamboo tube at him. The Changlas were a notorious group that many guarded against. Anyone would have dodged if they saw a Changla throwing something at them. The Tay chief was no different. However, he hesitated for an instant and didn't dodge it. Instead, he stood where he was and grabbed the bamboo tube. Seeing how cautious they were, the young man pouted and looked like he wasn't too satisfied with their reaction. After a while he said, "This letter is from your old friend. Reply as soon as you finish reading. I don't want to wait too long." An old friend? The Tay chief hesitated. There were only a few who could be considered their old friends, but his eyes jerked when he saw the flaming totem sign on the seal. He told the patrolling soldier beside him, "Hurry. Take this gentleman to rest." The patrolling soldier was shocked by sudden command from his chief, but the Tay chief already left with the bamboo tube in his hand. He looked a little impatient. After knowing that the Flaming Horns sent them a letter, the Tay shaman also went to look for the chief. Could it be that they decided to return? Also, why would the Flaming Horns let the Changlas deliver their letter? I don't know. Let's see what they wrote first. The bamboo tube was sealed with tree sap. If anyone opened it on the way, the tree sap would have definitely snapped apart. Seeing how it was still perfectly sealed, the Changlas had never opened it to look. He hurriedly opened the bamboo tube and carefully took out the beast hide scroll from the inside. After reading what was written on it, The Tay chief was left deep in thought. They had never expected the flaming horns to develop so well after they left, but that was not the most important message. The most important thing written on the scroll was to ask the Tay tribe if they had plans to migrate over there. If the whole letter was summarized with one sentence, it would be, "We already reserved land for you and made suggestions for your future plans. Just come over and we'll make sure you'll do fine here." For now, this was very appealing to the Tay tribe. Migration? It wasn't impossible, but how? How risky would the entire trip be? How much trouble would they face? These still had to be considered. It was no longer peaceful here in the forest. Soon, more people would enter the forest. The Tay chief and shaman thought about it for 3 days. The expedition team had arrived before their expected arrival time during these 3 days, and they also brought back some news. The slave masters were indeed planning something big, but they still had no clue what it was. But everywhere from the king cities to the other cities, posters of wanted animals and plants were put up. If anyone found these, the 6 major aristocrat families would grant them huge rewards. These plants and animals were rare and couldn't be found in typical places. Some were even almost unheard of, but the bounty the slave masters put on them was so tempting that many people came to look for them in the forest. That was why so many people entered the forest recently. They were all looking for these. Oh, I also heard that the slave masters would also send people into this forest in the future. What should we do? The hunt leader of the expedition team was worried. If that was really going to happen, they could no longer wish for peace here. If they met any of those people during a hunt, a fight couldn't be avoided, so they had to be mentally prepared. They were not tempted or attracted by the bounties the slave masters were offering. All they wanted was a peaceful life and stable living conditions. After hearing this news, the chief and shaman of the Tay tribe looked at each other. They both wanted to migrate. The message on the beast hide scroll was too tempting, and their sincerity was clear and trustable. Compared to the troubles they were facing here and worries, they preferred to take a chance and migrate. Here, they couldn't even hunt in peace and they had to deal with unnecessary fights that never happened before. However, an entire tribe's migration was no small matter. They still had to write in reply. After a while, the Tay chief wrote a letter informing the Flaming Horns that they were interested in their suggestion and also wrote about the situation here and the troubles they might have to deal with during their migration. After the Changlo man left with the letter, the Tay chief gathered everyone in the tribe. The Flaming Horns mentioned another language before. The people who know this language should teach those who don't. Learn it well. We need to use it in the future. When the Tay tribe's letter reached the Flaming Horns, Wu He's group was already finished with their drawing. The Flaming Horns even negotiated with them and came up with another plan. Shashwan wrote another letter in reply, and this time, he put a single universal eye within the bamboo tube. Here's another letter. Another one? Are you kidding me? The leader of the Changlas was unhappy. Just forget about Wu He and those 4. You can just kill them. Of course, these were all said out of anger. The leader of the Changlas wouldn't just leave these 5 people behind. He had already delivered the letter once, so the deal was already half done. He wouldn't want to give up in the middle. However, he no longer delivered it personally. Last time he also let his subordinates deliver it, so he decided to entrust the entire task of delivery to them. The Changla's leader still had other plans. He did not want to waste any of his time on this case. Shashwan didn't care whether the person who delivered the letter was their leader. His only concern was that the letter was delivered safely and the person who delivered it could keep this as a secret. While the Tay tribe wrote their letter in reply, quite a few events happened on this continent. The biggest change was the Hua tribe's merging of their fire seed. Shashwan felt the change in their fire seed when it happened. Perhaps no one else sensed it, but Shashwan, Guizi, and the 2 ex-shamans all felt it. This was only a start. Not long after the Hua tribe merged their fire seed, a few tribes in the central region also started to merge their seeds. They had been looking forward to the Hua tribe's success, and this was also what reinforced their determination. Even though the ancient fire seed had its benefits, it was too restricting, and as more people traveled to this continent from the other side, Many of them became worried and even sent people to ask Shashwan about the detailed explanations of the merging process. Although they already asked about it before, they didn't want any minor mistakes to happen. This matter was related to their fire seed, so they had to be cautious. They'd rather ask a few more times than have any mistakes happen during the merging process. Shashwan believed that the smaller tribes would also make the same decision after they saw these tribes successfully merge their fire seeds, especially a few of the smaller tribes that relied on those larger tribes. They would definitely choose what was most beneficial to them. This continent would soon undergo a change on a scale never before seen. If an ancient fire seed was destroyed, even if everyone in that tribe was still alive, they were no different from dead people. They all knew how wanderers lived. However, if it was a merged fire seed, even if an entire tribe was destroyed and only one of them survived, they still had a chance of returning to their previous glory. Even a small spark could keep the fire burning, so as long as a drop of their blood was still preserved, the tribe would never disappear. Chapter 696 Planning the Journey. After they felt the change in the Longboat tribe's fire seed, Shashwan told Duo King to start preparing. They had already finished planning during the time they communicated with the Tay tribe through their letters. Even though the map Wuhi's group drew wasn't complete and didn't look decent, they had labeled most of the regions and districts on the map. Even though this group worked together this time to steal the grains from the Flaming Horn tribe, they rarely worked together while they were on the other side and often went to different places. Some of them were more familiar with a specific location, so whenever one of them made a mistake, the others would correct him. After all, Shashwan had mentioned that if they made a mistake, they wouldn't be able to receive any special treatment. The Tay tribe's letter also had a map of some parts of the forest. The Tay chief was not sure which route was safest, so they sent out a map they treasured and rarely took out. Zheng Luo's group never knew about this map before. The Tay tribe's ancestors often went on trips to search for medicinal herbs, and every trip took about a year, sometimes even longer. They drew a map for the places they went and passed this map down from each generation to the next, so the map was constantly being updated and perfected. That was why the Tay tribe had such a detailed map. Even though this map was mainly used as a reference to search for medicinal herbs, it was still an important source of information. With this map, they could avoid all the unnecessary troubles and stay away from danger. Shashwan compared the map that Wu He drew and the one from the Tay tribe. Then, he considered the regional structures of this continent and the location of each tribe. After some discussions, he decided to take a different route. On the other continent, there was a V-shaped bulge that was closer to this continent. This was the exact location Shashwan brought the others over from the other side. It was right under the V-shaped bulge. This was the closest point between the two continents. However, the slave master's army took over the area and stationed themselves along the coastlines. Getting there wasn't easy, because the slave masters would not easily let any tribes cross the sea, not to mention a tribe that had such a strong connection with the Flaming Horn tribe. The Tay chief probably thought about this too, or else he wouldn't have taken out such a precious map. If the Flaming Horns did not entrust the Changlas to deliver the letter, they would never take such a risk because they did not trust the Changlas at all. They only trusted the Flaming Horns. So, their final decision was the sea route. Shashwan already knew from back then that the Tay tribe could walk deeper into the woods and see a wide river from where they lived. This river could take them out of the forest and possibly into the sea. However, that route was too far and none of the Flaming Horns had seen this before. They only heard about it from the other tribes' people who came from the other side. This map that the Tay tribe sent them also had routes similar to this one. This river indeed flowed towards the sea. The Tay chief wrote most of his thoughts and ideas in his response letter. He was indeed planning to travel beside the river but not on it. He didn't want to get close to the river because there were too many crocodiles there. No one wished to provoke the scary fierce beasts, especially the terrifying giant crocodiles in the big river. But then, what should they do after arriving at the sea? Make their own ships. Their crafting skills were no good, and even though they had a clear sense of direction in the forest, would they get lost on the sea? They didn't even have the slightest confidence. However, Shashwan's plan was to send people over to take them across, but where would they get the ships? The Longboat tribe would definitely make the ships if the Flaming Horns asked them. They had intentions of exploring the sea since long ago. The Flaming Horns could tell just by observing their newly designed ships. They did not need such designs if they were only navigating the river. Before, they could not leave their tribe for too long because of the ancient fire seed, but now, they had greater ambitions. It could be said that besides the Hua tribe, the Longboat tribe was the only tribe amongst all the major tribes that looked forward to merging their fire seed the most. This time, they could finally partner with the Longboat tribe. Before, when the Longboat tribe was merging their fire seed, they had also sent people over to ask Shashwan about the specifics regarding the merge. Shashwan had also asked them about places they could enter rivers and the sea on this continent. The Longboat tribe had never been to this part where the Flaming Horns lived, so they weren't sure, but they were familiar with the central region and the grassy plains. They knew enough about the geography there, but they never shared their information with anyone else. This time, they were here to ask about the fire seed, and only revealed what they knew because Shashwan asked them. On the grassy plains, there was a river that extended from to the ends of the plains. There were many high mountains there. Even though there were fearsome beasts residing in the area, there weren't as many compared to the fearsome beast forest and the forest behind the Flaming Horn's current living area. The soil there was not suitable for cultivation, and there weren't any ancient forests there either. So there weren't many different species living there. At most, there were only eagles. The eagles of the Tanshan tribe and the Hua tribe's mountain eagles all resided in that area. The river in that region passed through the mountains and flowed towards the sea. This was the Longboat tribe's ancestors' discovery. They knew even more about the grassy plains than the Hua tribe and Tanshan tribe, even though they were the ones who were actually living there. To the Longboat tribe, rivers were like blood vessels that carried the blood. Ships were the blood. These were both very important to them. Perhaps this route was a little longer than the one Shashwan's group took before, but this was a much safer route. The only thing they had to worry about was when they reached the sea. However, even though the Tay tribe was willing to risk traveling on sea, they did not wish to meet any slave masters on the way. After all, their entire tribe was migrating. They even had elders, children, and others who had not awakened their totemic powers. As long as they didn't go to any place too far away from the shorelines, they could still survive. At least they wouldn't all be killed. That's it. Shashwan was discussing with a few people in the house. He was also tagging along this time. At first he was planning to let Xingluo and Duokeng bring some people over. The Tay tribe was most familiar with them, after all. But Xingluo wanted Shashwan to go with Duokeng. He wanted to guard the post at the Flaming River trading point. It wasn't because he didn't want to go. Xingluo also missed his old friends, and he also hoped that they could come assist them here. But he also knew that the Longboat tribe mainly feared Shashwan. The Longboat tribe was not afraid of any other Flaming Horns. He would feel more relieved if Shashwan was there. Shashwan and Duokeng were about to leave for the Longboat tribe. This time, they were going along with the people from the Longboat tribe, navigating by ship on this river across the grassy plains. The Longboat tribe was very familiar with this route. If they could travel as planned and enter the sea from this route, then they could avoid all the fights along the shorelines and immediately head for the continent on the other side, to where they promised to meet the Tay tribe. After he cut down the number of people who were coming on this trip, Shashwan packed all the gear he prepared previously and embarked the ship with Duokeng. Together they set off to the Longboat tribe. By the time this group of people returned, it would already be next year. They had to hurry and get to the sea before winter. This was the only way to avoid the frozen river. Chapter 697 Manpower. This time Shashwan and Duokeng brought along 200 people. They couldn't bring along any more. There was also a drumming tribe member in their group, King Yi. Back then, he was just a totemic warrior of middle ranking. But now he was already an advanced totemic warrior. King Yi had been leading teams out to trade, and he was very experienced compared to everyone else in the drumming tribe. Plus, King Yi's eyes were brown in color. In the drumming tribe, People with brown eyes were comparatively calmer and wouldn't get irritated or act reckless so easily. This time, King Yi was the one who took the initiative to ask Shashwan if he could follow. He had led many teams to the Pu tribe to trade, but those couldn't be considered expedition trips. That distance was a joke if compared to the distance required to travel to the other tribes. That was why King Yi requested to follow along on this trip with the Flaming Horns. He wanted to gain some experience. If nothing unexpected happens, King Yi would become the next chief of the drumming tribe. When Fan Mu steps down, King Yi would take on his position as chief. A to-be chief had to gain enough experience to lead the tribe. The drumming tribe rarely traveled to other places, and they only learned more after going to the Flaming River trading point. However, these were often just based on rumors. That was why King Yi wanted to take this opportunity to go take a look for himself and see what an expedition trip was really like. Who would have thought? The Flaming Horns expedition trip was traveling a lot farther compared to other tribes' expedition trips. Regardless, King Yi did not give up. Instead, he became more expectant. The Flaming Horn tribe had a type of stone known as the Water Sunstone, which they obtained from the other side of the sea. King Yi also wanted to see what other things were there if he had a chance. Shashwan did not reject him because he knew that King Yi could control his temper and wouldn't act recklessly. He wouldn't spill on anything that should be kept secret. When Shashwan's group arrived at the Longboat tribe, a long segment of the river had been sealed. Expedition teams rarely traveled in that direction anyways. Shashwan didn't see any ships there either. When Mufa, the chief of the Longboat tribe, received news of the Flaming Horns arriving, he quickly walked out from his tribe. "You guys finally arrived." He received the Flaming Horns letter very early, and had already made the necessary preparations. He even sealed away the upstream segment to protect their ships. They had promised the Flaming Horns before they merged their fire seed. Since the Flaming Horns wanted to go out by sea this time, the Longboat tribe were also happy to help. They had been waiting for this day for a very long time. All the preparations were done and they had already waited several days. Now, the Flaming Horn ships were finally here. "You guys are too slow," Mufa complained. "When are we departing? We can leave any time." Shashwan looked at the river. Back then when he came to the Longboat tribe, there were still many ships on dock. Now, most of the ships had disappeared. Only 15 remained. 10 large ships and 5 smaller ships. Of course, the 5 smaller ships were the same size as the 2 ships the Longboat tribe gifted the Flaming Horns. They were probably made around the same time. Shashwan already had doubts back then when the Longboat tribe gifted them these ships. He felt that the Longboat tribe probably had greater ambition. They were probably planning something even bigger that no one knew about. Now, he finally saw it. These 10 ships were at least twice as big as the ones they were on. Judging by the looks, they were built quite recently and had never been used. After the Longboat tribe merged their fire seed, their ambition seemed to have grown too, like the flame within them. If the Flaming Horn tribe didn't mention going out to sea, the Longboat tribe probably wouldn't have revealed these 10 ships this early. "What, are you shocked?" Mufa saw a row of Flaming Horn warriors look at the ships with impressed and shocked looks. He was overjoyed. "How many ships did you think we were planning to use? What, you think we would bring small ships? You kidding? You sure we're going on an expedition trip, not to adventure? You think we would only prepare 10 ships? What, are you looking down on the Longboat tribe? When have we ever traveled with just 10 ships?" As Mufa chatted with Duo King and the others, Shashwan boarded the ship to take a look around. The inner structures of these ships were similar to the ones the Longboat tribe gifted them. All of these ships used watertight compartments and their mast and sails were also improved. These could endure the impact of the stronger winds and waves at sea. No one would have thought a tribe that was so far inland had been planning to set out to sea. They were all excited to set out into the sea, so this time, their chief, Mufa, was personally leading the team. Without the ancient fire seed, they could leave their tribe for a longer time. They didn't need to worry if their strength was weakened. This time, there were around 300 Longboat tribespeople who were following on this trip. On an average, each ship only needed around 20 people. With a mere 20, They could already control the ship well. Were they using manpower to row the ships? If they needed more people, weren't the flaming horns here too? The cabins on the ships were already stocked with supplies enough to keep them alive on sea for a very long time. The longboat tribe didn't have as much fearsome beast meat jerky, but they had other alternatives like some special grains that they never traded with outsiders. They had kept these grains to themselves all this time and only brought some out on expedition trips. This time, because they didn't have enough time to prepare, they also bought some other food with longer shelf lives from other tribes. The longboat tribe's members couldn't wait any longer, and the flaming horns also didn't want to delay. So, after the longboat tribe did some final touch-ups that night, their team set off very early the next morning. The longboat tribe's ships traveled in front. They were more familiar with the route, so they led the way. Shashwan also noticed a few familiar faces in their team, like Mu. Usually, the longboat tribe would spend most of their time on their ships during their expedition trip. They would travel on the stream and go to different places, so they were equipped with all the necessary knowledge. Observing signs in the sky was a skill many crewmen needed to learn. If they could tell the weather early on and prepare for it, they would be able to reduce the losses. Mu was an elder in the longboat tribe and was very skilled in telling the weather, but he didn't dare to look Shashwan straight in the eye due to a previous incident. It was back then when they were searching for the green-faced fanged beast in the fearsome beast forest, when he was humiliated by Shashwan. Now, since the two tribes are working together and shared the benefits from their partnership, Mu wouldn't lose his composure anymore. It was just slightly awkward, so he tried to avoid any contact with Shashwan. Mu would think about the time he was humiliated whenever he saw Shashwan. Back then, he actually miscalculated and made a false interpretation of the weather. What's worse was that most of the people there chose to believe Shashwan and not him. Luckily, not many people knew about this. Shashwan asked the longboat tribe for another ship. Although they didn't have enough large ships, they still had many smaller ships to offer. Mufa didn't hesitate to accept his request because he was also rushing to leave. He even dispatched 2 more used ships over that were still in perfect condition. The longboat tribe still tried their best to keep their ships in good condition. Here, ships were rarely seen. A fleet of 20 ships was not a small group, especially the 10 ships leading the fleet. They were very eye-catching. Many people stopped by to look when their ships passed by. They only looked away after the 20 ships were out of their sight. The longboat tribe were indeed talented in building ships, or else their ships would have sunk long ago. There were many secrets related to their design, so even if people tried to make exact copies of their ships and made something that looked exactly the same, the quality wouldn't be the same. This time, the longboat tribe even used green bronze to build these new ships. They bought it from the Flaming Horn tribe at a high price because they could not obtain it themselves, and the Flaming Horn tribe wouldn't easily reveal the secret of the new green bronze. The Flaming Horns also needed their ships anyways, so it was a fair trade. The people of the longboat tribe would rather use their own stones than cut down the cost on making the ships. Thus, Shashwan could trust the quality of these 20 ships. If there had to be a tribe who could make the most well-constructed ships, it had to be the longboat tribe. Of course, no outsiders knew about this trade. The people who were watching from the shores thought that it was only a major movement in the longboat tribe, but the people who watched closer noticed that it wasn't the case. There were Flaming Horn members in the group. Why do they know the Flaming Horns? After the establishment of the trading point and the King Beast's case, the Flaming Horn tribe suddenly became famous. Now, many people were already familiar with the flaming totemic sign of the Flaming Horn tribe. Following the longboat tribe's ships, the entire fleet arrived at the grassy plain. The grassy plain was massive. If it were not for their guidance, Shashwan would have never found a stream like this. This was a route they had never taken before. As they moved forward, Shashwan made more markings on his map. The more they advanced, the more doubtful Shashwan grew. On both shores of this river lived some tribespeople who seemed accustomed to seeing the longboat tribe. They were not at all shocked by their actions. At most they were just impressed by their craftsmanship. They only had rafts and canoes, but the Longboat tribe already had ships that were a lot larger than the biggest tent in their tribe. Besides having to row harder sometimes against the current, they didn't meet any major obstructions on the way. The first reason was probably that there were less giant beasts that could threaten them in the river. The second reason was that the tribes that were living here were already familiar with the Longboat tribe and they didn't want to provoke them. When they reached the end of the grassy plains, Shashwan saw the people of the Hua tribe. When Shashwan departed from his tribe, he let Cha-Cha deliver a letter to the Hua tribe. Now, Cha-Cha was waiting there with the rest of the Hua tribe. A few members of the Longboat would follow them to prevent any troubles related to giant mountain eagles. With the people of the Hua tribe here, it was much safer. They could avoid being attacked by giant mountain eagles. The river flowed and curved between the mountains. Shashwan asked Mufa. This river flowed from the Longboat tribe to the grassy plains, then through the mountains. Had this route been here this whole time? Mufa hesitated and looked at the river in front of him. It was as if he passed through space and time. Of course it wasn't here before. It could pass through these places because we are the ones who do it. How else would the entire journey have been so smooth? What do you think we do every year when our fleet sets out? Mufa asked, hinting a deeper meaning. Many rivers had no connections. They connected solely because the Longboat tribe connected them. They connected the most suitable streams and figured the best route of travel. The Longboat tribe had everything planned. Manpower was what made this journey to the sea possible. Chapter 698. We share nothing in common. No matter how much they disliked the Longboat tribe before, Shashwan had to admit that there were some things about the Longboat tribe that won their respect. I can't believe your ancestors had plans to move since such a long time ago. It's too bad we never noticed. A member of the Hua tribe exclaimed in shock. Regardless of how shocked and stunned they were, all of their emotions changed when their ships entered the sea from the small stream. While the others didn't feel any different, the Longboat tribesmen were all excited. Something else seemed to have awakened from within them. So this is what the sea feels like. Mufa looked toward the endless sea in front of him. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply as he felt the waves hitting on their ships. Slowly, he opened his eyes again and looked towards where the sky met the sea. At this moment, every Longboat tribe member felt the same emotions Mufa felt. Pride and excitement filled their hearts. The sea. They're actually out at sea. They had seen it once when they went to the desert, but they had never been out at sea on a ship. Before, whenever they saw the sea, it was as if they could sense a voice calling out to them from the deep blue ocean. Although the water here was not pure blue, they knew that they would definitely reach that deep ocean blue if they kept advancing. In their hearts, they yearned for a brighter future and held great expectations. These emotions gave them courage and boosted their fighting spirit. Although the Longboat tribe was once a major tribe, most people had only associated them with ships, rivers, flames, and streams. They had never been acknowledged for any of their major achievements. It seemed to most people that they were just a tribe that traveled on their ships who sailed without any final destination in mind. And most people would just feel like they were either showing off their ship crafting skills or going out for a trade. Some people would think that they were looking for a target to attack, but no one knew what their true intentions were. Besides trading and going back and forth in rivers on their ships, it seemed like they had nothing else to do. One generation after another, for no one knew exactly for how long, the Longboat tribe's ancestors had been working hard to open up this water route. They were limited by their primitive fire seed before and couldn't travel too far, so they couldn't travel too far away to other places in the world. Now, without the restrictions from the fire seed, it was finally their chance to shine. They were no longer traveling down winding streams. Now, it was the vast sea. To them, the open sea held too many unknown factors. It was so marvelous and extraordinary that they couldn't help but feel a sense of ambition and pride in their hearts. The power of the fire seed charged up within them and rose along with their rising emotions. The merging process was still not yet complete, but the power of the fire seed was already flowing rapidly through their veins and spread throughout their body. Whoosh! Totemic flames suddenly burned on the bodies of the longboat tribesmen as the totemic lines appeared on their skin. Their blood was boiling, every cell within their body celebrated with joy. This was what every generation of the longboat tribe had been waiting for. Now this dream was finally fulfilled. The passion and ambition that stemmed from the glory of their line of descent gave them strength. Now, even if they were facing an endless sea with giant strong waves, they wouldn't retreat at all. Mufa stood on the bow of the first ship and roared out loud, "We, the longboat tribe, will charge on ahead. Nothing can stop us. We, the longboat tribe, will charge on ahead. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us." All the longboat tribesmen roared from the 15 ships. It was as if they wanted to let out all the emotion that had been suppressed deep within their hearts. They were the first team to ever enter into the Great Sea. They were about to be the first group of longboat tribesmen to step onto the other continent since the last 10,000 years. They were paddling against the current and needed manpower to row the ships. That was why every ship in front had a few flaming horn members. Their strength was needed on every ship. On one of these ships, Guang Yi was watching the longboat tribesmen as they roared in excitement. He asked Duo Kang, "What's wrong with them?" "Nothing. They're a little cuckoo," Duo Kang replied. Guang Yi, A longboat tribesman who was standing not far away from them turned around and looked at Duo Kang and Guang Yi. They were still calm and unmoved. He asked them curiously, "Don't you guys feel a strong excitement in your hearts?" Duo Kang shook his head, "Not really." That person choked and asked again, unsatisfied with the previous answer, "You don't feel excited at all? Doesn't this feeling make you want to cry out loud?" Duo Kang looked at him with the same stern expression. "No, I don't feel it." That person looked at Duo Kang as if he were mad. His expression said, "I don't think we share anything in common with you simple folk." Duo Kang slightly pursed his lips. "What's so exciting about crossing the sea on ships? We literally walked across from the other continent back then when the Grand Elder split the sea into two." "I didn't say it because I don't want you to be shocked." The two of them glared at each other. After they sailed on the sea for a while, the longboat tribesmen gradually calmed down, but once in a while they would go crazy again. Compared to the rivers, there were too many unpredictable factors at sea. When the waves were calm, the sea would be still and peaceful. The flaming horns and longboat tribesmen could even go out to fish and watch the sunset while they chatted. However, whenever there was a change in weather, there was no shore for them to stop by and no shelter for them to hide. They could only stand strong and resist the forces of nature. The ships looked miserably small compared to the vast sea. Their fleet was lonely and helpless. Their ships swayed against the forces of the winds and waves. Under the pressure from the weather and strong waves, the longboat tribesmen were still enthusiastic and kept control of their ships. They didn't let the waves turn and sink their ships. As they fought against the pressure, they still roared loudly, "Advance, attack!" Shashwan suddenly felt that the longboat tribesmen were no longer the same calm people from before. Rather, he suspected that they were a little like bandits. Storm or calm, the fleet continued to advance to their destination. As they traveled at sea, they often sensed giant sea beasts swimming beneath their ships. Once, a fish that was as long as 5 small ships emerged from the surface of the water. In the next moment, a giant mouth with sharp fangs opened and snapped shut on that fish, leaving only a tail dangling behind. The giant beast submerged back into the deep sea after it ate its prey. When the giant beast came up to feed, the waves from its movement almost flipped their ships, and this didn't happen just once. Occasionally, something would attack their ships and the tribesmen had to retaliate and kill the beast. The weather was getting cooler and snow had begun to fall, but it wasn't too heavy yet. Shashwan picked up his binoculars and looked through them. "I see land." When Mufa heard this, he snatched the binoculars from Shashwan's hands and took a closer look. He smiled happily and said, We're here." Finally, there was indeed land in front of them, and from the looks of it, it was probably a forested area. They relied on the universal eyes for direction, so they could only roughly guess where they were. What they needed to do now was follow the land and find a giant river that flowed into the sea. They had promised to meet with the Tay tribe there, at the estuary. However, The problem they faced was they weren't sure where they were exactly and which direction they should go. After all, no one knew where that river was, and if they picked the wrong route it would only waste more time. What should we do? Mufa looked at Shashwan. Wait. Shashwan left for a quiet spot and used his rope to perform a knot divination reading. This might help them determine the direction. The divination was successful, so after Shashwan studied the knots, he pointed in a direction and told Mufa to turn the fleet to that direction. Mufa eyed Shashwan up and down and then looked at the other flaming horns. Seeing how they had no objections, he ordered the fleet to head in that direction. After all, they had arrived at their destination. They had already fulfilled their ancestors' wishes by crossing the sea to this continent. As for the people they were supposed to meet, well, that's the Flaming Horn's problem, not theirs. However, before they set off, they had to stop by the shore to replenish their stock of fresh food and water. It would be best if they could find some juicy fruits. Although the types of plants in this forest were a little different compared to the other continent, there were still some plants that they were familiar with. Duo King and Guang Yi could recognize them. They did not see any of these plants on the other side, but as they saw all of these fruits that were local to the area, Duo King felt a little emotional. I never thought I would be back so soon. Mufa didn't even wait for the ship to stop moving and was the first one to hop onto the shore. He wanted to be the first longboat tribesman to step on this continent. Shashwan ignored all the longboat tribesmen who were laughing like crazy and ordered people to hurry and look for food and water first. This was just a short stop. They still had to depart. After they rested by the shore for a night, the fleet departed once again, toward the direction Shashwan pointed them to. They stayed close to the shore and continued to search for that meeting place. 2 days later, they finally saw the wide estuary. Chapter 699. Take all these away. It should be this place, right? Duo King asked Shashwan as they slowly approached the coast. It's probably here. Let's go on shore, Shashwan said. Hearing Shashwan's words, Duo King shouted so the other flaming horns heard it too. Prepare to go on shore. The ship in front of the fleet was about to reach land, but Mufa suddenly shouted, "Everybody stop!" The others all halted when they heard Mufa shout. Mufa jumped into the water. He swam in the cold seawater and laughed. His face was red with excitement. He looked up to the other longboat tribesmen and said, "Come down, all of you." Seeing this, Duo King was a little irritated. Was he doing this just to be the first to land? Mufa had been like this for the past few days. Just because he was the chief, he wanted to be the first to do everything so that in the future, he could be remembered as the first person in the longboat tribe to lead a team into the sea, the first chief to successfully bring a fleet across the sea to the other continent, and the first many things. What is this place called? Mufa suddenly thought, how could he put his glorious name in history for his descendants to see if he didn't know what this place was called? Hundreds and thousands of years would pass by and no one would remember where he went. Crocodile River, Shashwan said. Duo King and Guang Yi looked at Shashwan simultaneously. They seemed confused. When was this river named? How come they didn't know this river was called Crocodile River? I just named it, Shashwan said calmly after seeing Duo King and Guang Yi's expressions. Then, he ordered some people to prepare wooden boards to put up the signs for the river's name, just like the way they did with the Flaming River. Mufa thought it was a shame. He was thinking if the river didn't have a name, he would name one just like how the Flaming Horns named the Flaming River. He wanted to call it the Longboat River, Boat River, or even the Long Raft River. But before he even had the chance to say it, Shashwan already named the river. Mufa didn't want to get into a fight with Shashwan. He was a step late after all. There was no point in fighting over such a small matter. However, if he finds any new place or unnamed river, he would do exactly what the Flaming Horns did and give it a name too. Then, he would put up a stone sign marked with the Longboat tribe's totem. Shashwan looked at the river in front of him. This was about the same size as the Flaming River. If this is indeed the main river that passes through the forest, then there should be quite many crocodiles in this river. But it's winter right now, So the crocodiles are probably all in hiding. They might be at a warmer section of the river. Mufa nodded. He had been to the Flaming River trading point and he had also seen how the drumming tribesmen rode their crocodiles to the trading point. That's why he knew what Shashwan meant when he mentioned the crocodiles. Everyone be careful. Even though the crocodiles are probably not here now, we must remain alert. There are fearsome beasts in this forest. Mufa hit the shoulders of some longboat warriors. The longboat tribe rarely came to places like these, so they wouldn't adapt as fast as the others. Some people might make seemingly minor mistakes here and there. If he didn't give them some pressure now, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret later on. I've seen a giant crocodile in this river. That's the biggest threat. If we see it, immediately escape and head towards the estuary. Don't go on the ships. The ships can't match up to its speed. Could that be a king beast? King Yi asked curiously. As a member of the drumming tribe, he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in the crocodile that Shashwan mentioned. No, it's not a king beast, but it's very close to one. King Yi contemplated, and then said to Shashwan, "There aren't any crocodiles nearby, but I sense something I need in this river. I want to go take a look." The drumming tribesmen loved water, but King Yi didn't jump into the water at the estuary. He waited until they were further upstream when everyone was either chopping trees for wood to make wooden houses to rest in or hunting for food. He only jumped in then because he knew the others were close enough and could save him in time if any accidents happened. After he confirmed which section of the river this was, King Yi took a deep breath and jumped into the water. The drumming tribe didn't really like winter, and they also didn't like to swim in cold water, but because he needed to search for something he desired, King Yi didn't care too much about these things. After charging up the totemic energy within his body, his skin thickened as totemic lines appeared on his skin. This made him less sensitive to the icy cold water. After they merged their fire seed, he gained much better control over his new power. Under the influence of the fire seed, the totemic energy became more concentrated within his body. He also improved in making the water moon stones. He could control the amount of energy he needed to exert for the tasks at hand, so he actually had control over how much energy he spent each time. This helped him save a lot of energy. Shashwan was discussing with Duo King about how they should set up their tents here. They didn't know when the Tay tribe would arrive, but just in case, it was better to prepare for the worst. They shouldn't sleep on the ships every night. It was winter time, and they weren't sure if the estuary was going to freeze. Before the Tay tribe arrived, they still had to learn the skills from the longboat tribe to keep their ships in good condition. They also needed to constantly check and repair their ships, or else how could they return to the other continent if their ships couldn't be used by the end of winter? When they set up their tents, Shashwan also picked some plants that didn't exist on the other side of the sea. Some of these plants were medicinal herbs. He dug up some medicinal herbs that were evergreen. If they had wilted, he would collect their seeds. Of course, he wouldn't take any plants that were too big because it wasn't convenient. He would use other methods to transplant them, methods like grafting, meristems, and cutage. Perhaps this wasn't the best time to do this, but Shashwan had no other choice. They couldn't stay here for too long. The longboat tribesmen also noticed how the flaming horns were collecting plant specimens or capturing beasts that could be tamed. Shashwan saw how Mufa was trying to busy himself. He was bringing people here and there, telling them, this, that, yes, that too. Dig them all up and bring them back. What's that? It's so ugly. Doesn't matter. Bring it back too. You, where did you get that snake? Did you find it when you were digging up the grass? I've never seen such patterns. Bring it back too. What? The flaming horn said it's very poisonous. Never mind, just kill and eat it. Besides the time they spent setting up their tents, Mufa also followed the flaming horns out to dig up medicinal herbs and capture wild beasts. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt exhilarated. After their tents were set up, they also fenced the area with tall branches to prevent small animals from coming into their camp. After the flaming horns discussed with the longboat tribe, they decided to use the trees here to build new ships. They had this plan before they even set off from the other continent, so Shashwan brought enough new green bronze for this purpose. They were specifically designed for the purpose of building ships. The Longboat tribe was constantly trying to perfect their ship crafting techniques. After they experienced the ocean, they had greater expectations for their new designs. Their ambition and desire for improvement could only be satisfied if they improved to adapt to new conditions. Before, the wood they used to build the ships were carefully selected. Some smaller tribes that were under the Longboat tribe's protection were even ordered by them to plant trees used for shipbuilding. Back then, they selected the best wood for these ships, but even those wood couldn't compare to the ones the Flaming Horn tribe chopped from the forest. This time, they were mainly using the wood the Flaming Horns provided. Usually, they had to use plenty of resources to trade for high-quality wood, but here, all of these high-quality wood belonged to no one. They could chop down whichever tree they wanted, as long as they didn't provoke any of the fearsome beasts in hibernation. Ever since the Longboat tribe gained such high-quality wood from here and knew about the new green bronze the Flaming Horns produced, Mufa had been thinking a lot more about their future. This was a new era for the Longboat tribe. They had to take this step into this new era to fulfill the wishes of their ancestors and constantly improve and innovate on their ship crafting skills. They had even designed ships with buildings on them, but they couldn't build these now due to the limited material. These were mainly designed as battleships or command ships. Besides these plans, Mufa had even planned on marking a navigation route that was suitable for them to build ports on the shores. These plans had to be considered in order to match with their growing fleet. They were a tribe that lived deep within the continent and traveled on rivers. If they wanted to become a strong ocean fleet, their techniques had to be constantly improved and all of their equipment, including their anchors, sails, docks, had to be improved. Mufa also thought about how to innovate and improve on their foundations in his free time. This time at sea, he learned a lot and also gathered a group of talented Longboat tribesmen together to discuss his ideas. Shashwan had even seen a blueprint that Mufa drew before. It looked simple, but there were many markings that Shashwan couldn't understand. Mufa probably showed it to him in the first place because he knew Shashwan couldn't understand these markings. It wasn't just these though. Shashwan knew that the Longboat tribe was talented in ship crafting. He also knew that the Longboat tribe would become a lot better than they were now after this trip at sea. They could very possibly design ships that could better adapt to this world, this era, and the ocean and rivers here. Actually, many civilizations that focused on agriculture were calmer in nature. They never pursued new directions or tried different things and were usually more peaceful and conservative. They valued inheritance and the passing of knowledge from one generation to the next. As long as they could settle down peacefully and live a stable life, it was good enough for them. If they weren't provoked by any external parties, they would rarely initiate an attack. At some point in history, the Flaming Horns were also more inclined towards agriculture. Even though they mainly hunted and had battles throughout their history, they rarely initiated any attacks. However, the Longboat tribe was different. Even though they also cultivated crops, they preferred navigating, especially after they opened up the water route to the sea. This would lead them to a new direction. Factors such as the weather and environment were harder to predict out at sea compared to the continent. It was just like what Mufa said. They had to continue innovating and improving their ships and tools to ensure their survival out at the powerful sea that was ever-changing. As they evolved to adapt to these new conditions, their nature would also change. They wouldn't stay as conservative as before. They would be more willing to accept new ideas. During this time, Shashwan also noticed that the Longboat tribe had begun to show their aggressiveness. Of course, this wasn't directed towards the Flaming Horn tribe. Instead, they were aggressive towards the unpredictable factors and the new land that they were so curious about. Grand Elder Shashwan, are these the water sunstones that you mentioned before? King Yi held a gemstone up to Shashwan. During this time, he found many ancient stones similar to their water moon stones. Other people might not be able to distinguish these stones, but it was easy for skilled drumming tribe members to tell them apart. Shashwan caught the stone and covered it with his hands. He examined them closely and nodded. Yes, it is. He handed the water sunstone back to King Yi. Shashwan said after some thought. "There are quite a lot of valuable metals here. At least there are more metals here compared to beautiful gemstones. That's why the people here value some of the gemstones that we find rather useless. Those rich people who don't have to worry about food or have a high quality of life usually prefer wearing precious gemstones. These are enough to set them apart from the others and highlight their uniqueness and superiority, especially the slave masters. The rarer the gemstone, the more they love it. It can set them apart from the others and show how superior they are." After he heard how the water sunstones could be sold for a high price here, King Yi was suddenly excited, but very soon, he was disappointed again. "Sadly, the drumming tribe is too far away from the coast. We can't come here often." However, the drumming tribe wasn't too ambitious, so King Yi was only disappointed for a short while. He didn't care too much afterwards. Mufa, however, was suddenly interested in this subject. He had overheard King Yi and Shashwan's conversation. Shashwan didn't stop him from eavesdropping because it wasn't a secret. Now, King Yi moved on and no longer discussed this matter, but Mufa suddenly said, "Actually, you can trade with us." The Longboat tribe. There were plenty of water moonstones on the continent they came from. There were also many gemstones that were similar to water moonstones, but since the drumming tribe was specialized in making these water moonstones, Mufa wouldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. The Longboat tribe would still travel between the two continents frequently in the future. He even planned to open up the first marine trading route. Perhaps this would make them a primary hostile target to the slave masters, but the Longboat tribesmen didn't care. This wouldn't make them afraid or retreat. Instead, they would keep fighting and stand strong and fearless against their enemy. This was the first marine trading route. Just the thought of it made Mufa so excited that he wanted to jump up and down. About the same time their camping ground was set up, they also finished building their first ship. The Flaming Horns were in charge of cutting down the trees and the Longboat tribe was in charge of building the ships. The Flaming Horns also had a share in the ships that were newly built, so Shashwan wasn't afraid of the Longboat tribe playing tricks on their ships. The Longboat tribesmen couldn't survive by themselves in this environment full of uncertainties. They still needed the Flaming Horns' help. If they encountered any troubles, they would still discuss with the Flaming Horns. After all, they had to constantly exchange benefits to maintain a win-win situation. King Yi asked if he could be of any help, but he wasn't as strong as the Flaming Horns physically, and he wasn't skilled enough at shipcrafting compared to the Longboat tribe. At best he could only make wooden rafts or bamboo rafts. When he volunteered to help, everyone from the Longboat tribe and Flaming Horn tribe just left and told him, "Just go play over there." Thus, King Yi just focused on finding ancient water sunstones in the river. After they waited here for about 15 days, Cha finally brought some good news back. Shashwan heard the sound of the eagle's cry and said, "The Tay tribe is here." "What?" "Finally." Duo King threw the wood he was lifting to the side and ran towards where Shashwan was pointing. They hadn't met for so long. He wondered how their old neighbors were doing. Chapter 700. Long time no see. When Shashwan saw the Tay tribe, Zheng Luo and Guang Yi had already started chatting excitedly with their old neighbors. Judging by their looks, Shashwan noticed that they were in a much difficult situation compared to when the Flaming Horns left them to migrate to the other side of the sea. Their clothes were all tattered and most of these holes were made by branches that hooked onto their clothing or beasts that bit them. Even if some of them were wearing thick beast hides, the wounds in their openings were stained with dried blood and there were marks left by ferocious beasts. The migration of an entire tribe wasn't easy. Often they had to make hard decisions and make sacrifices for the sake of the entire tribe's survival. Most tribes had to go through this, no matter how weak or strong they were. Luckily, even though all of the Tay tribesmen were in a bad condition, most of them survived and made it here alive. I was worried that we might have gone the wrong way. I never thought we actually made it. The Tay tribe's Fang was friends with Dacheng. After they met, he didn't even stop to take a breath and walked over with a big smile as he panted. Duo King was talking with the chief of the Tay tribe, Yu Yu. After he understood their current situation, He also introduced a few new faces from the Flaming Horn tribe and the people from the Longboat tribe. Guang Yi also started to talk with his old friends. They had walked for so long through so many obstacles, as they thought about the countless uncertainties that lay ahead of them and finally saw their old friends. The people of the Tai tribe were so emotional that they cried. Even some of the elders who were usually stern-faced became teary. Guang Yi looked at his old friends and welcomed them with a warm smile. I haven't seen you guys for so long. Come here. The people from the Tai tribe who were filled with mixed emotions held their tears back and hid their faces with their arms. One of them pointed to his side and said to Guang Yi, Zifeng is over there. I'm Hua Ji. Guang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then enthusiastically smiled at him. Long time no see, Hua Ji. He was still the same after all. Guang Yi still has the same goldfish memory. Hua Ji thought. They arranged for the people who were injured to rest. They needed to be cared for, especially those who hadn't awakened their totemic power and the younger children with a weaker immunity. They weren't like the others. Even if they weren't facing any dangerous threats, they still had to be careful. If they weren't careful, they could still lose their lives. After inquiring about their injuries, Duo King told Shashuan the Tai tribe's current problems. The Tai tribe had around 4,000 people, but only 3,500 survived. The 500 who lost their lives on the way were either killed by fearsome beasts, external circumstances, or other people. After he found out that the slave masters were giving out rewards for people who found precious animals or herbs in the forest, the first thing Duo King thought about was the green-faced fanged beast. Shashuan knew about the green-faced fanged beast because of Gong Jiaheng. How could the slave masters not know about it if the Xia people knew? Perhaps they already knew about it, but they just didn't care whether they found it or not. They had the Gong Jia family's weapons. It was already so much better than normal weapons. They were already satisfied with those. Now that the two continents were slowly getting close to each other, there were more threats they had to face. Perhaps the Rock Hill City made them suffer enough. That was why they were desperate for a quick solution. Luckily it's winter right now. Many fearsome beasts have gone into hibernation, or else they would have suffered greater losses. Duo King exclaimed. They had also experienced what migration felt like and knew that it wasn't just physically tiring, but also mentally stressful. Those who couldn't take the stress might even collapse. Luckily they had enough medicine, or else the people who were either poisoned or severely injured couldn't have survived. Take good care of them. We hunted enough game to feed all of them. Feed them well so they can recover quickly. They can't cross the sea if their bodies are weak, Shashuan said. Duo King understood this fact. Life at sea wasn't that much better either. Without a strong physique, they would only suffer during this journey. If they got sick and ran out of medicine, they could only wait for death. The Tai tribe probably saw hope. The stress that was on their minds and the thoughts of uncertainty all faded away. After the Tai people rested for a night, they felt a lot better mentally. Some people slept even longer. After all, they had not rested in a very long time. Now that they could finally relax, some of them slept for several days in a row. After they woke up they would be as energetic as dragons and tigers once again. Most of the people who recovered had already begun their search for medicinal herbs. They couldn't lift heavy wooden logs or build ships, so the most they could do was search for some medicinal herbs. If they noticed any medicinal herbs that the Flaming Horns missed, they would uproot it and take it with them. We're leaving on these ships. The chief of the Tai tribe, Yu, asked Duo King after seeing the fleet of ships in front of them. Yup, that's right. You've never seen these before, right? He. Here, even if there were ships, they couldn't compare to these in size. Perhaps the 6 aristocratic families of the King City were powerful in other aspects, but they couldn't at all compare to the Longboat tribe when it came to ship crafting. Many places had suffered from drought during the past few years, so fewer people used ships. Many Tai tribesmen were shocked when they saw these. They thought that the other continent was less developed compared to them, and they even heard that many tribes were still using the ancient fire seed. According to some rumors, they were still using stone weapons. Now they knew those rumors were not at all true. This. Yu gestured at the green axe in Duo King's hands. Is this metal? Duo King was excited. He had been waiting for this moment to show off in front of his old neighbors. He turned the axe in his hands and held onto the handle tightly as he slammed it down onto a rock beside them. Bang! With a loud clashing sound, a deep gash remained on the giant stone. Yu Yu's mouth gaped as he looked at the axe in Duo King's hands and then to the stone that had been hacked. He took a few large strides over and tested the hardness of the stone. He smashed his own axe down on the same rock a few times and cursed. He looked at Duo King and his eyes widened in disbelief. This was the weapon you guys mentioned in the letter? That's correct. Duo King said proudly. We call it the new green bronze. The Grand Elder Shashwan named it. They didn't want to talk too much about it in the letter, so they only briefly mentioned it. They told them not to worry about weapons because the Flaming Horn tribe had high-quality metal weapons that surpassed the other metals. Before this, the Tay tribe had doubts about what they read in the letter. After all, the Flaming Horn tribe wasn't too talented in forging and agriculture. Their techniques were limited. But who would have thought? They were all true. Haha. There's so much more that will leave you impressed. Once we get there, you'll see what I'm talking about. Duo King was excited to see how the Tay tribe would react if they saw them now. The Flaming Horn tribe was not at all the same as before. The Tay tribe never imagined that they would become like this. Right, you guys actually built your own city? Yu was very interested in this. Something like that. Zheng Luo also suggested that we call it a city like the Slave Masters. We call it the Flaming River City. Flaming River? Really? Nice, nice, nice. The Tay tribe's chief, Yu said nice 3 times in a row. Duo King was stunned. Why are you so excited? We named the river after ourselves and then named the trading point after the river. Why is this guy so excited? Flaming River. Flaming River. There's a river in this name. Sounds very cordial. Nice. Yu tapped on Duo King a few times as a friendly gesture. He seemed to be thinking, how considerate of you, brother. You even named the place after us. Note, the character for river in Chinese is he, which is the same character for the He Tay, tribe. Duo King. You're overthinking it. It's an actual river. It wasn't snowing too heavily on this side of the sea. Only a section of the water near the coast was covered with a thin layer of ice. Even though the snow wasn't strong, the winds were, and they weren't just blowing from one direction. Days passed by one after another. Most of the people in the Tay tribe had recovered and were all helping with the work every day. This was also for their own benefit. They prepared food, medicine, new ships, and all they had to do now was wait for a good time to depart.